Hey, Alex.
Hello.
Hey,
Top
Alex.
floor?
Oh,
Okay, I'll be up there in a second.
Because I don't think.
I literally just was able to log in. Sorry. Oh. Hmm.
Fresh air. Says I'm fresh up.
I was waiting in queue for like the last 20 minutes at 2. I was just sitting at 2 for this entire like last 20 minutes.
yeah.
Got our SIM cards out, right?
That is effective.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Well, might as well just wait till we actually get the meeting started.
Yeah,
Yep.
Max said about 10, 15 minutes behind.
Hmm. Um. Mm, mm, mm.
Enough for this shit.
Hmm.
You got this. You're doing great.
Ay.
Huh. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, so we're missing Max and
Oh my god, Alex, we're matching. That's so cute.
Oh,
Max
yeah.
and Malton, they're both on their way. I
Malton.
confirmed
Oh,
them.
all right.
Do I need to order food for people?
Nah, I got food.
Kermit's actually bringing me some food, Alex. If you could let him know where we're at.
Hmm. Hmm. Do.
Green, what do you do in your free time?
Smoke cigarettes, play video games.
Hell yeah.
What video games do you play?
World of Warcraft.
Lame.
Okay.
Yeah, I play with you ever met Jaeger? He's the raid leader.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
That must be chaotic.
That sounds very chaotic.
I recently got addicted to Red Dead, the story.
Hmm.
It's a good
All
game.
I ever play is Power Wash Simulator. I'm not gonna lie. I'm that person. I'm that kind of a. Okay.
Listen, we could all.
But I have all
enjoy a
the
round of Power
achievements.
Watch Simulator, okay?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Do you guys have Twitter notifications on?
Yes.
Off.
Off
Have you-
always.
Have you guys seen any advertisements at all about a football match, like football game today?
Not since I've been awake, but I've only been
Lumber
awake for
Union
like
talked.
half an hour.
Yeah, Lumber Union talked about it earlier.
You spoke about it earlier. Okay, that's miscommunication on my part. Their one is next week. Today's one is meant to be the Santa Union, but if no one's tweeted about it, then it's fucking.
I think one just went up.
Did it?
Yeah,
Did it?
there's a lot of different lines on here.
Where?
The most recent twat from
Oh,
Hector
that's
Camacho.
not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Wait.
okay.
Yeah, the only thing I see is him asking like, when is the Sani versus Italians football game? And that was 2 hours ago.
Ugh,
But I
my
don't see any actual
God.
advertisements for the game.
I made a poster and everything for it for them, and none of it's gone up. Fuck me.
Hmm.
Hello, I
Alright,
just
then
saw your
it's not
text, and
happening.
I've been in the middle of
Or
getting
this is my
food.
time.
Okay, you're still getting food.
Yes, man, that's me. What, Alex?
You're still getting food.
Yeah, I'm getting like 10 meals.
Okay, perfect.
All right, bye bye.
All right, bye. Hmm. Okay, Carmi's in the middle of getting food.
Hey, Molten.
I'm Alton.
Hello.
I can't believe Dakota's not with us on the way we're sitting. I can't believe this. We're all in sync until he got here.
Jesus.
I'm sorry
terrible.
to break the trend.
How could you?
Disgusting behavior by Nakota.
Absolutely terrible. We need
I
to get
was
someone else. Just replace him.
I was reliably informed we were all not supposed to be in unison.
It's a good point, actually.
Well, that was in reference to when we were arriving, not how we were sitting.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm here to stagger it.
It's okay, Nakota. Stick to your guns. I support you, brother. Man spreading ain't a real thing.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Yeah, I don't know
Hi,
if that's the
Max.
line you want to go with there, Nakota. But
Hey, Max.
I do have
If
pants
Chief
on.
Justice said it, might as well commit.
Greetings.
As long as we're not sharing a bench, then we're good.
Do you have a mask on?
Yeah, hold on. I'll take it off.
Oh, okay. About to say, I don't speak Azteca.
I fucking these chairs.
I believe in you. You can do it.
I got it.
I'm not.
We got
okay.
it.
Hey, nice to meet you.
All right, sick.
All right.
We're all here.
We did it. Good job.
So, congratulations, everyone, for making it to the inaugural council meeting of the Council of Motherfucking 8, y'all. Round of
Yes.
applause.
Oh, clap, 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 clap,
Clap,
clap, clap, clap,
Yay.
clap, clap, clap.
All right, so I know I brought some shit to the table to propose. I don't know if you guys, show of hands, who brought some legislation possibly to pass today? Okay, we got Mr. Simone, we got Miss Juno. I think I know what Miss Juno has.
Yeah.
And I also know what Mr. Simone has. What about you, Nakota? What you got?
Just some legislative changes to a couple laws on the books.
Word. Okay, so
I'll just add, I have some things to discuss for possible legislation for next week, depending on how we want to fit that in.
Okay, we'll do that at the end.
Yep.
First, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go around. I mean, like I just did, and figure out who's got some shit to propose. And then we are going to propose that shit. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about it. Whoever's got something to propose, we're gonna talk about it. We're going to figure out questions. If anyone's got any questions for that particular proposal, they're gonna ask them, and then we're going to vote on it. I don't see any reason not to vote in the day, especially if you have exhausted questions. So why don't we start with Mr. Simone?
All right. First thing would be speed limit. Upping the speed limit across the board. I think we've had few talks between people. I think you brought it up as well as one of your things, right? There's an interest from the people. I think there's an interest between us as well. My suggestion would be 50, 70, 90. But those are just kind of numbers I came up with on the spot, so they can obviously be changed.
It says a general sense. I think if we're giving the people more leash, that leash should be used to hang them if they break it. I think if it gets up, I'm talking about doubling or tripling the fines for the speed related offenses.
I'm for that.
I could get behind that.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. If you're giving them what they want in that terms, if they keep breaking it, even with more speed, sure.
I think that would also help out with lost revenue for the city. With less people speeding.
True.
Yep.
So do you guys want to double the fines for speeding and shit?
How much are we increasing them by? Like, what's it's 35, 55, 65 now?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's something that has
Oh,
been
75.
brought to the table more than
Hello?
once. So
The hell is that?
I think that's Brick.
Hi, Brick. Hey, I'm here to help.
Oh, regardless, sorry. Is it 35, 55, 75 now for the three?
So right
stars?
now it's by up to 35 miles an hour in excess of the speed limit. So it's not limits. It's rated based on how far you exceed.
I'm saying, sorry. What's the baseline speed in the cities? Like
35
miles an hour.
55 is for county roads. So Joshua, Route 68, things like that. And then highways, anything with a divider, multiple lanes, is 75.
It was break, guys. You thought you were supposed to be Watch the Watchmen.
So the way that the laws are currently structured is
Nope.
these are actually phrased incorrectly. The old language got in here. I'm surprised no one's challenged these.
Didn't it used to be like if you were at 35, then that was it, even if you weren't over it?
Oh, no. Okay, it works. It says drives in excess of the speed limit by up to 35 miles an hour.
Oh.
So the way this reads, if we upped it to 55, third degree speeding, the basic speeding charge would cover anywhere from 55 to 90. So we'd probably need to tighten the ranges on the degrees as well.
Okay. Who's taking notes here? We got Alex maybe in the back.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay. So yeah, we need to tighten the ranges on the speeding charges. We got to are we in agreement that we want to double the speed or the fines if we're
Right now they're $150, $300, and $450.
That is
I think we can
not
absolutely
enough.
double that.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Double,
think we could
I would even
ex-
say maybe triple.
I was about to say we
doubles.
could get it.
I think double's fine. That is a lot of money
Yeah,
to some people.
Yeah,
I
no, agree.
guess.
Are we going to double the amount of points that are added to the license as
I
well?
think points should be the same. That's
Yeah.
I have no
Agreed.
issue. I was just
Starts
asking.
getting out of control a little bit.
Okay, so just to recap for Alex's sake, up the speed limits accordingly. So in the city or anywhere, it's 55. County roads or anything like that, 75, and then highways is 90. And I will adjust the ranges on the limits basically roughly to half. So right now, you can drive up to 70 miles an hour and still get a third degree speeding ticket in the city. So it would roughly change now to you start off being able to drive 55, and let's say you can still only go 70, right, for third degree. So instead of having a 35 mile an hour leeway, you got like a 15. And then if you cross that threshold, let's say, so you exceed that, then that would go up another 30 miles an hour. So let's say from 70 to 85 would be second degree speeding, and then 85 and above would be first degree speeding in a 55-mile-an-hour zone.
Perfect. Can you amend those directly, or do we have to?
I can handle all that.
Okay. Sick. Yeah. So let's do a vote then. As presented with the doubling of fines, the staying the course of the points on the license, and the current values as stated for the new speeding laws. Aye.
Aye.
I
All right, let's go
Just raise
clockwise
hand,
so we
or
can
raise hand.
so we can get this shit written down. Dakota.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Aye.
5.
Aye.
I.
Yep.
I
Aye.
Aye.
Good job.
Cool.
That's
Right,
what a good
wow,
start we've got
look at
going
that.
on. Everyone's in
Very
agreement.
nice.
This is
Very
good.
effective. Yay.
That's good.
As
That's
an
government, baby.
As an aside, Crane, is it possible that a councilman can get MDT so we could look at the laws while up here if we're going to be discussing this kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's gonna take me a little bit, and I gotta get some info from you guys, so we'll do it
Okay.
afterwards. For now, I'll just reference stuff to you.
Yeah, I just meant for the future.
Yeah, no, I will. It's gonna take me a good hour or so to get it all set up. So
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll shoot you guys requests for more information if I need it, but I gotta configure permissions because anyway, I'm not getting into it. Just
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
get it done. Yeah.
Let's get Miss Juna.
sorry, what was that?
Present thy legislation.
So the thing that I give me 1 second. Is there anything you specifically want to bring up? Because our stuff is the same.
I want you to bring up the one that you came up with.
The panic button?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So actually, I put this in a little document that I'm happy to share with everyone as well. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna share this with everyone now. That should all be on your mobile phones. So it's an emergency panic button. We've had these before. You guys know what they are. If you're unfamiliar with them, Nakota, you'd be extremely familiar. Molten, you'd be familiar also. So the panic button is basically we'd have a panic button installed in places like City Hall. City Hall, the hospital especially. So the way that it was previously was it was installed in restaurants and nowhere else, which I thought was insane because why not restaurants and the hospital? So the question is, why can't people just 911? So yes, they obviously can, but if there is a huge threat in the within a building such as City Hall,
think I
and
need to
people
take
don't want
notes
to
on this.
agitate that threat at large, the most discreet way to alert the authorities would be a panic button because it wouldn't be in visible sight to the public. It would have to be somewhere like under a desk. So the perfect example would be here in City Hall. It'd be under a desk, which has that glass barrier between the public and the staff because the staff stand behind the desk. So this would then alert the authorities. And I would hope that it'd be considered a #1 priority for units to respond to. In terms of restaurants, I'm down for this to be placed in senior buns. However, my #1 priority is City
Oh,
Hall
my bad, chat.
and the hospital, 100%. Um,
Is there a charge that would currently cover if someone intentionally misuses the button?
Mm-hmm.
so this is what
Brain.
Nakoda and Eda and I were talking about. I'm not entirely sure if there is, but I'd like there to
No,
be.
there is not a charge for that. There was never a charge for that related to the buttons 5 years ago.
What about misuse of 911?
I believe
Is
that's
it
the
different?
charge that people got.
Yeah,
I-
911 system. The wording sounds
think
very
that's
similar.
way too light for an all hands on deck button for a city hall and hospital.
Felony.
Down
The
to
other,
the
the only,
Felony
the only,
criminal.
like it's so I don't have necessarily any issue with the idea. I think it's a good idea. I'm just not sure. I think we would probably need to. We could take a vote, but knowing that it would be contingent upon reaching out to city infrastructure workers
Right.
and seeing the feasibility of implementation, because I know there is a lot of things that are being worked on right now. So I don't want to. This would be one that I wouldn't announce publicly until we get confirmation that it's feasible.
Of course, yeah.
And also, I get the wording in there. I don't know if we could do like amendments to legislation down the line, but I think as like a soft beta test, maybe it's only in government buildings for now, and
Yeah,
then
that's
you
exactly
know,
what I was
in a month
thinking.
we vote on the restaurant thing. You know.
Yeah, I think especially if there is in the future when we have more food establishments, I think that's when we address it, because right now every motherfucker is at Senior Buns, and every crazy person's at Senior Buns as well.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that we don't need a panic button for there to be a lot of officers there. So right now we're there all the time.
What's up,
I
Michael?
just wanted to mention Kermie's here with food. If somebody could let him in.
I feel like the issue that like the stabbings at Senior Buns is because it's the only place. So people
Yeah.
get annoyed with each other. There's too much like going on,
Exactly.
etc. So the second another place pops up, I feel like it's going to alleviate those issues.
Exactly.
It's not just
and
because it's
that's
crazy
when,
people.
Yeah, and that's when the panic button gets installed at the restaurants, because
Give
at
me
that
the
point
food and
it's
head
like
out,
we don't have the
please.
excuse of, well, people are going to call 911 regardless, because I'm assuming that they do Nakoda when shit pops off at Senior Buns, because everyone's there.
Are you gonna grunt at me or are you gonna give me the food?
I'm
Oh
trying.
my god.
I can vouch for at least how useful this would be within the hospital. I know that we have had pretty continuous issues of 911s getting missed. I'm assuming not ignored.
Bless,
I wouldn't want to
thank you.
assume that, but
Oh my
very
god.
often
Hang on, I
if we
found more
try to call for
containers.
help,
Oh my god.
people do not show. So that'd be very useful for us.
The panic button,
Thank
I'd
you
like
so
the panic
much.
button to, I don't know what the dispatch system is like now, but I would like the panic button to show up just like an alpha would.
Yep. So again, that might be something we have to talk to the Chief Justice about, because as the dispatch system is in place right now, even if say I went down and I alphaed, it pops up on dispatch, but there is no like, you remember how it used to be Juno and Malton? It is not like that anymore. There's no accompanying emergency noise along with the dispatch alert that someone has gone down.
Why don't we just vote on the idea at least for panic buttons in the government facilities, and we could worry about the kinks of implementation if and when that happens.
Why don't, and I have a suggestion too about things like this. So when there are things that will obviously require feasibility checks, I think we should do, like Malton said, like an interest vote, just on the idea basis. And then once we get a confirmation of interest from the city council, then that's sort of the impetus for it to be brought forth and, you know, checked on the feasibility side.
Got it. I wasn't
So,
trying to throw
you know,
water
we'll
on it. I
deliver
was
the
just, yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You know, it definitely, this is the kind of idea where I don't want to vote on it or announce it, because, you know, it could take months and then we're delivering something we can't, or we're promising something we can't deliver. So
True.
Okay.
All in favor?
Yeah, I'm good.
Interest vote.
Government facilities, aye.
Anyone not in favor? Let's do that. All right. The ayes
Okay.
have it.
We'll bring it
Unanimous
forward
vote.
for feasibility, and I'll get back to you guys with what I hear.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
By the
Nakota.
way, I have just put in the speeding legislation. I'm writing it now so that we can announce that after the meeting.
Excellent.
Holy shit! All right.
Mr. Nakota, what dost thou bringeth to thine council of 8 table?
I forgot how to spell his name.
All right. First thing I have on my notes. Has anyone had a run-in where their vehicle has been booted, or I found another term for this was clamped?
No.
I have heard of it being talked about, but no, it hasn't happened to me.
Okay, so these are devices that people are attaching to tires, which, as far as I'm aware, they render the vehicle unmovable. But people are doing it without any legal backing or authority to use. As far as we have been led to believe, the only people that should be using this are on-duty tow workers. So I am proposing something along the lines of, now again, talk about it, but the wording I will probably need a little bit of help with, but criminal use of a boot or a clamp. This would entail it's unlawful for you to place a boot on a vehicle, boot or clamp on a vehicle if you are not an on-duty tow worker. I also have 2 stipulations on what vehicles can and can't be clamped, which would be it must be unoccupied and it must be illegally parked.
Sounds good to me.
Where do you get these from? Is it
Correct. Yeah. My third one is I will ask for EMS and law enforcement vehicles to be exempt. However, for the law enforcement portion of it, if someone is abusing their right to park their emergency vehicle where they want, I think that should be subject to some kind of review if people are just being morons about it, as opposed to we're responding to something in an emergency and we just need to park a certain way to get there. I think EMS should get full carte blanche on it, though. I don't think you should be clamping an ambulance ever.
True. I mean, I think if the police are abusing it, that sounds like an internal issue, or in an extreme case, if it's rampant, maybe the civilian oversight board.
I have no problem with that.
Where do you get these things? Is it from like tow services?
Correct.
Yes.
So would it be too broad to have it be named misuse of tow services or something like that? So therefore, like for example, as well, you could add in emergency vehicles being towed without reason. Or is that too broad?
Might be too broad. There could be other reasons why other people would be able to do this, or any sort of like on private, somebody else would be able to do it that isn't a tow worker. Like
So
I missed something there.
I've had this brought to me just several times actually now as like a legal question. What the answer I've given, and this isn't binding, I'm just telling you this is what I've told people who have come to me and said, either one, I worked in towing and I have the ability to buy these boots, can I use them? Or 2, someone boots my car, can they do that? The answer I've given is that the only time I can see it being legally viable to boot a car would be either 1, if it's parked on private property. So say I own like, Grove Street 10 and somebody parks their car on my lawn. I see no reason why you can't boot that car because it's abandoned property left on your property. That being said, the only other time I could really foresee it being legal is if you are a tow worker and you are called to do a tow in a high traffic, high volatility area, let's say in front of Senor Buns. And you're worried about by the time you park the car and get out, someone's going to try to get in the car and drive it away. In that case, I could understand the justification of temporarily booting the car while you put the truck in position, get it loaded and all that kind of shit. But I don't know. I think there's a whole legal fucking wormhole of allowing people to use these boots because, well, shit, in most places to operate a tow truck, you need like licensing and insurance and all that kind of shit. Here, we're an emerging economy, right? So we're just letting anybody drive a tow truck as long as they sign in with the right guy. Right. So I'm kind of wary of giving any random Joe just the ability to go around booting cars. I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
I feel like there should be like some kind of documentation before they use these things, like photographs.
I was actually going to suggest that. Yeah, that's
well, they're supposed to do that anyway, right? Like that's
correct.
They are.
Yeah.
So legally, the tow process, and I'm working on this as well, but legally, the tow process is supposed to be that someone not involved in the tow truck who ends up taking the call marks a car, and then another person gets the call in the tow truck and then tows the car. So when they return it to the lot logs the state IDs of the person who marked the car and the person who towed the car. They're supposed to be separate. They're not supposed to be the same person. That would be fraud, basically. And then on top of that, the person who marks the car and the person who tows the car are supposed to take pictures so that they can prove, if they're later sued in court by the owner, that the car was indeed parked illegally. So I don't really know what I don't know how to implement the boot in a way that isn't already there, but that doesn't cause a bunch of headaches. I'm open to ideas. It's something I've struggled with.
I mean, you could carte blanche say, instead of like saying boot is legal except for, you could say the boot is illegal to use and it's only legal in these narrow circumstances, such as on your own property, you know, a towing company may have a contract with the business, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most prudent way to go about it, but I'll leave it to you guys on the language
Still
because, like
be
I said, I've been
clamping.
up, down, left, and right on this thing, and I ain't come to a good solution yet.
Yeah, that's really difficult. That's what I generally mark cars for tow when they've like on sidewalks as I'm walking to work. So
Yeah. Does
I-
someone parking on your front lawn qualify as illegal parking then? I feel like it would.
Yeah.
It's your
Probably
Yeah,
property.
that's
should.
like private property. Yeah.
I feel
No,
like
I mean,
most
not
of
even
these
that.
boots
It's
are used in
just
bad
it's
faith.
abandoned property on your private property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any property that's left on your property is classified as abandoned or trespassing at the very least. So you control what's on your yard.
Would it be benefit? Sorry, go ahead, Malton.
No, I was gonna say if I'm just spitballing here, and maybe only those in the judiciary or former cops may know about it, where it could be something styled in the form of the old Ravens regulations, like the burglary law, where if you put a boot on it, it's on you to prove that the boot was legally able to be put on, instead of the onus being on someone to prove that it was illegal.
I like that. Yeah.
okay.
Would we attach prongs to the law where it's like
Yeah,
these
so
things
it'd be
need to be
like-
satisfied in order
Yeah,
for it
it'd
to
be like
qualify?
in order to legally make use of a restrictive boot on a vehicle, you must be one, operating a contracted, tow truck or operating on your own private property. Two, you must be securing the vehicle for tow within a reasonable amount of time, which allows, again, people to argue what a reasonable amount of time is, so it's good for court. And then finally, you must argue the circumstances or exigency that require the use of the boot, aka why couldn't you just tow the car?
Yeah, I think that's a good baseline, and we could always adjust it as needed.
Mm-hmm. Then stipulating for EMS and law enforcement, they're waived from having their vehicles booted.
Hmm.
So that's an interesting one. You guys are exempt from all parking regulations as long as you have your lights on.
That is true.
So why wouldn't we just stick with that? Isn't that just easier?
Yeah. Like I said, any
I mean,
misuse
I
like
hate
that
to
is an
be,
internal PD thing, so
I hate to be harsh, Nakota, but
You're not being harsh. I don't think
if you
so.
can't remember to turn your fucking lights on, then maybe you should get your car towed.
I do not
Fair.
disagree with you. I don't disagree with that.
The only problem I have, and I hate to use this kind of an argument, but if a cop car goes into impound, is it still a real like piece of crap to like try to get that thing out because it's not tied to an owner? That's
Is that a concern right now? I don't know.
I'm asking Dakota. Like, are these still tied to like a state ID 0? And
Yeah, they're state account owned, I believe.
Yeah.
So then we probably exempt for the time being because that's beyond their control.
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, if people are going to be morons, I agree. Like if your excuse for a PD member is I was going to an emergency call, your lights and sirens should be on anyway. So when you pull up to the scene, it should not matter if you run out of your vehicle straight away. I'm just trying to give people the benefit of the doubt to begin with. But if people are going to be morons, then I have no sympathy for them.
Are police getting their own cars anytime soon? I'm just trying to think for in the future, maybe we could make it more restrictive towards them. But
that's a good time for me to make a small announcement. So
okay,
I've clarified this with the treasurer and the mayor already. Make sure, I mean, this is a good time as any to get y'all filled in. So up until the last 2 or 3 days, all government salaries, including PD, EMS, anybody you can think of that, requires authorization to, sign into their job. All of those salaries are being subsidized by the federal government. As of 2 or 3 days ago, the federal government found it fit that we have succeeded well enough with Mrs. Wright's help in sort of getting ourselves solvent with the state account, such that we are now going to pay our own way. So all government salaries, including welfare checks, DOC, PD, anything you can think of that has a government paycheck, now comes directly out of the state account. So
Holy
as a
fuck.
result of that, we are now going to enter, after discussion with the mayor and the treasurer, into a feeling out period over the next couple weeks, where we're going to track the trend of the state account. And as we hire more people and as we spend money, we see if we're actually in the positive or not. If we start trending down, then we'll need to, figure out money making incentives, things like that. So that being said, and the reason I bring this up now is that large scale purchases like the EMS helicopter, the PD vehicles, and all that are a no go for now until we figure out how the state account is trending. Because if we make a very large investment right now into something like a $8-10 million helicopter or a fleet of PD cars, and then it turns out we're trending negative in a large way, we could be screwed. So that's the sort of grim news for today.
Follow up. So no one owns the cop cars, right?
No,
Currently,
they're all
yes.
state owned. Yeah.
Have you guys been modifying your cars at all? Can you?
That is a command issue, but we have been getting them repaired, and we have recently started replacing the engines, which were the only component of the vehicle that were not able to be repaired back to like showroom
From my
status.
conversations with Slack's mayor, I don't think they're in a position yet to be upgrading the cars.
Why not?
I was informed that they were possibly adding turbos to the cars. I
So
don't know what that
they're
does,
testing
but-
them, and those are
Oh,
being
They're testing
tested
to see if it.
independently.
There's some issues with how they're owned, with whether or not those upgrades would stick.
Okay.
Is the best way I can put it. So we can discuss that offline.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you guys are gonna have to do though for now.
Offline.
I would highly recommend looking into fleshing that out, especially if you're having trouble catching people on the street right now.
Question marks.
It's almost impossible for them to keep up with some of the cars out there. They're recording cars going 170, 180, and it's just impossible for the CPIs to keep up. Yeah, that's. Sorry, Nakota. This is just from Sean telling me, but
No, I mean, you're not saying anything that I haven't experienced, so you're preaching to the choir.
For the record, I think that it's very likely that PD upgrades could be within the budget, even with the trending situation. From talking to Miss Treasure over there, but again, we need to get with Slacks and figure out the feasibility of how that's even going to happen.
Yep.
I am not for the police department receiving any state funds for the purpose of car modifications, because you guys make a lot of fucking money and you can pay for that shit yourself, dog. I'm gonna be real.
I don't disagree with him. I heard Cornwood bragging about having like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So
yeah. I talked
How much
I talked to Kid Archer the other day. She said she had $80,000 in her bank account, dog.
God, I
like, come
fucking
on.
wish
Like,
I
come
had
on,
that.
dog.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Dakota, how much money you got?
Well, with all due respect, I currently have $90,000 in my personal bank account.
I don't have that much.
I've worked 15 to 17-hour shifts since day one.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Damn. I'm accepting donations.
Same.
Yeah. Like
am I the
brokest?
brokest? Am I the brokest one here?
Yeah, I have just
I have
under like
$43,000
60
in
grand, but I
Ronald.
work 8 hours, 6 days a week.
All right. Yeah. I don't think we should spend state money on that for now.
To,
I would be
okay.
interested in spending state money on in the future, like Crane said, purchasing new vehicles, right? But like in terms of like upgrading and shit, no, I don't think so.
What about them buying their own vehicles? Like
Yeah, can they do that?
That's what I was asking for the towing regulations.
That's part of the conversations I'm having with Slacks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because if I'm can put my 2 cents out, if I'm buying my own vehicle, I've absolutely no issue modifying it with my own money, because at that point it's my own property.
And I
as long
think
as it's
that's
within legal
probably the most
limits, right?
prudent.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
surely cops wouldn't steal from each other, right? Right?
Surely not.
I don't think so.
Surely.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Oh, you mean like the vehicles? Okay.
Well, every car in that motor pool should have some turbo then.
All
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
I think we need some paint too to put our call signs on the top because that's still an issue.
Yeah,
We'll
there's
sort
a
that out.
whole lot being worked on.
All right.
Hopefully, you guys will get a mechanic internally, and then it'll all be sorted.
All right.
So, as far as the towing stuff, I mean, do we want to just vote on
yeah, the boots,
the boot stuff that we just talked about, and make the judiciary can like work on the wording of it?
Any nays? All right, the ayes have it. Good work.
All right, I'll draft something and I'll circulate it to you guys for feedback.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to propose? Because I've got a lot of shit that I need to propose, and I just want to get everything else out of the way.
I have more.
I have one
You have
thing.
more?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Oh. I would like to make an amendment to the brandishing of a non-firearm charge. As it stands, the wording, let me get it for you.
Unlawful for you to draw or exhibit a deadly weapon in a rude, angry, or threatening way in the presence of another person and not in defense of self or others.
Correct. So very often we will show up on a scene somewhere and someone will be running around with a knife in hand.
It's
and
Reed. Reed
they'll
does
be,
that.
He's not the only one, but yes,
Yep.
that's one person I'm thinking of.
Yep.
And they run around the whole time and they say, I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not threatening anyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which I think I made the argument to somebody that if you replace the knife with a gun, people would probably feel a lot more strongly about it. However, I do want to just add one line, something along the lines of displaying a non-firearm deadly weapon in a
something
public
like
place without legal reason. And then it is unlawful for you to draw or exhibit the deadly weapon in a rude, angry, or threatening way in the presence of another person and not in self-defense of others. I don't know how anyone feels about that.
I just want to play like penetration
missed
tester
that.
here for a second.
Yep.
What if
Penetration
I'm
test.
smart aleck criminal number 437 and I see this legislation change and I just decide that instead of carrying a knife, I'm just going to carry a pipe wrench because you can't claim that it's a deadly weapon all the time? Doesn't that kind of defeat the whole law?
Talked about it as well. Like, it's obviously not. It's a work weapon. I mean, it's a weapon you use at work, right?
Yeah. Why the fuck would someone be carrying a pipe wrench around like Senior Buns?
They shouldn't. That's the thing. Like they shouldn't.
Yeah, but how do
they
we
shouldn't.
regulate that under calling it a weapon? You can't unanimously guarantee or declare every tool to be a weapon. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's the issue. Yeah.
If someone's walking around with like a non-firearm out, can't you just hit them with like disturbing the peace or something, or is that too strict a definition?
No, it doesn't qualify. It's too strict.
I mean, isn't it circumstantial? Like, it's all entirely circumstantial. If someone's walking around with a pipe wrench down the road with no other tools on their
Well,
person,
that's
or
why the
even-
rude, angry, or threatening is in there. Is because you're trying to quantify or qualify an action that by itself is innocuous.
My stance is I like the definition being that way because it makes for interesting court arguments.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because trust me, I've heard this. I've had people come to me and say, you know, why doesn't this work? And I can see arguments for it both ways.
What do you guys think about it is unlawful for you to draw or exhibit a potentially deadly weapon?
Oh, good lord.
That could be anything. That could be a shoe, you know, like
Okay, let's just hold on a second. I will cite to one Delver Lee, who entered the city hall some 6 years ago when he first moved here, and requested to me no less than 30 times in the span of 1 hour that I write on his profile that his hands are declared as a deadly weapon because he is trained in several forms of martial arts. So, in terms of that language, sir, that's gonna be a no.
He's rated. He's rated E for everybody.
I think as it stands now, if someone's like, "I'm not threatening people," I think it's part of this law already kind of like covers that, and that's the it is pretty unanimously rude to hold a knife or a pipe wrench in a public place.
Yeah, I think cops could articulate. I think
Yeah.
cops could articulate it. I agree with Malton. I think it allows for interesting arguments, and also, let's be honest, right? It's 5 months, $190. that's less than a third-degree speeding ticket at this point in terms of the fine.
Yeah.
True.
So I feel like if the person's actually doing something wrong and they're being a ne'er-do-well, you could probably get them on something else that's more impactful. And if they're not, you know, then maybe just let shitheads be shitheads.
Yeah. Okay. The thing
Just
I will
read the
say
read.
against the speed. Well, it's not just read. The thing I will say about the brandishing is I get way more people trying to be forehead, 900 IQ with the brandishing charge than I ever have a speeding charge.
Really?
Then
Well,
stack the shit out of them on other charges and show them you're
Yeah.
cleverer than they are.
yeah, fuck
Tell
them
them to
up.
put it away, then
I'm
they're
not much of a
disobeying if
stacker.
they don't, and then you.
Well, maybe you
go
should
from
learn to
there.
fight fire with fire, Dakota.
It's time to embrace the pettiness.
Can I ask one question then, Chief
Can I
Justice?
refer you, Dakota, to improper lane change, failure to use a turn signal?
Yes, we call that the Matt Rhodes doctrine.
Yep, and I'm gonna tell you the one that I observed. The true Matt Rhodes effect is you pull someone over for failure to use a turn signal, you issue them the ticket, and then when you tell them they're free to go and they merge back onto the road, you hit them again if they don't use the turn signal to merge back into the road, leaving the ticket.
Yep.
That's called a twofer right there.
Okay. But my question about the brandishing a non-firearm is there any subjectivity in rude, angry, or threatening if you're the person viewing the individual with the weapon out and you feel threatened by it?
No, so courts use what's called a reasonable person test when developing things that are quote unquote subjective. So it doesn't go to the individual because, for example, some people are scared of clowns, some people are scared of men with face tattoos with, receding hairlines, some people are scared of, really anyone. So you can't, necessarily do it off that. It has to be the generalized reasonable person.
All right, noted.
I am one with the desk. I am the desk man.
This is terrible.
You're all right. Just stop what you're doing. You'll be fine.
Oh, yes.
I think you should commit to it. It's your life now.
Okay. Are we? So what's the haps on this one?
I'm gonna be a no on changing that one. I think it's good as
keep the
is.
definition the same.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Make them pay in other ways.
Who are we at? You got more, Dakota?
I got one.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, we had to talk about this as well.
Yeah,
this is
go
gonna be
ahead.
this is gonna be one that is kind of interesting. The mask mandate 2.0.
No, Michael.
Huh.
What do you think?
Okay.
What
the
the
same
fuck? What the
thing,
fuck's
or
the
is it-
mask mandate?
The
yo?
mask mandate was.
Well, let
if
us tell you a story.
Yeah, if you
Please.
basically go on, Dakota, you could probably explain this better than me.
So from my perspective, many years
Everybody
ago, there
should
used
be
to be a
wearing-
mandate in effect.
We don't have enough cops to
that
do
stated
that.
that if you wore a mask, if you wore a mask in a public place,
Not for
You-
health purposes, right?
No, it didn't
Ye-
matter.
yeah, it didn't.
Yep.
What?
It
Yeah,
did
we
not
matter.
matter.
like
Everyone
cop
would claim it
notes
was
or
for health
anything, it didn't
purposes.
matter.
Yeah.
Let's
No,
be
yeah.
honest.
I see,
It has to
okay.
be everybody.
So if you were wearing a mask in a public place, you were subject, and not in your own vehicle, you were subject to stop, be identified, remove the mask, and frisk by any PD member anytime. And
Basically, gang members wore their shit everywhere, and we had to set a policy to stop them from acting like assholes in public.
Is that a problem right now, Dakota?
I am seeing more and more people wearing masks every day. However, like Michael brought it up, I would like to see it re-implemented, but to a different degree that doesn't involve police officers being stabbed, shot, or run over with a vehicle every time they try to institute it.
What's the suggestion then?
Michael, would you like to?
Well, removing the frisk part, it's not unreasonable to ask somebody to stop and then remove their mask so you can identify them. I would say.
So basically, they could still be stopped. They could still be identified. They have to provide that ID. And if
Mhm.
they don't, that's when it opens them up to disobeying a peace officer.
Yes.
Correct.
Is there a charge for failure to identify?
It would be disobeying if they
So it would be
don't.
We are
disobeying?
not a
Okay.
stop and ID state as of yet.
Okay,
So
all
I
right.
think that was the issue previously, was that even if the person stopped, identified themselves, and removed the mask, then the officers would still push for a frisk.
Yes.
And that's
Yeah.
where the
Mhm.
issue, like,
Mhm.
that's where
Yeah.
the violence would happen.
Correct.
Because there
Yeah.
would be those officers that would love to push the line.
Yeah, they
so.
would just constantly push. With me, the thing that I did was literally, hey, like remove your mask or I'm gonna have to frisk you and remove that mask. They'd usually just remove the mask, I'd ID them, and they'd be on their way.
Yeah, and that's how it was intended to go. But
I'm
Classic
fine.
people taking advantage.
Yeah, I'm fine with the concept if we remove the frisk. The question I would have, and this is be a police procedural standpoint, is what happens when a smart criminal, 24 or whatever, says I don't have an ID or you can't reasonably ID him. Does that open them up to be taken down to MRPD for fingerprinting?
I would vote no.
So then what happens if they say they don't have an
Seems
ID on
overkill.
them?
I believe we all
So
have digital ID, don't we, on our phone?
no.
That's not
I don't
forged.
think a digital ID is. I don't think a digital ID should be.
I'm not grumbling because I'd the idea of pulling your phone out. I just think it's a slippery slope. If I haven't done anything wrong, and there's not a public safety justification to wearing a mask being linked to violence, then I'm hard pressed to understand why the police powers come into effect, right? So, one of the key principles of a free society is that you should be able to travel freely without, interference from law enforcement, unless you are, breaking a law, right? So, using the public roadways and getting pulled over for a ticket, failing to signal, jaywalking, right? But if I'm completely legally walking down the road and I happen to be wearing, a face covering, and there's no public interest about violence being associated with face coverings or gangs or whatever, right? Then I'm hard pressed to understand why I should grant the police the ability to identify somebody.
I can see that, honestly.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But I mean, like, yeah, so like walking into a bank with a mask on.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's where it started. That's where it started. That's literally where it started. Was it started because people went into banks wearing masks, and there was a time where they were fiddling with the security systems, and they wanted to be able to run away unidentified if police showed up. But I don't. Again, I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, right? Like, I don't think there's been anything that's occurred that would justify this action. If anything, I think we'd just be alienating the public and kind of, burning some political capital that I think we really need right now.
I kind of agree. The only time this will really become useful is if you're trying to identify someone you believe has a warrant or something. And then in that case, they're probably still just going to try to kill you. So it brings us back to what you're trying to avoid, which is cops getting run over, shot, whatever the hell.
I don't know.
In
I
most
think
cases,
it could be a viable thing, but I wouldn't be comfortable putting my name on a vote until we had something to say to the public. Here's why I voted for it, because of this extreme public crisis, right? Because then, like, back in the day when the mask mandate got put in, it was very easy for me to say to civilians, look, we put it in because, hell, this will stop you from getting, kidnapped just for walking on the street by a gang full of people wearing bandanas in a car or whatever.
I guess my question to Dakota is, you said you're seeing a lot of people. Is that causing problems for you all in the police, or is it just
I mean, not
liking it?
I guess not being able to identify people in the commission of a crime because they have a mask on would be
but if they're committing a crime, are they then just going to show you their ID? Like, I think at that point, they're already committed to the crime.
It's an iffy thing though, because if people wearing a mask and just walking around using that mask as their cover. If they have a hunch, if the cops have a hunch that somebody committed a crime, asking them for their ID and to take off the mask is going to force them into either a fight or flight mode. They will run off and try to hide, or they will do what they're always going to do and pull a knife or a gun. I'm fine with putting this on the back burner. It was just something we thought about.
No, I think it's a good suggestion once we get a justification is my concern.
Let's review this in the last couple of weeks in our tenure.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
So no need to vote on that. There is something I wanted to talk about in the realm of voting. What do you guys think about making our voting records public?
Oh, I already said they were going to be, by the way.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I
love that.
I said that I was going to invite Ursula to the meetings to record and or take notes.
Well, I was
Is
also.
she awake?
I don't know. I never got around to it because I got busy with some other shit.
Well, how do you guys feel about press conferences?
I don't like the idea of meetings being recorded, but the results I think is fair.
Yeah, I think a press conference after the fact would be great. Just because sometimes we may have to discuss certain to be that person.
Intangibles. Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah.
My idea with like press conferences, like the whole, I've always found them quite appealing, and it's always been something that I think when I was in the PD it lacked a lot of was that communication with the public, and state announcements and stuff are great, but I think a press conference would be really cool.
Yeah, I think
to
Ursula
really
would be a lot better at taking these notes
actually
than I am.
show that communication being physical, like face to face. But that might just be a me thing rather than like an overall thing.
I don't mind either way. I'm fine with feeding Ursula the TLDR after the meeting of the outcomes so she can publish them and make people aware. I'm also fine with a press conference. I mean, I won't participate because I don't really like, the fucking cameras and shit, but I'm happy either way.
Yeah, I mean, if we're like taking a vote or discussing, I don't. There shouldn't be any cameras or anyone, let's say, unaffiliated, like in this room here. But like the results of it and our votes, I think should be public information.
So is this officially written down somewhere? That the voting record of the Council of 8 will be publicly available and published?
No, it was just something that when I was formulating with the federal government, I made clear that it was meant to be public. It was meant to be, the action should not be, hidden and secret.
Okay, so let's all vote on this then so that we can get it in and written down somewhere for people to see. Any nays? All right, the ayes have it. Excellent.
I have an idea for something that's almost like two birds, one stone. I think obviously this stuff should be accessible in the MTT here at City Hall, but I think another option would be with the DOJ app. There could be a tab, so obviously you could see in the DOJ app which judges and whatnot.
What DOJ app?
Well, no, in the future, a DOJ app.
Sorry.
I mean, we need a DOJ app. Let's get one first. Yeah, no, I was just gonna suggest that it'd be cool if we could have like legislation changes in that tab of that app, but also it could state like what things have been voted on as well. Obviously that's for the future, but it's just an idea to toss in there.
Excellent idea.
It could also be the thing like yesterday, Max, where we record state announcements.
Yeah. I was gonna tack onto that. Because I think Crane's the first person who mentioned a DOJ app to me. Right? Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we Etta, me, and everyone else realized that having a section of that app to essentially record state announcements for people who were not around to hear or see them would be a good idea, and also a new legislation tab.
Yeah, so I'm on my phone here talking to the technician, and it seems like the plan is to add a report category in the MDT, one for state announcements and one for city council documents. So I would give you guys access to the city council documents, which means prior to coming to the meetings and throughout the week, whenever you get proposals finished, you could throw a draft proposal in there so we could review before we get here, so the meetings could be shorter because we'll all have reviewed the material a little better. And second, we have a record of our decisions as well as the outcomes, which can then be published.
Okay, and then
In
people
terms
can
of the
look it
app,
up in the
I'm just
public
gonna
one.
I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's hard enough to get the app actually done. I don't think we're gonna get the functionality you're talking about.
Well,
Okay.
if they can at least look it up at the front desk, you know.
Yeah, oh yeah, it'll be
then,
public
yeah,
MDT.
It'll still
Yeah.
be something that they can access.
Good.
Okay, I will work with the technician on that stuff.
Bless them. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else have anything else that they would like to propose currently?
I got to bring up one thing. I'm not proposing it necessarily. It's something that, and I've talked to Max about this a little bit. There are going to be some things from time to time that were intended to be codified in law, but just haven't had the chance to become yet. One of those things is weight systems for the trucking industry. So one of the things regulations wise that is going to be emerging is there will be a commercial driver's license that the clerks will issue. This will allow people to legally drive, 18-wheelers, things like that. So the Grime, Pounder, the Packer, the larger Group 6 vehicles. And part of that is there will be tickets going in for being overweight. Right now, there is no regulatory system for the trucking system. So essentially, they can just load up with, to the brim with boxes, be completely unsafe, and there's no punishment outside the normal speeding regulation. So I don't know. I don't know when that's actually going to be implemented, but I'm working on it now with PD and with the folks that handle the truck regulations.
Is that so? Would that also classify the giant armored Group 6 trucks? Because I was almost murdered.
Yes, the
crossing a
group
crosswalk
anything that is going to be classed as a commercial vehicle. So, you know, box trucks with multiple suspensions, etc. I don't know vehicle terms. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
So you Cray, you're suggesting that we that you're essentially going to be adding a new charge for this?
So yeah, it was always intended to be the case, but we're still working on some of the MDT functionality to getting the license established.
Okay.
So it's, and I'm also trying to work with PD to make sure that they are properly trained on how to estimate the weight of the truck by looking at the suspension, how low it's riding, things like that. So once those things are figured out, then several charges will be implemented, which will be traffic citations essentially. So PD will have the authority to, much like a weigh station, right? They can stop a commercial truck and just say, hey, I'm just going to check your load. Looks like you're riding a little low, that kind of thing. And then they'll be able to do a spot check on the vehicle. If it is overweight, the person will get an infraction, points, and there will be some kind of strike system against the commercial license. So if someone is abusing the weight regulations and skirting them, and they do so in a prolific manner, then their commercial license can be revoked, and they will be suspended from driving the larger vehicles for a short period of time.
I like that.
But again, this is all like, I got a bunch of coordination to do with a bunch of folks, and it's not going to go in tomorrow. This is maybe a couple weeks out.
Is this like a huge problem? Is like a safety issue? Like where's this coming from?
Yeah. Safety issue.
Yeah, safety issue, and also the intent. The contracts that the government has with these state-sponsored companies in the rebuilding phase. We're allowing companies like Grime to operate in the state and to employ people, and there needs to be some kind of oversight and regulation of their activities. Right now, it's kind of the Wild West. You get a semi truck from your boss down at the docks, and then drive up to Sandy and load it up till there's packages falling out the back, and no one has any say about it.
And flying down the road at ridiculously high speeds, carrying that
Yeah.
much weight, they're literally just going to murder people.
Yeah, I see people
So,
drifting those
combination.
Group 6 trucks.
Same. That's
It's
crazy.
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just have one question. If they're going to be specialty licenses, does that mean if they get pulled over while they're on duty, they'll be getting points on the specialty license?
There will be some kind of strike system for that license.
Okay, and if they
So instead of for example, hypothetically, what's been discussed so far with the people who run Grime would be if the person with a commercial license is caught overweight, a strike would go on their MDT profile, and if they received X number of strikes, their commercial license would be suspended for a Y period of time.
Understood. Okay, that's all I was wondering.
And that would be in cooperation with Grime. So if the person goes down there and tries to start up a contract to go take a 18-wheeler up to Polito, they would not be allowed to. They would have to literally go to drive the little speedster vans around.
How do you determine the weight? The weight.
So that's what I'm working on with PD. Grime has internal regulations, so there's a certain amount of weight that is like the maximum the truck can handle before it basically, the axle snaps.
Yeah, I've done Grime.
Right. So there will be training for PD so that they can approach the vehicle from the side, inspect the suspension, and they'll be able to estimate the weight. And if there's, let's say, reasonable suspicion that the truck's overweight based on how low it's riding, then they would have the legal authority to open up the back and inspect, the amount back there.
Yeah, Mayor, I can tell you that I was at the old City Vault the other day as one of those giant Group 6 vans was being unloaded. And every time they take a pallet out, you can physically see the truck coming up. Yeah, in real time.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't sure
That's
you guys
cool.
are aware of that or not. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
visibly
No.
identify how low something is riding.
So if it's dragging on the
Wow.
ground, it's probably got a lot of stuff in it.
So these trucks are like actually scraping when they go over speed
Correct.
bumps.
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. Okay.
All right.
No, I just know you made a hell of a lot for me.
Let's take a 5-minute break before we get into the 10 things that I need to talk to you guys about.
All right.
I gotta use the bathroom, so
smoke them if you got them.
Yep.
I too have more stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up some things. Nothing's concrete though.
Oh,
just
good.
Discussion stuff.
I'll go last. Because my shit's kind of dense.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
Don't use my office, Max.
Yeah, maybe.
Max?
Oh,
No.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You have a question?
You got him house trained.
Yesterday, I caught him pissing in my fucking office.
All right.
Oh, that's a you problem.
That does sound like a you problem.
Yeah.
Can we hit him with public indecency?
Regulations, can we call them like Willie's something? I gotta build some goodwill with this man back up again.
What?
Willie Glory is like one of the best tow people in this city, and he's actually been trying to pioneer a lot of this boot stuff.
Oh, all right. I actually I had him tow a vehicle from PD the other day, and still working on the tow system. Apparently, there's some kinks they're working out.
Yes, yeah. He's my go-to for towing issues right now.
Okay. Chief Justice, I have a question specifically about some charges in the MDT. Mostly about contraband and a few other like the PD equipment. Like what qualifies as PD equipment in the MDT? Is it better for me to request those be removed, some of those individually, some of the items in there, because they don't exist, some of them, as far as I'm aware.
Jeez.
Not everything, but some of them.
Yeah, give me an updated list. Just email me a bullet point list of exactly what you have in your capacity to have.
Okay. Should I do that? Should I get with Cantor as well for what they have at the hospital?
Yep.
Okay. And then for the contraband list, as far as I'm aware, nothing on that list is in circulation right now.
Yeah, same thing. If you think there should be an update to a charge, give me in PD's experience what you're dealing with.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't overstepping any processes here by sending it to you via email.
Nope, just give me the info.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate it.
Yeah, all good, huh, Juno?
Yes. Yes,
Yep.
Queen. All good.
You know, old Yeller me?
What are you talking about?
I already know.
Okay, so you don't like some of them, huh?
You want to push me off a mountain?
Wait, what? What do you mean a man?
I know all about your law. All good, huh? All good, huh?
I have nothing to do with that.
You hear about this one, Michael?
I have no idea about that one,
tell.
okay?
Spoiler alert, they want to classify everyone of a certain age into a labeled group with a proper noun, and then evict them from society forcefully, aka Midsommar.
Look, I do not agree with that one, okay? I don't know where the fuck that one came
Huh.
from, but I feel like it came from James Randall.
Yeah, that's something.
Okay, besides that, everything else is good, okay?
You know, you ain't going far enough. We should make them all wear armbands so we know which ones are which.
Oh my god, Crane!
Yeah.
Look, that is, I just want to make it known. That is a Max thing, not a me thing.
All
We
right.
didn't even discuss that at all.
You're gonna have me to give up all my children. I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh my god, Michael! I swear. The fact that you care though, it means that it's good because you care enough to actually like pay the however much fee it is, which would then put money into the state account.
I was not paying attention.
I'm fine with that.
I've had other conversations with people as well, and they've been irked by it, which means that they also care to the point that they would also pay.
Dude, Abdul's got five warrants.
I'm good. Oh, there's a hearing going on downstairs.
I want to start a family tree, so we have this shit recorded for the DOJ and the doctors too, in case of like someone's death, so they can inform family. Patient doesn't have like an emergency contact list.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Alex looks so cute. Look at us.
Look at
Yeah,
us.
good outfit choice.
I know, right? This is my favorite skirt for sure.
Yeah, this was like put this on because everybody usually wears that that one outfit. It's like, oh, it's that one business outfit.
Wait, which business outfit?
The high waist one, the high waist pants with the nice ass.
Oh, what, the black ones that are flared a little bit?
Yeah.
And then what with
the matching top?
Yeah, yeah. Which one, the shirt or like the tank top sort of one?
Both.
Oh, yeah.
I was wearing it. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I guess I look good in it, but I'm really tired of fucking seeing this outfit worn by everybody.
Yeah, this is my favorite outfit for sure. Then she always comments on it when I have my hair up though, because you can see the crease. You know the crease I'm talking about on the top. He's like, pull your fucking shirt down. It really bugs him when I wear this.
Too bad, so sad, right?
Right?
Why do you have a knife out? Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Like, are you playing that one game with like your hand and the knife, or like what are you doing?
I don't know.
Crane, can I smoke in here?
I smoke in the elevator. If you want to do that,
Can I smoke in here?
I don't care.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Alex?
I think
I'm having a really rough time. I only woke up like 2 hours ago.
Oh fuck! What time?
I don't know.
I mean, not same.
It's the
Honestly.
proverbial question, right?
Well, what time did you go to sleep?
Really simple, so that
8 in the morning.
PD can just arrest people or not.
Rough sleep.
Know when they're gonna be arrested or
I
not.
went to bed, I think, at 9 Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Make things more vague, which means more discussions in court, more arguments.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
It's always the same question, and
I woke up. I was like, oh shit.
Which way to lean?
I think I think it depends.
Took me like a good 20 minutes to wake up.
There should
The meeting it was 5 minutes till the meeting started.
It's better to fight it in court. Not that it hurts anyone. It's just an annoyance that people think that's you running around with.
Yeah, I was
Why were
sleep
you up so
wrestling.
late? What were you doing?
I think actually
Laying in bed.
I think really harsh charges should probably be.
What a mood.
Yeah.
And only minor
I was
charges should
playing
probably
Red
be a
Dead.
little more open to argument.
Yeah, I wasn't even doing anything. I was just trying to sleep.
Did you go with Max to check out like weapons licenses yesterday? I thought
Hmm.
he brought that up real quick when I talked to him.
We talked about weapons license a little bit. My opinion, honestly, is I think I'll be comfortable issuing weapons licenses to civilians when if and when people start illegally importing unlicensed firearms. So, for example, if all of a sudden people start trafficking crates of fucking P250s into the country, and there's criminals running around with firearms everywhere, then I could see like a public safety need to have civilians own firearms. But my concern is if I give civilian licenses before that issue with criminal guns, then essentially I'm just opening it up to a cost benefit equation, right? So I'm criminal number 435, and I say, okay, the weapons license is $75,000. How many guns can I buy and give to my friends before it gets removed?
Yeah.
And I do an equation of is that worth it, and how much are the fines when those guns get caught? And honestly, given the fact that people are already risking what amounts to close to $50,000 for robbing a cop and having
I forgot about that aspect. Yeah,
I don't see why
that is a thing that happens.
Abuse the civilian license, even if I made it 75 or 100K. So
Cough, moon.
When you put it like that, it makes sense because if you do it as well, you're putting a target on them as well because they don't have access.
They're gonna get robbed. Yeah, everyone's gonna try to hunt them down.
Yeah, so if you have access, I guess they won't care too much about it, and you don't have that target. That makes sense. I'm not against that.
I again, I think we should do things when there's a demonstrable need, not because there's a want.
Yeah,
I like that.
How do you feel about people with families
I'm fine with
having
it. I could.
part of
That's
like
one less
a
thing for me then.
non-profit business sort of thing? No, okay.
People with felonies shouldn't own businesses. Period.
I agree.
Yeah, same.
People with
Yeah,
families
yeah.
shouldn't be able
Same.
to own anything really.
Yeah, I agree.
Hear ye, hear ye. Council of Eight hereby readjourns. Hooray!
Hello.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Reconvenes, I mean.
Am I sitting down? Am I sitting down?
Yes, you are.
What a strange question, Juno.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Wait, was that a wacky tobacco cigarette?
Yeah.
Me?
No.
No, it wasn't.
That's illegal, Juno.
I don't do drugs. I don't do
Definitely
drugs. I don't do drugs.
Okay.
I don't do drugs.
One of the,
Wait, why are you saying it so many times over and over?
One of those jazz
Because I used to
cigarettes.
be an addict.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You been boofing, you candy flipping, you son of a bitch.
Okay, so I heard Philippa say that she had something.
I have
yeah.
something, and I know she does too. Yeah.
Okay.
I just have discussions essentially. I haven't actually plotted all this out yet. There were two things I've already talked to Malton about that I want to try to come up with. One is some form of patient privacy laws that are going to be way less stringent than what people might be used to in other districts, because that would be terrible. So I might try to come up with something for that. The other thing, this is more of a question for you, Crane. It's been proposed a concept of medical report request subpoenas. So essentially in situations where they can't get confirmation from the patient that it's okay for the officers to get a report, they'd have to submit a subpoena on the probable cause of why they actually need the report, essentially to protect, people's rights and everything. Because a lot of that
Did they give you
information just
like
gets
an
posted on the
example?
docket. Yeah, the big thing is a victim of a violent crime. It used to be in the past, if a victim of a violent crime came into the hospital, cops could request that report and just get it immediately without ever speaking to the patient. Sometimes the patient wouldn't even go into the ICU. They would just be out and about, but they still wouldn't even be aware that the cop is requesting this report. And then that information would get posted on the docket, which is someone's private medical information, and they weren't even aware. And we've actually seen this happen a few times. So essentially, I want to prevent that happening. Same with lawyers as well. They should actually have to try to get those.
I don't disagree with what you said about shorter. As long as you don't try to implement HIPAA and you keep it to like a page or two, I'm okay.
Oh God, yeah, no. If you know anything about how I do things, I would like it to not be something that is too heavy criminally. It should not be something where people are getting arrested because they accidentally slip up or something. Just kind of a framework on things. Like things like putting someone's medical records on the docket. That should, that should mean something if you're doing that. It would be a lot simpler than HIPAA is for sure. So you're open to the subpoenas I do? I can speak to judges about it as well, but since you are, kind of the top dog there, I figured I'd bring it up to you.
I'm for it.
Yeah,
would
what's
like
so just
more
that
of
cops
a
would need to subpoena for records?
Pretty much. I'm still plotting out exactly in which cases. Our initial thought was they come to us and request the report, and they explain to us why they need it. If we deny that, then they can take it to a judge. So it almost never goes to them. But it can if they really need them, if that makes sense.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have a pretty good standing relationship with Mr. Shaw over there. So if he's signing off on something, it's good with me.
Hell yeah, okay.
Mine is actually a little bit related to that, specifically records. So a lot of people have come up to me, and with the notebooks that have been imported into the city in the past couple weeks, a lot of people are using these for either records or just ideas for like potential business proposals, contracts before they reach the phone, et cetera, et cetera. There have been some concerns that have been voiced to me, and I believe Nakota can correct me on this, but if someone is just carrying around a notebook, the police can search that, as part of their inventory process. Like, it's not just that they have a notebook on them, it's they have a notebook on them and inside is XYZ. Are we wanting to give any kind of protection to potentially, let's just say, information notebooks?
I feel like they should need a warrant to search someone's notebook, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking everyone.
I've discussed this several times with PD command, lawyers, judges, whatever. So here's where we're at. A couple legal principles. I'll make this as brief as I can. So when you have a warrant, the warrant needs to list specifically what you are searching for. So if I have a warrant to search Malton's house because he's a drug dealer and I caught him dealing drugs and I think he has more drugs, and specifically in question, I'm looking for like marijuana, right? I wouldn't, I wouldn't look in like, the corner of his wallet or something. I would look for areas where like marijuana could reasonably be stored. In the case of what we're talking about, there wouldn't be much reason that a cop would go into someone's house, see a book, open the book, and start reading it. They might turn the book upside down and shake the pages to see if any marijuana fell out of the book or there's a hidden compartment, but reading the book would probably be a violation of the terms of the search because it wouldn't be in plain view. So the other legal principle is search incident to lawful arrest, which means when you are placed under arrest for a crime and you are processed into the jail at LSPD, into the cells, and you are sent to prison in Bolingbrook, all of your possessions can be inventoried and searched by the PD. Now, the reason for that search is safety and accountability, right? Much like towing a car, you inventory the car because you need to be safe and you need to be ensured that, let's say, someone can't say later, I had 2 diamond coated Rolexes in that car and now they're missing, the PD stole them. So when you inventory all someone's items, you're looking for contraband to make sure they can't bring it into the jail, and you're also looking to make sure that you're accountable for what they had on them. The part where I get stuck is I don't know if reading a book is a search. The most parallel argument that we have would be a phone. And the argument that, for example, Rami made is, well, if someone's phone gets cataloged and then the cops want to get data off the phone, they typically have to file a search warrant.
Right.
And that is correct, but again, the reason for that is because phones are typically password protected, which means that people have taken measures to keep the information safe and secret. Whereas if it's just a loose leaf notebook, then you get into discussions about, well, what's the difference between a loose leaf notebook and a piece of paper that's folded up in their pocket? So if a cop can unfold a piece of paper in their pocket and read what's on the piece of paper, what's the difference between opening a book? So we get into a lot of really minor nuance and minutia of law that, in my opinion, is not best served by an argument that I make in a room with you guys, but probably best served by court cases through common law. So, for example, if someone's book is seized during processing and read by the PD, then I think that person should sue the PD for an unlawful search and seizure. And then the courts can decide based on the circumstances how the law should go. But in terms of legislating it right now, I think it's far too nuanced and complicated to be worthwhile.
I think you're right.
I just want to confirm something. And so under our current legal protections, if a notebook is in a house, at least the warrant would have to cover reading that notebook for them to go through it. Okay, then I think that's a good baseline.
Yeah, and again, it's so nuanced and it's such a small circumstance of law that I just trying to set policy ahead of time, I think, is a fool's errand.
Fair. The last thing on my list is Civilian Oversight Board. I mean, Crane, we obviously talked a bit about that yesterday. This was after our meeting, unfortunately, Dakota. Is there anything that we, like, as a council, need to decide with the Civilian Oversight Board in terms of, like, eligibility or anything like that? Or
yes, I was going to allow the council to decide that in terms of so the way that I envisioned the Civilian Oversight Board and the way it was constructed was there would be the head of the bar who would chair the board, and then there would be 4 civilians elected to positions underneath the head of the bar. I had not, outside of saying no felonies, I hadn't really come up with a criteria for how we would allow those people to run for election. So I don't know if you guys have any ideas. Maybe you want to make it no arrestable offenses. Maybe you want to make it so they, I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
No felonies. I don't know how else you would determine someone's eligibility. I mean, obviously they can't be dumb as fuck, right? But
well, it's a popular vote, right? Or is that
like a public vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, what about a violent misdemeanor?
I think I could agree that no violent misdemeanors.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
No violent,
No violent crimes, no felonies.
Are we married to the idea of them being voted in?
Not necessarily. The only reason I was keen to the idea originally was because my vision is that if this is a police oversight function, the way that the public would best embrace it is if they truly knew that actual members of the public were on the board.
Right.
If it's just a bunch of government types, then I don't think it carries the same weight. But no, I'm not. I'm open to suggestion any other way.
Yeah, like it's like I don't have a good idea, but the thought of a popular vote, it doesn't sit well with me, because people will just do stupid shit for the memes and it just won't be taken seriously.
Oh, I mean, maybe the position should be very well described, because it's not. I mean, it's not going to be super fun. I mean, they're literally going to sit in there and listen to testimony for a couple hours at a time.
If you make the qualifications very strict, I feel like you could help filter out some of those issues right off the bat if it were to be a popular vote.
Yeah, but then what qualifications?
I
mean,
agree with you. I'm just,
no violent crimes, no felonies. I think weeds out a lot of undesirables.
It really does, yeah.
And I think if people have clean records and they are undesirable, they're probably more worried about whatever the hell they're not getting caught for right now anyway.
What about I mean, it's in the name, right? Civilian Oversight Board, but there are, let's say, niche government roles that might be in between, the traditional ones, such as a police officer and a doctor. Like for example, I don't know if she has any interest, but could a county clerk run for this board? Could a lawyer run for this board?
My opinion was that this was to be actual civilians,
Yeah.
not people who hold government positions.
So
thank God.
So if you're okay, I'm fine with that. I'm just I'm trying to think how to phrase it. You can't be paid by the state basically unless
Correct.
it's a state-run job.
The whole idea is that these are unbiased folks from all walks of life who have an interest in seeing the police be held accountable. If you start introducing government employees and things like that, you start getting into, biases and perceived biases and all that.
Will the Civilian Oversight Board have access to important documents that allow them to actually conduct their job properly?
So I have access to everything PD ever has written and will write. In terms of the Civilian Oversight Board, if a case is taken on by the board and Malton reviews it and finds there is merit in his preliminary review to take on the case, then he will request corresponding documentation to that case from me, and then I will provide whatever is relevant, as long as it is not tied to an ongoing investigation. And again, I will make sure that those claims are valid if they are made.
What are the efforts we're making to make sure that the local police force are literate? Because I've encountered at least 2 cops who have claimed that they cannot read.
Who was that?
Dakota?
Bones and who else? The Plummis guy.
Bones can read, he just can't write.
Okay. Well,
he's a hunt and pecker. He writes like 30 words a minute.
Yeah, Bones might just be Sag farming, honestly.
You think so? Okay. Good. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So it goes back to civilian. I guess I want to specifically get to lawyers then, because they've always been the redheaded stepchild of government employees. I'm fine with there being no other lawyers on the board. We don't want it to be a lawyer oversight board. However, I believe in our current penal code, which is a holdover, they are not classified as government employees.
Apparently they fucking are, because they're taking our fucking money, man.
Yeah, they are.
Are they? I thought like kidnapping a government employee didn't list lawyers.
Oh, no. For the purposes of those charges, no, but they're on the payroll.
Right, okay.
So they're still considered.
Lawyers are a hybrid only because they are one of the few government positions, subsidized positions, that can hold a private and a public interest at the same time. For example, you sign in as a public defender, you take every cell rep that comes to you, you don't have a choice. However, if you also want to take on clients who pay you $100,000 to sue their wife for a divorce or whatever, then you can do that as well. So they both are and they aren't.
All right. Well, going back to eligibility for this board, I mean, civilians, I think we're all pretty in agreement on that. But anyone have any ideas other than a popular vote? Like, do they have to? Can they be vetoed by the council or anyone after the fact if we don't?
Why don't we do a popular vote?
Sorry, what was
where
that,
you can
Crane?
pick. Why don't we do a popular vote where you can pick multiple choice? And we take the top 8 and we pick 4.
Yeah, you could do an interview process.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, do interviews like we did for treasure.
Are we voting on this? I don't think so, right? Actually, we could. Yeah, we could.
We could.
We are voting on the way that we assemble the board. Yes.
Do we have good notes on this right now, Alex?
So I mean, you're voting on.
Speak up.
You're voting on a potential popular vote, multiple choice, and then the selection would probably be around 8 if that many people apply, and then potentially moving forward for interviewing them.
Yep, and we pick 4 from the 8.
I would like just in case, just as the mayor has like a tiebreaker vote in legislative matters, if it's a 4-4 vote on a civilian oversight board matter, I think head of bar should get the tiebreaker for who gets on the actual board at the end in that case.
Agreed.
I'm okay with that. Makes sense to me.
Seems fair. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so any nays on the matter of election of people in the Civilian Oversight Board? It is passed unanimously. Good work.
Cool. I'll get that written up and draft as well.
Another concern that I just realized, the reckless evading fine is going to be lower than the highest speeding fine right now. If we go through with the speeding changes.
If
Yeah,
we would like to go through some
unfortunately,
charges, I'd be happy to.
Unfortunately,
suggest
a lot of
increases.
charges are going to be low now because
Yeah.
the way that we established the fines during the restructuring was we did a blanket 40% cut to all fines.
Right.
So doubling the speeding fines is going to make them out of proportion with a lot of things.
Well, my point was, do we want to make it proportionate, or at least
I
more
think
than
we
the
should
highest tier?
probably maybe we should adjust them down a little bit.
What adjust what down?
How about this? You
The
talking
speeding,
about
the speeding fines, rather than go through all the rest of the charges.
Did you already update them, by the way?
Yes.
Good work. I was just thinking about popping reckless evading at 1,000. Yeah.
So here would be my only thing is if you go to the charges and then you go just on the default view and then you scroll down to what is it? The operation of a vehicle section. If you go all the way down there, you're gonna see that outside of like street racing and organizing a street race, you're gonna be hard pressed to find a fine that's relatable to current speeding fines.
Okay.
Because like evading, for example, is less than a third-degree speeding ticket. So my suggestion is that we're probably better off adjusting the speeding tickets down than we are adjusting everything else up.
I still like the speeding fines being at where they're at. I mean, if people are going to flee to avoid a speeding ticket, they still get the. It's not stacking to say you were speeding and evading because speeding was the initial reason for the stop.
Yeah.
I also think if we're looking at all these traffic related fines, the most common one people do is the speeding one. Like we're not worried about people not using their turn signal or running a red light. It's about people who are speeding through the city, and they should be dinged harshly for that.
I have no problem saying that we think that speeding fines need to be excessively harsh because we're giving people a lot of leeway by increasing the speeds.
Yeah.
Just be aware that as a city council member, you will probably get either someone from PD or some civilian being like, why the fuck, is the third-degree speeding ticket more than evading? And that makes no sense. And blah, 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 blah.
Well, yeah, that's why I just wanted to raise the speeding related ones to kind of like be in step with that.
SIM card.
I know it's more work, but I'm willing to do the work is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm actually, if the mayor would like, I'd be happy to like have a sit down with you where we can go over charges and look at which ones.
So okay, well, this is a whole separate topic now. So
yeah,
so we're saying that we want to raise the fines for all evading and speeding related charges.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be in step with the speeding changes that just happened.
Okay.
How many charges are we talking about?
So with the absence of street racing and organizing a street race, the parking and the non at speed charges such as illegal turn, failure to stop, unauthorized parking, proper identification, off-road, window tint, failure signal, misuse, all those would stay the same.
Right.
Driving on the wrong side would stay the same. Illegal passing, negligent driving would probably need to go up.
Mm-hmm.
So negligent driving gets doubled.
Mm-hmm.
Evading gets doubled. Hit and run gets doubled. DWI gets doubled.
Mm-hmm.
Felony hit and run, reckless evading, reckless driving, and operating is suspended.
Perfect.
Okay, I will go through and do all that now.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Yeah, and I will add that to the legislation. So I'll say updated speed limits. Please note in accordance with these limit increases, the ranges and fines for the accompanying speeding citations have been narrowed and increased respectively. In addition, all moving violations have been increased.
Perfect.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, because people driving like assholes really needs to be like
Yes.
reined in.
It's a huge issue. Every
Agreed.
single injury we have pretty much is a car accident currently.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Tow trucks.
This will be a good source of money for the state too.
Very
Yeah,
true.
absolutely. Mhm.
Okay, I'll get all
and
that set.
Okay. We're gonna say Dakota.
So I would just request, and I don't know how everyone else feels. Vehicle registration fraud is not currently something that we have seen.
God, why didn't we do
but
this city
I would
council thing in 3.0? Fuck.
like it to be accompanied by a increase on license points, because that is it stands now. It's only time and fine and no points on your license if you commit vehicle registration fraud.
The only problem with that is that it's not an operating ticket. So, for example, you can get vehicle registration fraud for a parked car. And I don't know how we could justify points on a license when the person wasn't doing anything driving the car.
I was going to make an argument, but I think I'll email you about it then. Because I don't know how to articulate it properly.
Sure.
Okay.
Anyone else before we get to the dense part?
Yeesh.
Mr. Simone.
Stand your ground is a bit iffy.
Crane's an expert on stand your ground.
You noticed that, huh?
Like too harsh, too lenient. What are you saying by
Yeah, what do you
iffy?
It's hard to justify clapping back, basically, from how it's read currently, or am I incorrect? It's hard to actually do something. If somebody breaks into your property, you are not really allowed to do much.
I feel like every time I go on a senior bun seller, they get out on stand your grounds.
So, stand your ground currently reads a person can use force to defend themselves or associates in their vicinity when they actually and reasonably believe they're in danger of serious bodily harm or death. However, a person is required to take reasonable steps, such as stepping back or walking away, that are consistent with the person's own safety to try to avoid the necessity of taking someone's life. As soon as the imminent danger is passed, persons are required to inform authorities of what has transpired. So if I was you and someone broke into my house, I would articulate that I was already in my house, so I had nowhere else to retreat. And I believed that if they were brazen enough to break into my house, despite locks or alarms or whatever, then, I have no telling, what they're willing to do. And I reasonably feared for my life, especially if I warned them audibly that I was armed and had a gun and they persisted in intruding.
Okay.
I think I could articulate that pretty well.
People trying to use stand your ground to defend like their grime trucks or their group 6 trucks. Well, you have the option to run away and leave the loot behind. And honestly, that's just a risk that you have to accept and take.
Yeah, well, I feel like that's state property anyways. In theory, they don't lose anything by saving themselves.
That truck is worth your life, and or a reason to take a life. So
no, I agree with that.
May, see it that way, but yeah, that's not just how that works. That's the risk you take at making so much more money. Honestly, if I'm going to be very blunt about it.
Well, this also comes back to like people not being smart about the way they drive a T6 truck and conduct business, but
I mean, though, and I intentionally when I mocked up this constitution, I removed the provision that talks about defending property.
Right.
Okay. So the old stand your ground, you were able to defend property. Now it's just serious bodily harm or death.
All right. Wouldn't you be able to, as like, if we use Reed as an example, like with the knife thing, where he pulls the knife, but he's saying that he's not going to do anyone harm. He's just there, doing his thing. Wouldn't he be able to do that as well? Or would you, like, the second he breaks into your property or forces his way into your property, he could still say that he's not there to harm you? Could that become an issue?
Can hear his voice now.
So it'd be whether you believe him or not. It'd be whether you reasonably and actually believe. Right. So, for example, if someone breaks into your house and you're warning them that you've got a gun and you'll defend yourself, and they say, "Oh, I'm not here for you. I'm just here for the TV." And then you see them spreading out and surrounding the house. I wouldn't believe them. I'd start shooting.
Fair enough.
And I think that'd be pretty reasonable belief.
All right. If that's the case, then I got nothing to add to that one.
And I will tell you, there have been very few times when I have found someone to violate stand your ground. Almost always it falls under the example of the threat is leaving and the person fires out of vengeance or spite.
Yeah.
So for example, you get your who was it? Was it a lawyer? It was somebody 5 or 6 years ago who was hanging out with a friend of theirs. Somebody walks up, somehow had lockpicked their truck when they weren't looking. The person gets in the driver's seat and starts to drive away. The person and their companion jump out of the way of the truck. The truck goes speeding down the road. The person pulls out a gun and starts popping shots at the truck. And at that point, you're not defending your property. Your property has already been taken. At that point, you're just executing someone in the back as they run away. So I think that's the distinction I draw. But as long as you're on the defensive and you're not the aggressor, I think you're good.
All right. Sounds good.
Anything else going on with the rest of us before the density occurs?
Really quick, just for my note taking in regards to the oversight committee. So it was popular vote, multiple choice, top 8, council chooses 4. Did we agree to interviews, or are we just going to discuss them?
I think we did. When it gets down to that, like 8 would interview the who's there.
Yeah. Are we good with interviews, or do we just want to discuss them?
I think that if members are interested in interviewing, they can be present and ask questions. If they're not, they don't have to be.
One more thing that I forgot briefly. This is. I'm just gonna bring this up here because I would hope this shouldn't have to be a legislation thing, but I've already run into it a few times. Is protection for medical staff in regards to treatment. We have some very enthusiastic lawyers currently that are trying to kind of nitpick those things and come to us and try to potentially, it hasn't hit this point, but try to potentially take my doctors to court over how a patient was treated. Generally, how we run things is, we are very open to unorthodox method of treatment. We trust our doctors to do the best judgment that they have in the moment. So if that continues to be an option, I might propose some sort of protections.
What
for
grounds
that.
do they have to
but I'm
sue?
very-
Don't we have state-sponsored healthcare? Do they pay for any of this?
Right, that's what I'm wondering. But yeah.
Question: there has been, and I don't know if you can confirm or deny this. I have heard that some doctors are unhappy with their current pay and will try and charge
I
people.
saw tweets about doctors being on strike 2 days ago.
Well,
yes.
What?
Yeah.
They got a pay raise recently.
They did, I know. They think that we should be getting paid as much as Group 6 workers or something, and frankly, it's just not going to happen. I'm not asking for that. But the thing is that the doctors that are on strike, either they're just not working or they're still treating them anyways. So currently, it's been less of an issue within the hospital than you'd think. But there are some requesting tips after the fact, which I personally don't have a major issue with. They're still treating the individuals, so it's optional
as
at
long
that point.
as they can ask, but I mean they can't.
They can't refuse treatment.
Pressure people.
100%, yes, that as well. No, we're very on top of that. But I mean, I think the pay's in a good place. We have a lot of good people that are happy with it.
Yeah, like it's dangerous as fuck out there on the streets for these guys driving trucks, man. I drove them for a little bit.
That much money because they risk getting robbed.
It's fuck. I ran some grime, probably for about like a week shortly after the borders reopened and whatnot. I got robbed twice. And there were several other instances that I avoided robbery simply because the people who were trying to rob me recognized me, and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, you're good to go." It's fucked up. Tell these fucking doctors to stop whining.
No, fine with me. Trust me, I'm try to be the nice one about it, and like I'm on their side at the end of the day, but I'm heavily discouraging any of that because it's just not helpful. They have extremely high demands, and they're kind of delusional on that front, to be very frank.
Hell, if they think it's better, tell them to wear Group 6. You got more doctors than we do cops. Fuck it.
That's the thing. We have some that just are, and you know they can do that if they want. But yeah, the ones that are sticking around are really standing out currently.
Yeah, I don't got any sympathy. Look, 5 or 6 years ago, I was making $400 an hour as a lawyer, and this is in the old economy, so that should give you an idea of how low that was. And then I was making $660 an hour as a judge. And I worked that job full time as well as running a free legal advice booth at the Dean World for a good 4 months to save up $300,000, put a down payment on a house, to then be under a loan for the next 5 months working off that money. So I have zero fucking sympathy for anyone bitching about anything.
Oh yeah, no, the
mechanic for over a year and a half with no ticket system. So yeah.
Yeah, no, the yeah, what's up?
Can you fire doctors?
Yes, we can. We do plan to.
Oh, I'm not like badgering you to do it. I was just curious if you had the power to do it.
Yeah, it's a discussion usually. But
Crunchy's doctor.
It's gone well so far. We've at least
Agnes.
had one firing already. You're well aware of that one. It was that Desmond Walker. Yeah, he's our only firing so far. No one's even been fired for a felony yet, so that's pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Good.
It's pretty
We're
good.
talking about
good
Frog,
record.
right?
Yes, Frog.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I never actually knew his real name.
Yeah.
That motherfucker lied to me about that shit.
Oh, he lied to a lot of people.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
he
a
straight
really
up lied to you. I
crazy
remember I was sitting out front,
situation.
and the doctors came out and told me what he did, and you're like, no, not Frog. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, he was very nice to very specific people, and anyone he didn't consider valuable enough. No, he was not.
I see. So what you're saying is that because I was a prospective mayoral candidate, he was exceptionally nice to me.
Pretty much, yes. Yeah, exactly. To jump back, sorry, I know this kind of derailed a little bit. To be very clear here, I'm on the same page with Pay. That's not an issue where I'm bringing up. But how do y'all feel about protections for doctors when it comes to treatment?
I don't know how lawyers should be suing them anyway. What are they suing the government?
Are they suing them in open court for
Who are they suing?
$100?
Are they suing the doctor themselves, or are they suing the government?
That's the thing, is they haven't tried yet, so I'm not trying to like push it now, but we do way too frequently have.
Because for example, when
come and
you
try
sue
to nitpick
PD,
things.
when you sue a PD member who was acting in accordance with their duties,
Mhm.
you're
how to word
suing them and their department.
Mhm.
So are they suing the hospital and the doctor?
Yeah, I don't really know. I've had yeah.
Like circumstances, or like, is it just that, like, did they go in for a broken leg and had a liver removed, or is it that kind of a thing?
Not quite that level. Not quite that level yet, or anything like that.
I mean, if they just didn't like how the doctor did things, but they still were treated properly, then I don't see what.
Exactly. That's kind of my thoughts.
You shouldn't
what's up,
legislate
Michael?
bedside manner.
Yeah. What's up, Michael?
Do we have a malpractice law? Legislation, anything?
No, we do not.
Should we have
And
that?
I personally would not want that. I think that we have a high level of treatment options when it comes to our doctors. If someone were to abuse that trust, they would straight blatantly just be fired.
I'm just
People are
gonna
doing
say there
prostate
are
exams?
a number of
Ugh.
reasons judicially why I could not foresee the feasible prosecution of malpractice cases.
Yeah.
I think if it rises to the level of like extreme negligence, I mean, you could try to articulate like assault with a deadly or attempted murder at that point.
To be honest, yes. If someone fucked around that hard, if it's like the example that Eda gave, where it was very blatant malpractice, it wasn't just unorthodox treatment, they would likely just be fired, and that could potentially hit criminal charges level. But as for treatment for what is, there, we do offer a lot of options for that, and I would prefer if that remained an option.
I mean, like I don't think that that kind of thing should be entertained whenever the lawyers try to push. So
Hell yeah. Okay. I think also the big thing that although I bring it up now, I don't think this needs to hit legislation levels, is that judges aren't idiots. I think think generally they could take a look at something and be like, well, you know, this doctor is a doctor. They're just trying to treat this individual the best they can. And hopefully that wouldn't go very far, but we'll see.
Right. So maybe that's a discussion that you and Lance can have, you know.
I mean, if it's a lawyer, I mean, yeah, if it's a lawyer pressing it, though, I'm assuming they're not doing this willy nilly. It's probably because someone called them and asked them to, so they're probably just doing their job at that point.
No, absolutely, yeah, no hard feelings on that.
Yeah,
but yeah, okay, good. I'm glad y'all are on essentially the same page. That's helpful.
Max is he's resting his eyes. He just texted me.
Okay.
Yeah. So
could I broach this subject? I don't really know how this would even work. This is obviously probably more geared towards Ukraine. Senor Buns, we've been having issues lately with, I'm using air quotes, the managers and the people who work there. As far as I've been led to believe is that nobody there actually has autonomy over anyone. It's just a who gets to work first and signs in type deal. Is that correct?
I don't know.
To answer your question,
What is what's the impetus for the issue?
They've self-appointed themselves like managers and things that are in charge, I guess.
We've also been having issues where people get there and they're manager for the day and they start firing people, and it's causing some controversy with the staff.
Who is firing? Sorry, who's firing who?
I know Adam was fired at one point for the
That sounds like
from where?
That sounds like not our
from
purview.
Guns, yeah.
Okay.
That sounds like
it's above us.
That sounds like not our issue.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that.
That's a different report category.
Yep.
Mr.
Noted.
Mayor, is it density time? Have we reached maximum velocity?
I think so.
All right, let's hear it.
First things first.
I'll start with the one about murdering me.
Nope, we're gonna get to that one later.
All right.
I told you he was above 70.
What?
Hold on, it's not important. Okay. Brady Law, you're familiar with it, Crane?
Fuck you.
What do you think about the Brady Law?
I think that we should create our own laws in this jurisdiction. And anyone who thinks they're clever by bringing in laws that literally took hundreds of fucking years of jurisprudence and policy making to come up with is probably an asshole.
I think as a general policy, I think we should wait to see how the bench rules, and then if the council wants to discuss it after that, maybe that's when we talk about it.
So you guys don't think it's needed? No threat of evidence destroying and whatnot?
If there is something that's needed, I think we can suggest and create our own laws. I think citing to and copy pasting from other jurisdictions is the fucking death knell of my enjoyment and sanity.
I don't want any sweaty lawyers.
Okay. So what are you guys saying about making it illegal for cops to conceal and destroy evidence?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, isn't that a given?
Yeah, I thought
Is it a given?
I would assume so, but is it not?
I mean, it's evidence tampering. It's a charge.
There is a charge. We can be charged with that criminally.
And if a cop is charged with evidence tampering, what happens to them, Dakota?
I'd assume you'd get fucking fired.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't
they've
want
been
to
fired for
the
less.
captains, but I would be fired if I did evidence. If I was evidence tampering, and if I was in charge of people who were evidence tampering, I would fire them immediately.
That actually brings up an interesting little point here, to not tangent too much, but I believe only police are authorized to push charges as the state. Is that Crane? Who can push criminal charges right now?
The prosecutorial powers are limited to the PD currently.
I don't know how.
However, Once again, as we discussed with the Civilian Oversight Board,
Right.
if there was an allegation of evidence tampering by a cop in a case, and you investigated with your board and found merit to that claim and made a recommendation to the PD that that officer be fired, not only would your recommendation be public in accordance with how your board's supposed to be run, but then PD would be put on the hot seat. And if they decided to circle the wagons and not fire that guy, well, I mean, God, no offense, Dakota, but good luck getting anything passed ever on this council again.
Yeah.
If there was someone who was evidence tampering and came forward and they weren't fired, I would have a much harder time going into work. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I agree, and I just don't even know if this is a topic worth even unpacking. But are we wanting only the police to have prosecution powers for now?
I will not be creating any kind of district attorney's office or prosecutorial body in the near future. That's something that has been heavily reviewed ad nauseum, and it's never worked well. Yeah, evidence tampering is the act of destroying, concealing, or removing a piece of evidence with the purpose of hiding the truth or making an item unavailable for an ongoing investigation or judicial proceeding.
So, would we qualify withholding evidence as evidence tampering? Right? Yeah.
Correct. Specifically, the language of making it unavailable for a judicial proceeding.
Okay, so it's already a law then. We're good.
Correct. It would be during discovery if, for example, the defense asked for all files related to the PD's case and the PD didn't turn over that piece of evidence, that would be seen as evidence tampering.
Okay, next up, animal carcasses. They shouldn't be littering the streets. I'd like to propose a misdemeanor fine for people found tampering with or hauling around literal huge animal parts and just kind of just doing whatever the fuck they want with them. It's gross. It's unclean. It's a sanitation issue. Yeah.
It's actually happening.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're literally everywhere.
This
over
is
the
another
Jesus
Reed thing. He
Christ.
just carries one around. Yeah.
And, like,
It's not just Reed. Dude,
no.
Yeah,
It's not
so
only
many people
carrying them
do.
around. People are placing them like
Yeah.
in places like Senior Buns, which is a
In
food
all of your
establishment.
apartments, like
Don't
they'll
they
put them in front
smell?
of every door.
Yeah, they reek.
Yep.
How do they handle the smell? What the fuck?
Everywhere, like there's like slabs of deer carcass like just
Yep.
laying around that people will like try and put on people and
Yeah.
use as seating. It's beyond stupid.
Have you not noticed like people are mounting deer heads in really odd places, and yet
I'm gonna be
somehow you
honest
see
with
one
you.
every 10 seconds?
I've been sleeping in the chambers on the second floor. I don't
Yeah.
I don't like the public that much.
I've seen a deer carcass in here.
I don't think mounting deer heads is that bad because a lot of people are doing it for decorative purposes. But yeah, like slabs of meat or legs or whatever is
the carcass on top of a
bigger
street
issue.
light is a bit odd for me personally.
Yeah, I think it depends on.
I feel
placement,
like
of
the
course,
only place you should leave that shit is back in nature where it's gonna get eaten anyways. Having it around the streets and everything is having it around the streets, hanging in fucking street lights, in the park, etc. That shouldn't be a thing.
What would we call a charge for doing something like this?
Ooh, let's make it a fun acronym.
Okay.
I do.
You want to call it? You want to call it the Reed Law?
I'm down.
Repulsive, emergent.
Let me cook.
I'm no good at this, so.
Yeah, well, everyone works.
I'm
on
trying to think of a
acronyms.
synonym that starts with E for like corpse. I'll work on it.
Okay.
Can I backpack off of the carcassing with some type of law surrounding hunting without a license? Because I don't believe there's one on the books right now.
Really?
I believe it's just animal cruelty right now.
So the way we have it set up right now is, in order to hunt with a firearm, you need a license to carry the gun. So that solves the whole like needing a license to hunt thing. And then if you're not using a gun and you're not following the hunting protocols, then it'd be animal cruelty.
Okay, good to know.
Is that still like a 0-0 charge though? The animal cruelty?
No, that got fixed.
Okay.
It's huge now.
24 months, $1,800 fine.
I'll be honest, I just chat GPT this
Oh,
regulated
it
exclusion of
says legally
exotic
permitted.
debris.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Nice.
There you go.
All right, hold on. Let me whip that up.
What do you think for fines and whatnot for this?
What was animal cruelty again?
24 months and an $1,800 fine.
24,
Felony charges, huh?
1,800. Probably scale it down by like half that, so 12 months and $900.
Sounds good to me.
Call it a misdemeanor.
So we are. I guess it's safe to say we're all in agreement on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Or
just gonna slap that bitch
restriction
in right
on
now.
exposed. No, that's not a good. That's an E. There you go.
Yeah, the
That's
first
not
one was
an E.
good.
The first one was fine.
Wait, you still need a name for it?
Oh, I got regulated exclusion of exotic debris. So read.
Could I? I'll.
What's wrong, bro?
Hold on.
Did I misspell it? Oh.
So
It's-
TLDR on this is going to be anyone that leaves these carcasses, where they shouldn't be. Is that the?
Yeah.
They shouldn't leave carcasses in public areas.
So,
basically.
as a police officer, what if I was able to figure out, based on evidence, who left that there?
You're referring to DNA?
I am.
You should only have so you should only have DNA if they've committed a violent felony, and on top of that, the only time that you're granted warrants by the judiciary to gather DNA for the purpose of an exclusionary or inclusionary charge would be for exigent crimes, so drug trafficking, violent felonies, things like that. If it was a misdemeanor littering charge, we're not going to allow you to gather DNA just for that.
I am okay with that. I just want to make sure something like this isn't an early opportunity for someone to act like a moron. That was
Nope,
it.
that is always and will be the policy.
So
for
sorry,
DNA.
is this charge you're putting in a misdemeanor then, Crane?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right.
Just trying to put the fire out before it starts.
That's the name of the game, bro.
So any individual found to be abandoning animal carcasses or byproducts in public areas within city limits.
Yes.
If they're
Perfect.
dumping them out in the county in the desert, I don't give a shit, to be honest.
Same.
Yeah.
Animals are gonna take care of that.
Yeah,
Cool.
coyotes and shit.
Yeah.
We okay. Next one's a fun one. I'm a big fan of this one. Mutual combat laws. Anyone?
Like duels?
Please,
Yeah,
no. Please, no.
Oh my
hey,
God.
Hold on. This is what it was written as for notes. Consent to spar and the rights of the WWE should be respected. MMA should be respected. Let's have fight nights and empower the people to provide entertainment to the masses. Bread and circus is how you keep a population docile.
Wait, what does it mean? The rights of?
So this isn't the actual writing for whatever act we're talking about.
Yeah.
Essentially, my vision was to have, if two people want to beat the shit out of each other, they could do it legally as long as they were being supervised by a police officer.
Does this absolve all liability?
Yeah.
And how do we gain consent?
The police officer would be the witness.
So, okay, so the officer has to inform them of the risks, liabilities. They have to both affirmatively consent and waive any liability and then perform.
Correct. What do you guys think about that?
Okay, so are we talking like sponsored events, or are we talking about just spontaneously?
Spontaneous. Spontaneous.
That's
yeah.
gonna be a manpower issue. First of all.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in favor because I used to do that in court all the time.
Yeah.
There were some times where I didn't feel like hearing a case between like Mike Block and the PD, and I just said, "Y'all want to scrap it out?" And if there were like 4 defendants and 4 cops, then I'd be like, "All right, you match up with you match up with you one at a time. We'll do this like death fight style," and it just worked out.
I like it.
Hold on.
honestly. Yeah.
I have to be a witness briefly in the Turgle case that's happening right now. Shouldn't take more than 5 or 10 minutes. I apologize. Timing was very poor. But you know,
Mhm.
is that
All
okay,
right.
guys?
I mean, we could still discuss it while you're down there.
Okay. All right. I will return shortly.
My one stipulation, just instantly coming to mind, is I wouldn't want this to occur either like in the street, sidewalk, or even a public business, right? Like if it's gonna happen like in a courtroom or an alleyway or something that's like not immediately obvious and like disruptive to people who don't want to view that sort of thing, then I could be on board with it.
Yeah, it can't just be anywhere willy-nilly. And again, I'm sorry if I'm speaking for you, Nakota, but I just feel like that's a manpower issue for PD who are already pretty spread thin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it were to be a thing, it would have to have a designated area where said thing occurs before. I don't even know how they would go about. Would you just run up to an officer in the street and say, "Hey, will you regulate our state-sanctioned assault of one another?"
You know what? I got an idea. What if we let judges do it?
Oh,
I'm down for that.
That
it gives them something else to do. Yeah.
I would agree, but what was proposed is something that could be
And it also, you can also confirm that there won't be any weapons involved because of the metal detectors. So you have it in the courtroom. The judge, you know, gets liability waivers via verbal confirmation from the two participants, and then they have at it.
I think that's a good middle ground, honestly.
You call down an EMS, you know, be on standby in case anybody gets injured, and you go from there.
I like that. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing it. I already do in court sometimes, like I said. So
Exactly. Yeah, that's like, because I'm not opposed to the idea. It's just like we don't need to put more onto PD that are already strained. So to get to their calls.
yeah, I don't mind doing it as a judge. If people come into City Hall together and they want mutual combat, and they don't want the risk of getting sued or getting arrested, then they come to a judge.
And I know there's multiple other judges that would love something to do during their time between cases.
Sounds
it
good.
Works for me.
Do we have a vending machine in this place yet?
I have lots of food if you need.
Do
Yes,
not. I
please.
don't think.
Yeah, I think
I got the
drinks in
ATM
here.
added, but I don't think we got the food.
Kermit didn't respond to my text, so we may need to fire him.
Oh my God, how could he?
I don't think this is a council meeting. He should be on standby. I don't. Not a good look, Kermit. Not a good look.
In the future, just in case, there is vending machines at the laundromat. I think that's the closest to us.
You saying that's close?
Yeah, yes. For the hospital, that's even the closest, and it's
Thank you.
further west to there.
All right, get some food. It'd be fine.
I'm gonna be in my head a second. I'm here, but I'm updating all those charges we talked about under the vehicle shit.
I'm gonna go to the toilet.
I hope she goes in Max's office.
I don't have keys.
Yes, what's up?
Oh, Cream's in his.
You alright
Oh,
with me eating
fucking
while
yes,
yeah, I did.
yes,
Sorry, thank you.
yes.
Anybody else need food?
So I know I gave you like the.
Yeah, maybe I'll take some. Might as well, since I don't know how
Alan, are
long
you good?
everything Max has can take.
Like maybe you would know if I had a.
Oh, he's busy.
One of the
Okay.
things that I need
Alex,
to
are you
figure
still
out how
okay?
we're gonna go about doing is getting the prison up to speed to actually hold people if they get sent to prison.
Oh wow, I just can't give anything today. All right.
Oh no.
Repeatedly by people is the architectural layout is less than ideal right now and is
There you go.
almost like keeps the
Thank you.
entire
I
thing
appreciate
open, and inmates
Do you
have
need any
access
food, Alan?
to ways to get out of it currently.
You're muted.
If I needed to speak to someone,
Alright.
I'm good, thanks.
Owned.
I don't know where I would go to do that or who I could contact potentially.
Make a list.
Okay.
Of the issues with the place and give it to me.
Okay.
I feel like I've heard people literally like walking into the towers and jumping out.
Yes, that's what someone. Apparently, there's one walkway that you can go into. You go up a staircase and you leap across like one roof that is barely separated, and you can get out.
Yeah.
I know someone, so there's a. I got to talk to the captains, but there's someone who I would like to bring on board to help logistically get it started with like staffing and fitting it out with what it's going to need, because they used to work there a long time ago and they were pretty well respected. And I kind of want to just take them there to have a look around as is, and then get their thoughts on what they think needs to be remedied as far as layout. Does that seem all right?
Yeah, they can have like their opinion on layout, but they might not be how it's gonna be. Like I think getting rid of any possibility of leaving the area is probably the first, and then we can
Yes,
go from
definitely preventing them from being able to walk out would be number one. Yeah. Okay. All right, no problem. I just want to make sure.
Yep. No, you're good.
All right, cool.
I feel like I'm gonna bring that up. Let's get rid of the prison and bring back the pit.
The pit. Yeah, you're not wrong.
I ain't gonna fuck around if that's the case.
Sometimes Crane yaps too much and I get distracted. Bloop. Bloop.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Good notes. I am trying.
All right, favorable responses already. That's great.
Guaranteed, out of all
Yeah.
the things that we do, that's going to be the one thing
Oh,
remembered
yeah.
by everybody.
Even McNulty, that's a cop, just said things. There you go. Look at
I feel like that's the best thing I'm gonna bring to the table.
that. That's a good one. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We're just a city that moves very fast, and 35 is not it.
Crane, question.
Yeah.
MDT access. Is that just for you and the mayor, or is that something we can?
Nope. Everyone will be getting access. I got to sit down and just set it all up.
Okay. All right.
That's why I got your guys' info that I emailed you about. but I'm working with the technician, and I think he just put in the categories for city council documents and state announcements. So I'm going to create a staff job tied to your guys' access that gives you access to those as well as the penal code.
Sound good.
I just finished updating all the fines for the other moving violations, so I'll address the city council and BT access after the meeting.
Okay.
Hmm.
And I guess this is for my own knowledge. Is Tongva considered city or country?
The roads that I would consider country roads are Joshua, Route 68, and Sustancia.
Okay, thank you.
The way that I typically look at it is they are relatively even elevation 2-lane roads without a divider outside of city limits.
That makes sense. Okay.
Tongva, I think, is a bit too dangerous to be going
Yeah, it's a mountain
75
pass,
consistently
yeah.
on.
It's like up or downhill. It's a lot of windy.
That's why I always
okay.
considered it still in city because it's paved. Personally.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Have you guys seen the tweets of
What is-
the state announcement?
Oh, yeah, people really like that.
That's what I said. That's like no matter.
God bless the government.
Yep, and then everyone just retweeting it.
Someone was
Absolutely.
like, someone mentioned, what did they say? They said best mayor or something like that, and I just want to be like, this was a council decision.
This was a me thing. I did
This
this.
was everyone's
seem
thing.
to realize that things are a lot different, but you know, it's they'll get there hopefully. Someone said thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the council. That's pretty good.
Oh man. Okay.
And then someone someone twatted out G6 smashing at 55 passing your buns as if they're not already doing that and worse. But now they can be charged more for it. That's good.
I mean, I'm unironically seeing those guys like trip their huge trucks around corners and
yeah.
shit. It's ridiculous right now.
I'm pretty sure the bigger ones are faster too, from what I've heard. So
Yeah,
they're
probably.
just like going crazy.
Probably just like slap a whole bunch of upgrades in it too.
Yep. Yeah, probably.
Love you, Brett. Love you.
I return. Apologies.
Ella.
Oh, you're good.
Time to go.
So, what was the general consensus on mutual combat?
We were fine with it in the courtroom under judicial supervision.
Okay.
Because one of the objections was that they didn't want to burden the cops, and I said, "Fuck it, I already allow it in my courtroom. Why not just offer the judges the opportunity to entertain it or not?" So if a judge entertains it, you bring the other guy to City Hall. You say, "We want to fight. We want to do it safely without liability." Judge calls down an EMS. You know, gets their consent verbally, hits the gavel, they fight, and that's the end of it.
And this doesn't have like pertain to like an actual court case. It's just like literally.
No, they just
Okay,
ask.
okay.
It's just like open court, and I think a really good benefit of it is the metal detectors mean that nobody's going to cheat and pull out a knife or a gun or whatever.
Oh,
right.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Perfect. So, go on, Holden.
To add on to that, I don't know if this is something we want to add now or just address it as can, but you mentioned like MMA. Like I think if it's under a licensed business where that's their speciality, I mean, I think it should be allowed then too, but that may be a bridge we cross when it comes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Um, Anyone else think jujitsu's lame? You know what I'm
Yeah, I mean,
talking
if I
about?
wanted to wrestle a man, I would have, been born gay. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, word.
Hell yeah.
Or bisex. Or bisex.
Yeah, hey, whatever you're into, but not my thing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so would that be where would we plug that into the current legislation?
Shit, I don't know.
Would we just toss it in the legislation section of the MDT as its own thing, kind of like how you did with the speed limits?
The alternative would be I don't know if it's too wordy, but you could just rework the assault and battery definition, like exemptions if under judicial guidance or just something.
I think we should make a legislation announcement.
Yeah, I think we need a specific entry for mutual combat.
Okay. Do you want me to draft it up, Mr. Crane, or
That would be very helpful.
Okay, easily done. I will get that done today.
Cool.
Next, what was the vote on that, by the way?
Oh,
I think
and
we were
we
all
actually
for it.
voted.
Yeah, unanimous, I
but-
believe.
yeah,
and any nays?
Nope.
Excellent. I like this
There you
trend.
go.
I like how we're asking for any nays because we're so cooperative and working together right now. It's a beautiful thing to witness.
Yeah, I don't
Yes, it's
think
claim.
anybody's really touching on anything too divisive yet. So
And I
Yeah,
love how
nobody's
we're
asked to
not-
murder each other yet.
I love how we're not going around in circles.
Speaking of which, the one-child policy.
Let's go, baby.
This is a child of mine. I went ahead and shared it with you guys.
A child of yours.
Yeah.
Well, you better be ready to pay for that.
This is just a brief overview, but essentially,
I can get it.
Los Santos has an
Assuming it's a picture
incest
it says.
/ adoption / family tree epidemic. And the purpose of the one-child policy would be to null and void officially any of these fraudulent adoptions. It would furthermore establish the crime of adoption fraud. And it would also, and all of these things are revenues for the state. Okay, so not only does it establish that stuff, it's going to provide the opportunity for people to officially and state recognize adopt only one person. And it would be for the price of $25,000 per adoption, $25,000 to unadopt, and a $50,000 fine if someone is somehow convicted of adoption fraud. I don't know how you would get caught doing that. It's mainly just a big number to scare. I'm sure someone might be stupid enough to actually outright incriminate themselves in that regard.
Glass in Fiona.
But that is the one-child policy to kind of curtail this weird societal phenomena that's been going on for years, as far as I'm aware.
Question.
Sure.
What if is there anything in there with liability? Like if you adopt somebody, you're liable for their actions?
Nope.
Nope.
It literally just a certificate that says, "Hey, you are adopted by this person. Congratulations." That's it.
Could we have that?
Liability in what way?
It's your kid. You're liable
Oh,
for their actions to some
well,
degree.
So that would be possible and a potentially good idea if they weren't adults.
Fair.
But in 100% of occasions they are adults, and oftentimes extremely close in age. So it's a weird thing.
So there's a lot of questions with this. For example, like I'm all on board with this. Don't get me wrong. I just want to get the kinks out of the way. So you and I already discussed this wouldn't apply to siblings. You can't
Right.
adopt a
Yeah.
sibling.
Okay. Yeah. So blood relatives, this does not apply to at all, obviously, because it's not an adoption. You guys are related by blood.
What about marriage relatives?
Oh, progress
Also
for
allowed,
Bjorn.
I would say. I also have something on marriage I want to propose as well in a moment, but go on, Juno.
So the other thing, what was it? Okay, age difference. So the way that I have this playing out in my mind, so please feel free to intervene, is you'd obviously people would apply for this, and they'd state their case in point to whoever it may be that will be in charge of this. I'm thinking a judge, obviously. Let's say a 30-year-old wants to adopt a 29-year-old. I'm iffy on that.
Okay.
Age just doesn't make sense to me. However, if a 50-year-old wants to adopt a 25-year-old, that makes sense. Because at the
Go on.
Because at that point, it's like, okay, if you're attempting to adopt someone like a year or two younger than you, you might as well call that person your sibling rather than your kid. You know?
Right. But that's just not how adoption works, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So my thoughts on this, I agree with you. It's fucking stupid. That said, I think it's finally time for the city of New Los Santos to really take advantage of that stupidity and to despite the minute age differences, to let it go through anyway, because that's a $25,000 check for the state.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking that it would you'd have to really prove your case in point to people, but I understand that aspect too.
So if we're charging this much money for it, why are we limiting it? Why not just like raking the cash? People will pay.
You want to up the price a little bit? I was actually
just not up the price. More like
unlimited
more
children.
Like,
she's saying.
How many children? Like
just
if someone wants to adopt like 5 kids, they can throw over 100K at this.
So yeah, but that's the thing though. If people start adopting 5 kids, then I mean, you got to think about it this way: this city, in comparison, this island, this state, in comparison to other states, is actually quite small. Everyone is tied to one another in some way, and that's how you fuck up the family tree completely.
Yeah. So obviously, these ties. I used to run the streets years ago. I knew a lot of people. It provided a lot of what's the word? Muddying of the waters, insofar as like, hey, Johnny attacked Billy, but I know both of them. Blah blah blah. Anyway, it's like a societal issue, really. This kind of helps it a little bit. And that's why I wanted to put a cap on it, because it kind of what's the best way to put this?
It just gets a bit absurd, kind of.
When you have somebody who's literally just like, "Hey, hi, how are you? You're my kid."
And that has happened. That has fucking happened.
I remember when Bass passed away and I did his autopsy and viewing after, one of the contacts just said all of my children, and you know how fucking hard it was to try to figure out who they were. There were so fucking many. It took me all night.
As part of the adoption process, I was flirting with the idea of allowing people to change their surnames. I don't know how. I don't know how that would work on the back end. However, so it might just completely gloss over that idea. I don't want people's like records not being transferred over to their
I'm
new...
against that just from a logistical standpoint.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's never really been entertained.
I'll give you a comparison, Max.
Too much.
Even though I have the judicial and technical capability to do so in the MDT, I typically refer everyone who wants a name change to the federal government, because I just don't think it's something we should be fucking with.
Yeah, I feel that. I was just letting you guys know that's what I was on. Nakota.
So this is just to clarify, this is specifically for a parental adopting a child, correct?
Yeah.
So what would stop someone from saying, "Oh, we're brother and sister now. We're related"?
Good fucking point.
Are you talking about like blood relative, or are you talking about like other?
No. I'm just talking about people doing the same exact thing that you're trying to curb, but just different relationship.
We could so
that would still be falsifying. I don't know the correct terminology for it, but it would still be.
What about like identity? We could call it identity fraud, right? Isn't that?
Then you're getting into dicey territory with what that constitutes legally. I think.
I feel like
we could just call that adoption as well. Then we would you guys do DNA tests at the hospital by chance?
Yeah, I've
Oh,
done
good
that before.
lord.
You do.
I have done that before.
Are
Yeah.
those bad?
We're always gonna run into the issue that people can just instead of having it be official, which is like what you do by adopting and paying, and then you can
Right.
they will just say that this is my kid.
Right.
Obviously, but then you have the difference of
That's
people
why
just
there's a
saying
fine,
it
I
versus it being official.
Mhm.
Am I allowed to question why one? Why not two? Why not allowed to have a sibling?
Right.
I see. I was thinking that. I was thinking, why don't we start off with the one child policy, see how that goes, and also
What about grandkids?
well, I was also we were to I raised that up as well, but with my train of thought, I was I really want to do this family tree. That is something that I can do in my own time. I can build up that document. That wouldn't be accessible to the public at all, but it's a way to keep track, and then coming back to it a little while later if this goes through, and potentially adding another child to that, so
Wait,
then it would
hold
be the
on.
2-child policy.
So you
Does that make
wanna
sense?
am I following this right? You wanna gather everyone's information about who's related to who by blood or adoption and put it in like a
For
central document?
no, it's for the DOJ, and if so for instance,
So you want the government to track who's who.
not the PD, the DOJ, and
Right, the PD,
potentially
government, DOJ.
potentially the doctors as well in case of an emergency, so they know who to contact in the case of an emergency. Let's say a person doesn't have emergency contacts.
Do you have uniforms planned?
What? No.
Yeah, I think
What?
I'm open to this discussion. That's why I've tried to like lean into it a bit, but I don't think as it stands it's the best idea.
I have a lot of feelings about this, partially because my family is not as, I guess, overabundant as the late Sam Bass's Bush was, but
Right.
like I have my brother Flop, who we are not blood related,
Of course.
which we have officially adopted each other for many years, and
Right.
then I have, although not officially a father-daughter relationship, I do have my father figures, Richard Dark and Matt Rhodes, and they have officially taken Flop as their child. So, and then they also had a son, Cody Sharp, who is no longer with us. So,
Was he dead?
now?
Yeah,
Yes,
he's dead.
He passed.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now, as far as like the age difference, there's not a lot of an age difference between Matt and I. There is more of a significant one between Richard and I. So I don't like the age restriction on.
Oh, that's not gonna be a thing.
Yeah. But I do get where you're coming from as to why you feel it might be, because people just randomly picking up strangers off the road and then claiming them is silly.
It's societal erosion.
Right.
It's
But
terrible.
There are established families already that have built those bonds and have those relationships, and we shouldn't be messing with that.
Counterpoint.
So what you're saying, there's good ones?
Counterpoint, if those bonds mean so much to them, surely they'd be willing to pull a little money to make it official in the eyes of the state.
And the whole family tree thing in my eyes wasn't anything to do with like keeping proper track. It was moreover, for example, let's say two people want to get married and it's to find out whether they're like adopted to each other or some shit like that.
No,
No, I agree. I'm on board. I think there's some good ones, especially if they got money.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
This is gonna be a big money maker for the state.
Like I just really like I know I'm passionate about this, but I do also want to just mention I have a brother, not blood related. 6 years in the fucking making. I'd do anything for the guy. So I'm at the same boat as you, Ada. I completely get it. He's my whole world, and I never want to lose that. But at the same time, it's like he can still be my brother without being like, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say.
So maybe the 25K is to like, we like erase their name from the log. Don't gotta wear the armband or whatever.
Oh my
Look, this
Oh
family,
my
this
God.
family tree, this tracking shit, this has nothing to do with the one-child policy. Nothing.
Yeah,
This is
it was
something that
just my
Juno-
idea. Yeah, my idea
Side
completely.
project, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. 100%.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, I'm fine with people paying 25K for a little flare certificate, but it stops there. I don't care about tracking. I don't care about any kind of legal additions to any of this. It's a certificate. They could claim it on Twitter. Like,
Okay.
Dakota?
As a member of the PD and a sentence at the end stating there will be a $50,000 fine for some kind of penal code infraction. I need to know what that's going to look like and how that's actually going to be
Yeah.
enforced.
Adoption fraud?
So is that
confession,
like
it sounds like.
Is that
Yeah.
like if
Yeah.
if Joe runs up to Bob and says, "I'm your son," but they're not actually related, and Susie hears it. Susie runs over to me and says, "I heard Joe say to Bob that they're brothers. Now go
Right.
arrest him and fine him $50,000."
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, you just call it like establishing personal relationships without the government's permission.
Look, Nakota, you guys do prostitution stings, do adoption stings, man. You'll get
Yeah.
real rich real quick.
Look, there's a lot of crimes that kind of rely on that same kind of interaction, like hey, I saw this guy selling weed down on Grove Street, like, hey, go get that guy. You have to be dumb to get caught, and that's kind of by design.
Yeah. Also, spontaneous utterance could really apply to this as well.
True.
Yeah, people constantly claiming familial, connection to try and get out of, said charge or whatnot. It's like, oh, are you sure you want to commit to that one?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways we could trip people up and make a lot of money.
Also, sorry, go on, Max.
I was thinking about I think it was Philippa who said, why stop at one?
Yeah, 'cause you can farm more money.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, what we could do is we can make a kind of like a compounding charge. So like, 25K for the first one, 50K for the second one, 100K for the third one.
Fuck.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
No, but
This is
be
crazy
per
money.
parent. So like, say one person adopts one sibling and the other parent adopts the other one.
Well, do we legally recognize marriages? I don't think we do, right?
Not yet.
Wait, do girls count or is it just boys?
Just the boys.
We really were on the same line of thinking.
Yeah.
I think this would also benefit from a legal definition of adoption, finally. We could include siblings and shit in that particular definition for the purpose of the weird freaks that like to do this shit. And that'll help us cover our backs as well when it comes to actually enforcing this law.
Yeah, so just to clarify, this will be the most highly penalized crime you can commit on paper financially in the city right now.
Good.
Yeah, but
It's a terrible fucking
don't
problem.
adopt people.
By almost double.
That's not true. Possessing a PD gun's like 30K.
Yeah, no, I know this is 50, so it's almost double.
Sorry, Max. What did you mean by the sibling thing? Did you mean like?
I mean like alongside enacting, in theory, if we pass this, enacting a formal Los Santos definition of what adoption looks like in the eyes of the state, and including siblings in that, because when you adopt someone normally, you're adopting a child or like someone that needs the protection of a new family, whereas here it's kind of like a way to dap up your homies almost, like, you know what I'm saying?
All right, I think I've got all the authoritarianism jokes out of my system. Don't tempt me. Why don't we? I think I'll just motion that maybe Juno and Max, if you guys want to put together like draft parameters, so we could actually have something to review.
Sure.
And then we can vote on that like next week.
Okay.
Max,
So
I
are
am.
you interested in the definition of adoption?
Like just because there's a lot of stuff we're talking about where there's like multiple variables, and it's easy in conversation to be like, oh yeah, we could just do it this way and that would work, but I kind of want to see it, you know what I mean, to vote on it.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that'd be because there's a lot of variables involved, so I think it's probably better if we have something more concrete to go off of.
And you could
I-
even
I-
put it in that council
Jokes aside,
section
I
if
don't
they
mind
get
the
that.
idea. I just think we probably need something to review.
Yeah, no, me either. We gotta just iron it out a bit.
So what are
Also,
you guys
Max,
confused about?
Take a look at the art on Twitter review. That looks amazing.
Ooh,
Yeah, it
nice.
looks like a courthouse thing.
Nice.
You guys,
That's a good salute.
Yeah, there you go.
And yes, I have
That's
worked
it.
out. I have
Sure.
worked out an arrangement with her.
It's not a
so
salute.
She will be paid. Yes.
Oh,
Aaron,
it's
you
like a
need to
disco
show-
thing.
Okay, thank God you're pointing. When he said that, I got
not a
Yeah, it's a
salute.
disco thing. You're
I was
doing
like, I
the John
know that.
Travolta. I got you.
Staying alive, you know. Yes.
Right, yeah.
I think letting
Go on.
people adopt multiple and just having it double up every time is probably the way to go. If you want to make money from this and let people do stupid, but still, make money from stupid, then
Fiona
I think that's a better option.
Yeah, because people are clearly already affected by this when they've heard about it or they've discussed it with me. They've gotten like upset about it, which means that they will absolutely pay for this.
Yes.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, there are people who genuinely value those connections and those bonds and those relationships, and I mean, they make us who we are, essentially.
Yeah.
I think the language just needs to be very specific. We need to make sure we cover all the different things we all raised here. You know, siblings and fucking grandkids, and basically we're gonna have to penetration test this and come up with every fucking loophole and stupid, clever exception people think they're gonna come up with first.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you. Maybe this is just me being lazy. I don't want to hear 15
Eugene's was
fucking
as
lawsuits
bad
about my
as
I don't have
Fiona's.
to pay because blah 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 blah. We need to make this thing airtight.
What do you
also,
mean?
the enforcement, please make the enforcement as
They're all going to sue the government and say
understandable as
I shouldn't
possible.
have to pay because this doesn't apply to me and this reason, that reason, the third.
Yeah.
And make it a little preemptive.
Okay. All right. Next meeting then.
Sounds good.
Next, we have
I am
the
fairly
Sin
certain.
Act. The Stop Incest Now Act, or Sin Act, is to prevent the rampant incestuous relationships in Los Santos and return society to a normal state.
Dear
Let me
God,
share-
yes, please.
Let me share this with you guys real quick.
Poor Aaron and Sis, what are they gonna do?
Stop fucking each other.
Yeah, ideally that.
Oh.
Hopefully.
Well, they're exempt
Fucking
from
government.
this, so sorry.
They're exempt, huh?
Wait, hold
That's
on.
what it
Why are
says.
they
What?
exempt?
What the hell?
I don't know why they're exempt, but they are.
The Fulker exception.
Oh my God, they are. That's
The guys, they're
crazy.
not blood related, guys. I don't see why they should be
I mean, they
chastised for
aren't,
this.
I guess.
Wait, should
What?
anyone then?
They were other step siblings.
Wait,
I
hold
think?
on. Wait.
Yeah.
So the government doesn't recognize their relationship for the Sin Act, but does recognize their relationship for the purposes of the Family Tree Act.
No, well, they wouldn't be related if the one-child policy went through as is.
But I thought you said if you're related by marriage, then it counts.
They're not married.
Yeah, but they're brother and sister under. Aren't they like
They're-
stepbrother, stepsister? How
So
are they related?
The
they are
family
related by
tree.
virtue of the fucking bullshit adoption shit. They're not even related.
Oh.
Well, how
So
are
thi-
they related?
This
I
is
don't
contingent
even
on
know.
the first thing getting passed.
I think
Then
they've just decided they are. They've adopted each other, so they shouldn't be exempt from the other one.
I forget. When I first met Sis and Aaron,
Yeah, this
they
one
were
was bad.
the under the purview of a woman named Avita, and I wanted to schmooze her, and I kind of did a little bit, not really.
Are you Sis's dad?
I am his as of 10 years ago. Yes.
Oh,
Legally, he's not. He
Oh, I didn't
hasn't paid
know
the
that.
25 grand yet.
Yeah, legally,
and
no.
guess what?
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Uh-uh.
Here's the thing. I have a genuine bond, and Sis makes me a great person, and he is a fantastic reflection of myself. And I would gladly pay $25,000 to make that official.
That's
Oh, see, I like.
What about
that.
Aaron?
That up. Yeah.
Hell no, dog.
Okay, that's fair.
I barely know her. You know what I'm saying?
okay, I'm gonna bring up the same exact thing as the prior. How do I enforce this? With a
Simple.
$1,500 fine. Am I
And
breaking
if they're
into
not
people's
related, why do
houses?
they need an exception? I'm confused.
don't.
If Sis is talking about his wood in front of Aaron, then that's $1,500 right there.
Let's just forget the exception right now, okay? Because it sounds like the one-child policy is probably going to go through as soon as it's defined, which would make this exception worthless because they wouldn't actually be related. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Sorry.
Please, okay. Please, let's do that then.
We as for enforcement, if you see someone making out with their sister, slap them in cuffs. But apart from that, like it doesn't have to be an arduous
in their home.
Then you can't charge them, Nakota.
Okay, well, it doesn't say that.
I don't know. Maybe we should empower Nakota to be able to go into people's homes and watch.
Maybe.
I don't want that though.
So that they can figure this out.
Wait, hold on. We call it the LSPD Romance Division.
Okay.
We're really cooking.
And then the
here.
subtan could be "We Like to Watch."
We can just rename IA. It'll be IAC. It'll be Incest Action Committee.
There you go. Exactly. It's perfect.
That's so essentially the purpose of this fucking law is to outlaw incest. We'll remove the Fulker exception because it doesn't really serve any fucking purpose. Incest, as far as I'm aware, is not illegal currently. And how do you guys feel about making it illegal, guys?
Wait, okay, so hold on. Is incest sex or is it making out?
Both. That's it. I count making out as incest.
If you're kissing your sister, I don't think that should be allowed.
I mean, I'd agree, but like, where is the line?
Yeah,
you have to see them kiss to charge them.
Yeah, what about like an OTPHJ?
A kiss on the cheek? Or are we talking like tongue and?
Yeah, can I also paint a... This is not supposed to be a joke either, despite some of Crane's earlier jokes. Two people are on a bench, and they're making out with each other, and I walk up to them and say, "Let me see your adoption papers."
That's crazy.
Can you say it more angrily and like more guttural?
That's as angry as I get
right.
in this scenario. I'm sorry. I sheepishly
that is
asked.
crazy if you see people making out and you have the authority to go up and request that.
Do you see where I'm going with this, though?
You force people to identify themselves that they're not related.
So that's actually a good thing that we're going to have to address.
Okay.
Namely, making it legal for you, or defining the legality of requesting adoption papers, I guess. I would like to see that. I don't see why not. Regardless, as is written now,
We would make everyone get family crests, and then you could just look on like their shoulder, and if the crest match, they can't be making out.
Oh no!
I mean, I think that's cool, TBH.
Oh boy, no,
Nope.
Crane, I thought you were done. No,
Oh my
no.
God,
I mean, some of this is too easy.
Family crests are cool, guys.
Yeah, that was like
a lion eating a
30% a
dragon.
joke.
Can we put our family crest back at the hospital?
No,
No? Okay.
Nick fucked that up.
Ran better back then.
That's crazy. Excuse me, I run the place. You don't insult me. Nick didn't do shit.
God bless. I mean, you figure out the implementation quirks. I'm for it, but God bless.
It's simple.
It's simple. We just demand their papers.
Actually, I do.
Well, as it stands now, adoption is not really defined. So I'm going to work on this, and we'll talk. I'll bundle this in with the fully defined one-child policy. Moving on, we have.
And can I just say, I'm not trying to jam up everything. It's just I'm going to be the one at the bench trial when someone takes it to court.
Right. And prove it in court. Yeah, do you need help figuring out how to prove it? Like, I don't like.
No. It's not the proving it. I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear for all officers, because I won't have a problem with being in court, but not everyone is me.
Yeah, 70% of cops can't read, so it's pretty tough for them to really figure that shit out. It'll be clear, Dakota. I promise.
All right.
We got the REIT modernization.
So we're doing.
Act.
Are we doing a review of that one with a draft next week for vote?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just wanted to float the idea. We got the REIT Modernization Act of 2024. And I will share that.
Continue.
What are you grumbling about, Crane?
When you say of 2024, isn't this an act from another jurisdiction?
I think so. I think it's inspired by it. I don't think it's completely derived from it.
All right.
Sorry, could you repeat the name of it?
I'll text you.
It's REIT.
Yeah. Real estate. What is it? Real estate investment trust? What am I? Oh, real estate. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's. I'll hear it. I just wanna. I already have questions, and I.
Good old Billy boy.
Ask your question.
What you want you to tell us about it first?
Yeah, please.
Well, I mean, you guys clearly fucking know about it, so I mean, let's hear the question.
I'll just say, for my purposes, I literally just lambasted a couple lawyers today for, citing to Brady on the docket and things like that. So I would feel like a little bit of a hypocrite if we passed a, paraphrase of an act from another jurisdiction.
That's why I want our version of patient privacy laws to be very different if we do them.
Okay.
How is it? Is it like simplified? Like, what's the content? Is just the name similar, or is it literally just the act but transcribed?
I have no fucking clue. I did not even know about this prior to really talking about it and figuring out what we should do with this. Essentially, as far as I'm aware, the purpose of something. Does it sound like someone is moving constantly above us, by the way?
No.
You guys hear that shit?
I think so.
You don't hear that? You don't hear people
I hear it.
walking
I
around?
hear it. I hear it. I hear it.
No.
Maybe I was
I
just
don't think I do.
paying attention,
hear
but I
it.
didn't hear it.
But I also hear gunshots sometimes, and nobody else does. And
No. Someone. It definitely sounds like someone's on the roof moving around.
I have restless
Oh yeah,
leg
it's
syndrome.
Michael.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's fucking Michael.
Yeah, it's how he's sitting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad.
That's fine. So the notes on this are simple. This is to enable affordable housing through real estate investment, specifically rent to own, where the only ding to the state is ensuring these kinds of trusts are tax-free. However, the long-term benefit to state
What's
comes...
a trust?
What's a trust?
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't fucking know.
So the rhetorical
boy.
point I'm making is that the problem with imputing acts from other jurisdictions is that they often use legal terms that are well defined through decades and decades of jurisprudence. And so when you start doing that, for example, we don't have trusts in this jurisdiction. So right away, we'd have to define what a trust is,
Okay,
which then opens up to legally how do you open a trust and who can,
This wasn't the
going fast.
the actual writing in the proposal. These are more notes that I have written. Instead of trust, we could just write the word thing. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure we're, able to back up whatever we're saying.
Yeah. To ensure this kind of thing is tax-free.
Crayons.
However, the long-term benefit to the state comes from the asset fees the tenant turned owner will then be able to pay to the state, which they would not have been able to afford otherwise. That is the purpose of the REIT.
So basically, it's allowing an entity to buy up properties.
So we're subsidizing slumlords.
Yeah, essentially.
I don't like this.
Yikes. Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Let's just stop a group of people from pooling money together, buying up literally all of the properties, and then price gouging everybody and forcing them to rent from them forever.
I'll be honest,
And they
that's
get
already
tax break.
happening. I had Mr. K come up to me and pitch to me in the hospital that this legislation had already been passed. So I was kind of expecting this. So that's crazy already. He was pitching. Oh yeah, he was pitching to me and my husband Fraser that that we should get in on this because it's already tax free because of legislation that had been passed.
Groups of people.
Was he? Wait, hold on. On. Was he consulted in developing this legislation?
No.
So why would he know that?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
He's already taken lots
yeah.
of money from people and bought properties.
Yes.
And those people have not seen any profits yet. So
yeah.
But there has to be, if this was even entertained, there would have to be a limit on how many properties they could purchase. There would have to be a specified time limit as to when that house would be sold. They can't own that indefinitely, because that's quite literally what would happen. A group of people would pool all their money together. They would buy up all of the properties, and everybody would be forced to rent from them forever.
So as far as I'm aware, as far as I've heard, because I'm aware that this is happening, they're operating a rent to own program, which adds a small overall like I think the number that was quoted to me was like 100,000 above the asking price of the house. But what these people would get in return is the ability to move out of the government subsidized housing, to live in an apartment, to be able to store things in their apartment, to sleep in a bed that isn't in a jail cell sized apartment room. The trade off is that, first of all, they don't have to have $500,000 to buy a house immediately. One, two, they are able to pay instead smaller rent per fee or charges or whatever. So they'd be paying rent, obviously. And three, it is a rent to own program, right? So eventually they would own that house, courtesy.
So
of,
how much is the tax on property purchases?
Right now it is 30%.
24. It was dropped. Well,
So wouldn't they be losing money?
Yeah, we would be. We can't afford.
Oh wait, the tax changes went in.
Yeah, they did. I forgot to mention that. Sorry.
Oh shit! Cool.
It happened as we were discussing earlier.
Sick.
One thing as well, because I'll be honest, this has been pitched to me a few times by
yeah,
Mr. K and Associates, is that they're renting these homes to numerous people. So you say this is rent to own, but to who? They're literally pitching it as roommates so that you can move out of the apartments. So how does that?
And then there's going to be a
how does
fight
that
to who's gonna
work?
own it.
Well, no, but it doesn't even make sense because
Yeah,
if the house is $500K and you're paying even 15%, right? That's what, $75K in tax. So
it's messy.
If the profit margin is only $100K, you're only making $25K on a $500,000 investment.
It's free money though, right?
Does that also take into account the increase in property value the more houses that are purchased? Because usually I'm not.
Sorry, go ahead, Dakota.
Well, no. My only thing was I'm not like an economics major or anything, but aren't REITs usually contingent on interest rates? And I don't think we really have those.
And
yeah,
there's
skeptical.
no way to enforce like I know for certain that the people who have invested in these properties are not getting any kind of money back. So who enforces that? Is that money taxed? Is the rent taxed? You know,
Look, I'm just gonna say flat out. I'm almost at the point of tuning out the rest of the discussion until I figure out how the fuck Mr. K is aware of legislation that none of us were even aware of until it was brought here, and is so confident that it's going to be passed that he's spouting off to one of the board members about how it's already guaranteed.
Yeah, it's clear he didn't know who I was. The moment I said it, he backtracked a bit and was like, well, no, it's something that's going to be discussed. But he pitched it to me before knowing who I was as something that was already.
Did anyone else help you guys craft this, Max?
Yeah, my lawyer.
Siobhan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we should probably talk to Siobhan then and figure out what's going on.
True. I mean, all of this information and stuff is public though, right? So what would be the issue with someone in the public knowing about this previously?
Well, you said they didn't.
Who?
You.
Well, apparently he fucking does. I didn't say he didn't.
Well, yeah, right. So I'm saying if Siobhan is creating, I guess, legislation suggestions for you and involving people who are in that market
who will profit,
who are then profiting from it,
biased,
that's probably not great.
And they already own property as well.
Yep. And yeah, are already doing this, then yeah, that's just.
So what do you guys? Hold on, Crane. What are you guys going to do about the problem right now, though? Because it is a problem. They own the properties. They're going to buy all of them. What are you guys going to do about that?
Does this stop them from doing it? This just gives them tax cuts if they do.
It gives us the ability to afford cheap housing opportunities for people
Hold
who
on. That
otherwise
doesn't solve
do
the
not
problem.
What problem?
You just stated the problem is how do we stop them from buying all the properties? And then you said the solution is that it gives us the ability to
No, I was
move
responding
out?
to Philippa.
I'm confused.
Well, I was
But the
responding to something
problem-
Philippa said.
The problem with the fact that that you're stating that they're buying up all the property,
So
doesn't
No.
this just incentivize them to do so? That's what it sounded like with what Mr. K was saying to me.
I don't know what Mr. K said to you.
He pretty much said that that getting in on this is clever because it won't be taxed anymore because of the legislation.
I don't even know if it's taxed anyway.
So wait, he wants you to invest in what, his business scheme?
Yeah, he was just trying to pitch that we should get in on renting a property.
He made a pitch to me. This is like weeks ago. He didn't mention anything about this REIT thing to me, but like I said, this was weeks ago. But essentially, you are buying like a percentage of the house, right? So like I give him, you know, let's say $100,000, and this gets me 20% of the house he purchased, and then therefore I get 20% of the rental income that comes in, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, well, I got a suggestion.
This one's way beyond me. Holy.
I think that
this is beyond my
we
understanding.
should consider implementing legislation that deals with disclosures by members of the board. Because if we're going to propose legislation, I think we need to be clear about how involved we are with it. Because at this point, I don't know if Siobhan's involved with the business. She's just on board with it. I don't know what. But I'd like to know. And legally, I don't know how to get that information.
Are you basically suggesting that when we propose legislation, there has to be like, you know, maybe a disclaimer that, you know, isn't public if it gets voted in, but just available to us, like who has like seen this or helped crafted it?
Well,
before
I mean, because literally in the qualifications to be on the city council and legislation, one of the things that we wrote in there literally says,
well, who's we?
The federal government, the interim mayor,
and you.
Correct.
Okay, go on.
So, and again, when you guys signed up to run for this, you accepted these conditions. It was on the sign up on the government website that you're accepting the conditions of the memorandum establishing the city council. And one of the parts in that piece of legislation of the expectations of the city council and its members is that I have no formal allegiance to any other government agencies and or special interest groups which would prevent me from acting in the best interest of the city of Los Santos. So if people are going to have business investments or ties to business investors that would sway or bias their participation on the council and or the crafting of legislation, then that's a problem and needs to be disclosed.
What's the proper protocol for disclosing that?
I don't know. We'd have to establish that here. I didn't think that it would be a problem because I thought that, you know, everyone sort of agreed to the policies.
Well, what do you propose?
Gosh. Maybe public figures on the council should have to disclose their investment portfolio. I mean, that's how it works in other jurisdictions is you hold people accountable by public figures have to disclose when they sell or buy stocks, invest in businesses, etc., so that their decision making isn't influenced.
So how so I'm perfectly fine with full disclosure. So the reason that I know so much about this is because my boyfriend has been one of the people to invest in one of Mr. K's properties. So but I have not. So but that's how I know.
Like, for example, all my money's in Ron Oil. So I wouldn't come here trying to, you know, suggest legislation about oil regulation because I'm not kidding. I got $200 in the bank and the rest of my net worth is tied up in Ron Oil stock.
43,144 in Ron.
How much money you got in Ron right now?
I don't have that much. My portfolio is like 24,000.
I got 4,000 of Ron. I've actually bought so much Ron oil and I've been disappointed every fucking time.
I
It's gonna
bought
go
the
up, I
dips. Like
promise.
Yeah,
I've
if
been
it goes
buying
below 90, you
below
buy. If
90.
it goes below
Yeah.
above 100,
Yep.
my
then you
investments
sell.
are averaged around 87. I bought some at 90, 91, 85.
I got 40.
But anyway,
no regrets.
this is just something that I hadn't really pondered before because I didn't think about. I mean, when I wrote it,
invested
I
that
wrote
much.
special interest groups in terms of lobbying and stuff to prevent people from taking monetary incentives directly to influence legislation, their votes. But I didn't think about sort of ancillary biases where people might have pre-existing investments and then those business relationships lead to the influence that allows legislation to be selected or cultivated.
Okay,
I've
so your
lost
guys'
track
concern
on
with the
this
rate
one
stuff is
hard.
that one, it does not it isn't entirely unique. Two, you don't want slumlords to rule Los Santos, although side note, they are currently ruling Los Santos.
Yeah, I
and
think we should probably regulate them as opposed to enabling them.
I'm for that.
I think that, for example, I think one thing we could do is limit the amount of properties that any one entity can own. So, for example, instead of person, just say entity, and therefore, it would prevent a company from buying up a bunch of residential housing and then price gouging.
Exactly.
Well, let's get on that shit, bro.
What's up, Dakota?
They got a lot of property.
Yeah, so so let's do this. I'll add to my list to draft something related to disclosures for the council. And then
Can I assist you with that one, Crane?
yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Why don't you take point on the disclosures?
Yeah.
And then I'll start looking into how we could regulate them. I need to talk to people who know about what's been going on with Mr. K. I didn't realize it was that widespread. I'd heard little things, like I knew PD went, like, they split a house or whatever, but I didn't know it was
I have
pervasive.
had Section K housing pitched to me by 4 different people. They are constantly coming to everyone all the time.
The police own a house that he owns, or they rent a house that he owns.
they rent a house, they don't own it, and they're paying in what I would describe as an outrageous amount.
As far as disclosure, so I could start spitballing together a rough idea. Are we saying investment portfolios / business relationships you may have?
Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
I'm just curious also, and again, if anyone knows more about this than I do, please let me know. REITs are typically run in like by a business entity, right? And as far as we're aware, there's no recognized businesses in the city, right?
That's the other thing I'm concerned about is, so if this conglomerate is buying up houses and then creating tenant relationships, we don't even have fucking tenant laws. So what happens if a tenant sues and says that the landlord isn't holding up their end of the responsibility? What is the landlord even defined as? Where's the
Business
oversight?
regulation.
And once again, this is why I'm loath to introduce sweeping concepts, because now we got a can of worms of defining an entire fucking concept of landlord tenant law.
Oh, that's something that we should be willing to do, though.
I agree. I'm just, it's a lot to know that it just exists already before we've even had a chance to discuss it.
Okay.
And I'd wonder, I guess we'd have to get a look at a contract. Maybe we'll ask one of the PD who is invested in one of these houses and get a look at how it's written, and yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay. Well, I don't feel comfortable bringing that one to a vote.
No.
Yeah, I'm not in favor.
Yeah, probably best.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is the
Real quick, because we're still on a similar subject, we mentioned entities and houses. Are we want to at least put a stopgap on it right now so it doesn't get worse?
Yeah.
We got to prepare something for a vote.
Yeah, I don't even know what we'd be voting on necessarily.
We have to delay it till next week. We got to have time to at least write some shit up.
All right.
Investigate, see what the contracts are like. I don't want to go blind.
Okay. The next thing I wish to discuss is, hold on, I'm trying to find it in my my documents here.
Why does it sound like Vietnam outside?
Yeah, I heard that.
Something's
That's,
going on.
Yeah,
something crazy's
it's
going on.
Chain explosion of cars, maybe.
Hold on.
Yeah, what's going on, Dakota? What's the dispatch
Hold on.
saying?
I'm listening.
Well, it's stopped now.
I don't think there is an active emergency at the moment. It could just be I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the locals, while we were all gone, somehow got worse at driving, and
that's because
They
they're
don't
all
speak
driving
hoodlum?
faster now.
Anybody speak hoodlum?
Okay, we ready for the next one, boys?
This guy said, "Get mad brick outside."
Hell
I don't
yeah.
know what that means.
Okay. Mayoral Amnesty Act. I'm going to share it. It establishes the ability for the mayor office to issue pardons.
You share it again?
Yes. Take a quick gander at that, lads.
I gotta stand up. I don't get it all the way down here.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and do it again.
Boom.
Got it.
Of important note here is the so I spoke to Malton about this a couple of days ago to get some actual good verbiage in here. And the second paragraph, or it's not even a paragraph, the second blurb there, a guilty verdict must be rendered in order to qualify for a mayoral pardon with a minimum of quarter time served. So this isn't like a get out of jail free card from the mayoral office. There is some punishment that must be rendered regardless.
What does having the record sealed mean?
I think it means they take it off of their record, right? The
Copy and pasting this.
charge is
Sponges
removed.
the charge, essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any charges that you would not be willing to remove off of a record or sealed?
Fuck, that's a hard one. I don't know. What do you think, Dakota?
If I was gonna spitball off the top of my mind right now, impeachment and treason would be two that I would not be willing to have sealed off of somebody's record.
I'm for that. Those are two good ones.
I go either way on this, but perjury maybe in that category.
Okay, perjury.
Evading the court of law. You know, I think that's a pretty big deal.
Terrorism.
Terrorism.
How about all capital crimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, okay. So I'm trying to understand. So clemency is something we've had in the past in this jurisdiction where the mayor, at the point of someone being convicted by a court for a capital crime, could step in and pardon the person from being executed. They could stay the execution.
Oh, okay.
But amnesty is a whole other super judicial concept. The idea of just wiping a record. What would be how would there be any kind of like, is it just pure discretion? Like, how does that work?
Anyone got some food first?
I'm all out.
Pure discretion on who the mayor office would pardon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume so.
I don't know that I'm in favor of blanket authority.
Because then we get to the obvious question.
Well, there's a lot of things like, for example, a mayor can be impeached,
right?
And a mayor can be removed, but impeachment doesn't necessarily contain criminal charges or punishment. It's just removal from office. So what's to stop a lame duck mayor from deciding they don't want to rerun for election, or they just don't want to be mayor anymore, and they just grant amnesty to a bunch of people for favors?
I was more
that
thinking
could be
about a person
crazy.
granting amnesty to themselves.
Or to
and where that
themselves. I mean,
stipulation
Oh,
is.
yeah.
I didn't even think of that. That's another problem.
That's the
well,
main question I was thinking of.
My vision for pardoning is something that I would be able to do to myself.
Right, but we gotta, proof it for, less responsible folks.
Yeah, we have to. You always assume the worst of people.
But I still, I don't know. I can. How do we safeguard it from being abused in the way I described?
Put a cap on the number of people you can grant per term
Could be like
to start at
an
least.
X
Yeah,
amount
but that
per
doesn't that just
month or
increase the
something, but
value
it's
of it?
minimum. Yeah, it kind of does. That way, people pay
that just
even
means
more.
it becomes more. You get more money for the one pardon you can
Yeah.
grant.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, what do you guys feel about pardoning in general?
I don't like the general concept. I think
Same. Honestly.
I understood clemency because typically, right, the way I view it is I'm more of like I don't know if I've ever had this conversation with you, Max. I've had it with some of you here. My view of justice is that I'm not really a values and morals person. I'm not the person who's sitting up there being like, you're an evil person and you deserve to be punished because you're wicked. I just think that laws are how we enforce societal norms. So I don't view a drug trafficker or, a bank robber as a necessarily evil person. I just view them as someone deserving of punishment. For example, I decided one time that I wanted to shoot Officer Carter with a beanbag shotgun in the chest at a traffic stop. I decided it was worth going to jail for the assault and battery charge because I thought it was funny. And I, accepted the consequences.
You went to
I also
jail?
used to, I also used to drive around everywhere drunk driving. I used to speed 140 miles an hour. And I was fully aware that if I got caught, I would get my license taken away and I'd have to take the bus. I accepted those consequences, right? So I don't have a problem with clemency because I view clemency as sort of society's moral compass, right? If a mayor wants to embrace the concept of mercy and prevent someone's life from being taken at the 0 hour, on the hangman's gallows, that ain't a judicial issue, that's a social issue, right? And that's why I get clemency. But pardoning is a distinctly like judicial concept that I don't really align with because I feel like now we're subjectively deciding who's deserving of punishment or not after the courts have already made their decision.
But wouldn't
Well,
it be
the idea here is that the mayor, the popular vote, the elected official to speak for the people of Los Santos, should have the discretionary ability to provide a pardon to the people that voted him in, the people that he is supposed to represent.
Yeah.
At a base level, I'm in favor of some form of pardon just because it sounds like, in particular, felonies are going to be holding a lot of weight with future things. And maybe this is a little cart before the horse, but in things such as business regulations or ownerships or even just working certain jobs, since felonies are weighted much higher, I think there can be a world for
what's the
pardons in that.
calculus? What's the calculus of the difference between an expungement and a pardon?
Yeah. Shouldn't they just get expunged? We want to set up that program.
That is something I'm going to propose as well.
Right. So I'm saying, because I'm assuming we're at some point we're going to install some kind of expungement system. So my question is how does a pardon differ and why?
A pardon is on the spot. A pardon is someone of a particular happening. All right. Right. Let's say, they go through the whole court case because a pardon wouldn't be able to be issued until after a court case is concluded. And the whole host of charges that they've been given would be, in the eyes of that particular mayor at that time, would be able to be pardoned and sealed. So essentially, it would function similar to an expungement, but without, the fee or the process involved in like petitioning for it.
And when it comes to pardoning, I mean, obviously it's very circumstantial as well. I don't know. I think there should be a pardoning process for sure.
So, I guess let me rephrase that. I'm not asking like mechanically, procedurally how things would work. I'm asking like in terms of you as a mayor, why would you decide to pardon someone versus tell them to go through an expungement?
Correct.
Like, what would be a scenario that would inspire you to pardon somebody?
Someone who is not able to afford the expungement process.
Oof.
And there are people that
Someone who does not necessarily deserve the requisite 2-week waiting period to actually
new thing, man.
like to be surveilled in the process of their expungement.
They're all new ideas.
That sort of punishment isn't really deserving.
So you think that if we establish a procedure for expungements and we all agree and vote on it, that then you should be able to decide when it doesn't matter?
No.
Well, that's kind of what you're saying.
No, you are placing a higher value upon the pardon simply because the circumstances are different. They're not. They both serve a purpose. And they would both serve a great purpose, one along the other.
Just to spitball an idea here, what if a pardon had just a limitation on the amount of crimes someone had? Maybe like they can be pardoned, but only if they have very limited felonies, or something. I don't know. Just a spitball any idea that could make it work.
I think, well, not unfortunately, but I do understand. If you were to pardon someone, it seems like it would only be to seal something off of their record that couldn't be removed through expungement, which would render us making it only certain crimes are pardonable obsolete, if that makes sense.
Can you expunge every crime through expungement?
Yeah, I'm on. That's where no. In the past, when we had expungement legislation, there were a number of crimes that were called heinous acts, and those were not able to be expunged. And so the worry that I'm having is, it feels like we're, how do I phrase this? It's something I run into with the judiciary a lot. Typically, the reason why we don't do direct appeals to bench trial or trial verdicts is because effectively, in a realm where we don't have much diversity in seniority between the judges, you'd just be replacing one judge's discretion and opinion for the other one. It's kind of just like a do-over. And I guess my concern is similar to what Nakota's espousing, is that if we install all these protocols and procedures surrounding expungements and the amount of time you have to wait, let's say someone gets an expungement, we install like waiting periods until they can do another one, that kind of thing. And we regulate all that and we agree on it, then it kind of just feels like at some point the mayor is just deciding that his opinion is better than what we've all agreed on.
Well, what do you do to a mayor that abuses their power?
Well, they'd have to be impeached, but the qualifications for impeachment are related to gross incompetence or negligence. And if
why don't we just add pardon abuse in there?
If a pardon is purely discretionary, there's no way to quantify abuse.
Yeah.
Well,
how do we approve it?
Well, you guys are all smart adults. You can, if it seems like a serious problem, like a mayor is, or I guess the future council, I assume they'll be smart individuals. How would they not be able to determine that someone is just flagrantly abusing their ability to pardon?
We're just doing the volleyball effect. So we all establish our collective judgment as to what expungements and punishments for crimes are. We have a judiciary that determines if people are legal. Then the mayor gets pure discretionary power to decide if someone deserves to be exempt from the entire system that everyone agreed on. And then, in order to counteract that mayoral ability, the council gets discretionary power to decide if the mayor used their pure discretionary power wrong. It's just kicking the ball back over the volleyball net, which is what I'm talking about with judges. You're just supplanting one person's subjective opinion for the other one back and forth.
You guys wouldn't be able to tell if Darth Sidious was about to fucking declare the Republic no longer relevant?
But that's what I'm saying, is it's not as insidious, for lack of a better phrasing word, that as you're making it out to be. I'm saying that I think the very nature of pure discretion is in of itself insidious enough. And I don't think there's a way to look at pure discretion and point out when it's used well and poorly. Otherwise, it's just, again, my opinion versus yours.
When they start
Who's to say
debating,
my
it
opinion's
gets so
better?
fucking hard to keep track of this shit.
It's not the opinion of one person. It's the opinion of a group of people who have been elected or chosen to enforce the will of the state.
Right, but you're saying the mayor has the
Yeah,
Yeah.
is it a
The pure
group or is it
discretion.
the mayor?
Yeah,
Those
one
are-
person's making the veto. That
Yeah.
would be the mayor, not us.
The mayor was chosen by the populace, and therefore it represents the interest of the majority of the people of Los Santos.
I'll just lead or conclude with the fact that I think there's a reason why there are branches of government. This is a very good example of it.
Well, I will conclude also that there are checks and balances for a reason, and that if a mayor is abusing their power
Sometimes
like that,
they just
should be
yap so
impeached. That is the
much, you
check.
know.
Yeah, but
I don't
I'm
think we should
but
give
again
them that
we're
much power to
we're
abuse it,
we're
too.
just back to the example I brought up in the beginning, which is the mayor doesn't want to be mayor anymore, so he just solicits
I'm just trying to get the key points.
the highest bidder to pardon
Key
him.
points, key
But
points.
he's leaving
yeah, but it
office
still
anyway.
happened. Like, yeah.
That's why they call it lame duck. Doesn't matter what they do, presumably, because they're not going to run for office again.
Yeah, there's no punishing someone who's already on the way out.
And then all those people have already had those charges removed, and then we're just kind of fucked.
Like we as a group need to operate in a forward-thinking manner. I am a reactive, not proactive
This is already
person.
like a
I think
3.5
that
hour meeting.
the reactive, or sorry, the proactive stifling of certain progress in Los Santos is a stagnant, cancerous thing that will eventually drive us back into our holes and be afraid to propose things that will eventually affect the entirety of the people who live here. Not just about pardoning. If we are afraid to punish a mayor, or to sit down and figure out a way to punish a mayor who's going to abuse that kind of power, how can we, in good confidence, state that we ourselves are not able to, like, truly begin to why are we so afraid of punishing after the fact? That's what I want to know.
Because there's no way to punish the action that resolves the issue.
There is. We can
You can't-
come up with one, Crane.
Okay, so what is your solution to someone who's a lame duck and then pardons their friend?
The council will vote on whether or not they believe he was a lame duck, and then he will go to jail.
Under
yeah,
what
but
crime?
if they're throwing
A crime that
everything
we
away
can
at that
come up
point,
with.
they
That's my
probably
fucking
don't.
point. We are the power.
So then we take the guy who was let out of jail and put him back in jail?
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck
Double
not?
Jeopardy.
It's not called double jeopardy.
That
He's not being charged again. It's the same fucking charge.
But he was already pardoned.
Double jeopardy is a concept that was established with years and years,
No, that
hundreds
is
of
double
years
jeopardy,
of
though.
legal precedence. How does that have any place in Los Santos?
Yeah.
That's a good point. I'm gonna
Why
tell
are we
PD
cherry
they can,
picking
I'm gonna
this?
tell PD they
That's
can
a-
charge
that's-
twice.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can get.
I don't know about that.
I could give you a hypothetical.
Sure.
We'll call it the Cornwood Proclamation. If you
Oh
forget
my
to write a
God.
search warrant, you're still good to go.
Okay, so I have a hypothetical situation here. I find a brick of weed. A brick of weed has 2 DNA prints on it. I bring in a suspect, and their DNA print is on that brick of weed, and I charge them for the possession of it because their DNA matches. So they've been charged with possession of that brick. I arrest another person 3 weeks later who also has DNA that matches the DNA matched finding it on that brick of weed. Can I charge that person for possession of that as well?
Can you?
I don't know.
Well, you should know. You know the law. You're a cop.
That's constructive possession.
The
You make an
same item
argument.
that someone's already charged for it, though?
Yeah, but
But if
well,
you've
okay,
got
well that,
two
but how do you
separate-
prove the temporal
Forgot how to
nature of the
spell
possession?
Jeopardy. Geopardy.
DNA being on it.
Right, and so I'm saying, if I possess a gun and then I hand you a gun, you also possessed the gun.
Correct. Okay, perfect.
So we both committed the crime.
I think that impeachment perfectly would is okay. So listen up. Let's say there's a lame duck. Let's say he decides to shoot off some pardons toward the end of his term. Let's say he pardons like 5 people. Let's say those people are honestly, even if he does do this, what's the issue?
what could someone like
That's
that?
crazy.
What kind of connections could that person have? What kind of crimes could have possibly been committed for
Hold
someone?
on.
Like what
Is
like,
the prolific
let's use
ex-terrorist with the
me.
face tattoo asking that question?
No, okay. How many acts of terrorism have happened in Los Santos after the collapse? How many murders have happened since the collapse?
Terrorism? At least one.
Isn't there one on the docket for that?
Yeah, there's one on the docket right now.
He has not been charged with that
Murder?
yet.
I know. Okay.
It's on the docket for it.
There was a murder
let's
too.
just say one.
that.
Let's just say one. Someone's been charged with terrorism.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
There was a
let's
murder
continue.
too at Senor Buns.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got one
Yeah, there's
and
been a
one.
few.
So let's continue.
Okay, I don't have terrorist connections anymore. I don't have criminal connections anymore. What realistic? No, I know what in what realistic world? Because I'm a very unique individual. Okay, in what world would there be a mayor that is elected that would have the ability and proximity to people to actually issue a pardon to someone that would be dangerous to society?
Once upon a time, Rami ran for mayor, okay? And almost
And he lost. He lost though.
But we shouldn't
We
really
have
be
had
thinking
corrupt mayors, though. We have.
But we should also be giving the benefit of the doubt because this shit happened 5 years ago. It's good to bring it up, but we should also be giving people the benefit of the doubt.
And we can't live in the
Within
past.
reason.
Well, hold on. There is a whole different set of checks and balances for the mayor now that did not exist 5 years ago.
Exactly.
And the ability to abuse their power is so
Okay.
minuscule in comparison to what was possible before.
What if a request for a pardon came before the city council then, and not just one?
There's two
checks.
people. There's two people talking right now. One person go ahead, and then the other go ahead, please. So, Cantor-
Philippa has
yeah,
been trying to
Cantor-
talk for a little bit.
Cantor, go ahead.
Sure. I was just gonna say, what if someone requests a pardon from the entire council? Then there you go. There's checks.
We
all it means. We have to discuss it.
I had initially entertained that thought. The reality of the situation is that a pardon is typically executed in like a hasty manner, as opposed to waiting for once a week for us to vote on the matter, and then we have to research the case as a group and kind of figure out, and then there might be disagreements, and it becomes a more
That's because
long-winded
pardons
thing.
are typically for lame ducks and capital crime.
Typically,
yeah,
but not always.
So if we're gearing them not to be towards lame ducks and capital crimes, then it wouldn't need to be hasty.
I missed what Crane said already.
Isn't the idea behind all of this that we have the ability to be the change that we want to be?
This is something I'm totally out of practice with too.
fettering ourselves with just bureaucracy tape after bureaucracy tape. We passed fucking 4 new laws and legislations here right now. We don't need to
agree.
Yeah, we've been killing it.
Yeah, it's good. Anybody have food? I'm gonna pass out.
I got food.
Yeah, I got.
No, I don't. I don't have food. I lied.
I have plenty, so.
Just gonna balance it on your chair.
I think a good idea for this whole pardoning thing would be to prevent a mayor from being able to issue pardons in the last month of their term or some shit. Or if they're up for impeachment, they can't issue any pardons.
What was that last part, Max? I'm sorry.
Hold on, I'm stuck in the chair table.
Sorry, I get antsy after a few hours on my ass, so I have to stand.
I think that there are ways to have a pardon be something that is something that the mayor who represents the people of Los Santos by majority could use, while also in a hasty manner, in a decisive manner, while also being subject to oversight and the ability to review them for a potential abuse. Case in point, the last couple of weeks of their term, they can't issue pardons. Or if they're under investigation,
that's
to
what
be
this whole
impeached,
thing is
can't
for.
issue
Is
pardons.
so for
Just situations
laws
in
and
which
legislations
they
to be
would
debated.
probably do lame duck shit, just
debated.
make it so that they can't do it.
This is the entire purpose of the city council.
Compromise.
I don't want absolute power. I definitely don't want absolute power for some fucking jackass. 3 months from now.
Yeah, well, I don't think you do. I think the problem is that you are viewing things under the lens of you being a responsible adult human being. And what I'm suggesting is someone who sat across from many a mayor is that you're the exception, not the rule. So we have to plan for not you, Max.
Like I said earlier,
Right.
you have to expect the worst of people because guaranteed, if there is a way to fuck the system, somebody is going to do it.
Absolutely.
I don't like that mentality because it's kind of a cynic's mentality that puts a dark cloud over every single interaction that I will have to do as a government official.
I hate to break it to you, Max. The reason why all the regulations are on you as the mayor right now, the reason why we have a treasurer, the reason why we even have a city council is because what's the adage? Fool me 13 times, shame on me. I mean, I went years with benefit of the doubt. I'm all out of it.
I'm not, and I'm an optimist.
Well, God bless.
I believe in people, and I while it would be easy to blame those past mayors for obvious corruption or embezzlement or whatever, the onus lies on the people who crafted the previous system that allowed it to be abused like that.
I agree, which is why I'm so heavily scrutinizing something that allows pure discretion.
And we should scrutinize it too. I agree with you.
I'm definitely in the position of really wanting to set the city up for success in the future. It's not so much thinking cynically, it's just protections, you know? Just want to make sure that everyone's safe and taken care of. Yeah.
So what do you guys think of what are some scenarios in which lame ducking can occur? Like literally like if they're about to be impeached or if they're on the way out or what?
I mean, it could happen at any point. Yeah, they could say, "Oh, this person's offering me $100K for this. That's worth going down for."
Well, how do you prove something like that, right?
You don't. That's why I'm so concerned.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to prove.
That was my exact point that I made earlier when you said, well, the city council should be able to determine when it's being abused. And the problem is, how do you prove that? And the answer is, it's nearly impossible because it's pure discretion.
I got elected based upon a series of campaign promises that I spoke to people that said that I would sit here and I would petition for a forward-thinking, unbound to the past council. That I would sit here and if I heard talk like this, that I would tell you guys, listen, just because something can go wrong doesn't mean we need to bury our head in the sand and try to even prevent any amount of progress simply because something could go wrong. We have more protections now and more checks and balances now than any other mayor in the history of Los Santos.
I agree. I just think there should be some on this.
Encouraging options, yeah.
So what do you think, Crane? What's a restriction that you would like to see on the mayoral pardon?
I genuinely do not know how to evaluate someone's ability for pure subjective discretion into a qualitative state that can be viewed objectively, because you're trying to analyze someone's decision making when there are no bounds to that decision making except for their own mind. The only thing I can think of is that in the past, to draw a parallel, when we have entertained the concept of parole for people who were previously sentenced to life without parole, it has only been considered under the guise of a panel that was made up specifically of the victim of the original crime, a representative from the PD, a representative from psych, to determines the person's ability to reintegrate into society, and a judicial member. So in this case, because the mayoral pardon would be extrajudicial, you could say that the mayor could convene a pardon committee, and perhaps then would need to justify their reasoning to the people involved with the crime. And I think that would be a good way to sort of balance the authority. But I don't know that there's a way to effectively balance the authority after the fact. I think the balancing would have to come prior to the action, which is why I generally don't know if I support the idea of pure pardons, because I don't know if there's an effective way to balance it before the action occurs. I'm all for second chances, which is why I've been known to be extremely liberal with expungements. Hell, I let Rami run for mayor, and during his term when he was trying to get expunged, which by the way was going to end the day of the election signups closing, he had 3 warrants for his arrest during that period. And I told him, if you don't get caught for those warrants, then technically you haven't been charged with a crime. So I guess you meet the requirements. So I've been seen as extremely liberal, and a lot of PD probably think that I'm way too, coddling of people and way too nice. And so they'd probably think that I shouldn't have pardon authority because I'd be too nice to certain people. So from that perspective, I struggle with finding a way to make this something that isn't in and of itself abused. Not in potential, I mean just in general. I don't know how to balance it.
To spitball maybe like a compromise here, what if the mayor had pardoning power, but before, the order could be signed, the council would have to approve it with a simple majority, and then that way it's also
I don't think
only
it should be
occurring,
us.
like, once a week?
I don't think it should be us
Okay.
because why are we any more educated on pardons than anybody else? Max is right. He has the mandate of the people, right? But I don't know why, why we're any more in a better position than anyone else. I don't know.
I would disagree that you guys aren't in a position for that, because we are all elected representatives of different aspects of what it means to live in Los Santos. Some of people like Mr. Crane are hyper experts in their field. I don't know how long Nakota's been a cop. I know Edda has been deputy mayor 3 times. Juno was a cop. Michael Simone was a hyper criminal.
To be clear, also Edda, myself, and wait, is it Ed and myself? Ed and myself aren't elected.
Okay. Anyway, my point is
I'm just saying.
Yeah. We all are. I think we are qualified to make that kind of decision because we represent so many different walks of life, and we have so many different perspectives that when something like that were to come to the table, then we would be able to review it impartially.
I need to have myself a power roll, Dave, one of these days. I have not had mine in a couple days.
Would that be something that you're
So mayor nominates
of course.
pardons, then the council votes on them?
Yeah.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
Does that mean you recuse yourself from the vote since you're nominating it up front?
No.
I would suggest something.
Yeah,
I think that I would think that once the pardon's nominated by the mayor
for some of these days, so I can do some.
I don't know if the judiciary should be involved.
Why not?
Are you hiring?
Because they were involved in their case.
Because we were involved in the adjudication.
What if I was the one that prosecuted it?
This is what I'm saying. This is why it's hard to figure out who's in an objective place. So you either go fully objective, which means you need people not connected whatsoever, or you go fully subjective, which is what I was talking about earlier with parole, where you have the people most informed that you need to convince.
I think pure subjective is good on this case.
I agree. I think so. I think the way parole is mocked up could work. So we could get the judge who ruled on the initial case, the lead prosecutor on the initial case, and the victim. And so the mayor would nominate a person for a pardon and then would need to pitch to these people why he believes this person should be pardoned.
Right. Perfect.
I think that's pretty fair, because then that removes the potential for abuse, right? Because those people aren't going to, the victim and the prosecutor and the judge ain't going to take a bribe.
Right.
So I guess then, is this something that we're wanting like Max or whoever to like write up and we could see the official proposal next week?
Yeah, and we'll revisit it for the vote.
Well, just for funsies, why don't we put the pure pardon to a vote?
Sure. You're talking about like as it's written, what you shared,
as I shared with you guys.
Okay.
Just mayor 100%.
We'll start with me and then go to Nakota. I vote aye.
I vote nay.
Sorry, I'm Skip me. I'm re-looking at it real quick.
Cantor,
Oh, nay. Sorry.
Crane.
Let me review the exact language. Just give me for a sec.
I'm very open to another proposal, though.
Of course. I just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts are on this one.
Forgot Malton's name for a second.
Yeah, don't ever feel upset. I just want to say, if you guys need to say nay to me, that isn't going to. I'm taking this very serious, and I know that.
Hell yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, I don't want. This is nothing personal.
Of course. I'm very open to just these discussions either way, even if I disagree in the end.
Yep.
I only write down Juno because Juno is easier to remember than fucking. I'd look at my notes and be like, "Who the fuck is Sweeney?" I don't know.
What's section 3 about? TBD commencement?
Who cares? Who cares?
That's just information that we need to fill in later, like once the law goes into effect. Certain details,
about-
I suppose,
okay,
that would
alright.
be tossed in there that we would be discussing here.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a no as written just because I think it's extremely broad.
Yeah.
It's a nay for the same reasons, but
Juno,
I.
Michael,
Aye.
Etta.
Nay.
Okay, so this motion does not pass. It's 3-5. I will work on a revised pardoning method.
Who asked? Wait, me.
And let us move on to the next matter.
Shit, now he really wants to kill me.
The Marriage Act.
Okay.
Let me get on
Sorry,
the table.
just out of
Yeah.
curiosity,
Wait, the
how many?
marijuana?
Out of curiosity, how many other things are we gonna discuss from you, Matt?
I got like 2 more, I think.
Okay, so 3 in total.
I think so.
All right.
I'm gonna move here so I can share with everybody.
Oh, thank you.
So the purpose of this Marriage Act would be essentially to reinstate. There was a brief period of time in the past where spousal privilege was enabled, but it was kind of dialed back on because people were trying to abuse the system and come in and be like, "Hey, I want to marry this guy," blah blah blah. So this act serves 2 purposes, and that's to establish an official recognition from the state for marriages, one, and to certificate them, and to also make it so that spouses don't have to like, that would be the one perk for being married, is that you wouldn't have to testify against your spouse, which I think is a great idea. Something that doesn't currently exist in the state, something that did have potential for abuse in the past, but it's something that is also, it's very easy to prevent abuse by way of for example, Kermie and some lady with one hand, I forget what her name was trying to Nana. Yeah, they were getting married, but there was a judge there to officiate, and the judge was like, "Yeah, you guys shouldn't be getting married." You know, it's really as simple as that. I would like to see judges in a position of power to really go over determining whether or not someone is serious about their marriage, because they would be receiving a state perk in the realm of not having to testify against your spouse. And that's pretty much it.
I like the concept, but I would like to see a cost associated with it, tax purposes.
Oh yeah,
And
I meant to include the cost in there. I would like to see $50,000 to get married.
What's legal age?
Holy shit.
18.
And
$50,000.
the second, and I think this helps with the abuse standpoint. I would not like that spousal privilege to kick in until, let's just say, 21 days after they get married.
Yeah,
right.
they'd have to be married for a substantial amount of time.
Good idea. So we could drop the price down 25K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's more. Yeah, that's better.
What about 25K each?
No, we'll just do 25K, I think.
I also keep it in similar of like one child. Like, you could only be married once, and a divorce is also 25K or something.
One
Right,
at a time
right.
type thing. Yeah.
So
That's
essentially, the purpose of this would be to establish spousal privilege, that there would be a period of time after two individuals are married that they would not be permitted spousal privilege in the event of a court case that transpires then, and they would have to pay a fee to get the official license and certificate.
Just to clarify, I would say 21 days, or there's like already like a case on the docket against, because we know how some of that shit could take a while, right? Like if there's anything pending against them, it can't be. But if there's not, then just 3 weeks later.
That's up to the judge, right? So, you know, if someone wants to get married,
it has got to
the
be
due
judicial.
diligence of
Yeah.
the judge should be to
Fair.
go to PD and say, hey, are there any open investigations into these people?
Okay, then yeah, just the 21 days then
Okay. So this one seems pretty clear cut. We've established a fee for getting married, a fee for getting divorced. We've established the restrictions on spousal privilege. We've established what spousal privilege is, and we have established that the state would recognize officially in the form of a certificate an actual marriage between two individuals in the state of Los Santos. All in favor?
I have a question.
Pause.
Wait.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions.
Go on.
Number one, this is nullified if you get a divorce. Yes or no?
The spousal privilege, yeah, because they're not spouses.
So, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You have another one, Crane?
Well, my biggest thing is there needs to be some kind of rider in here or some kind of addendum that disclaims the existence or possibility of any kind of asset splitting in divorce.
Okay.
I'm not trying to hear divorce cases. I'm
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah.
I was trying to be specific in stating that the only empowerment would be spousal privilege, not actual like inheritances or whatever.
Fuck that noise.
People are gonna try it because they can.
Well, do you tell them no?
I think
Boom.
from a medical standpoint, I know in a lot of in a lot of areas around the country, spouses are kind of automatically the main point of contact for emergency contacts unless stated otherwise anywhere. That could be something that we involve so that this is even more valuable for people to do.
Okay, good point.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I think as long as we just include the caveat about inherent legal rights to assets and divorce or whatever.
Yeah, I like it if it's a tiny bit more expanded. It seems like, but I
Yeah, I have one more. So
go on.
For as far as I'm aware, from my knowledge, spousal privilege extends to private communication between two married individuals, and there are third-party exceptions to this rule sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I think we figure that out in court. I think spousal privilege
that's fine.
is the default right. So the baseline, as I understand it, is if myself and Cantor are married and I get, accused of embezzlement, the cops can't use text messages between Cantor and I as evidence.
Got it.
Because those are privileged communications between a husband and wife.
All right, as long as it's very,
anything
specific,
else,
I'm fine with that.
else related to, trying to argue about, well, the conversation was out in public at a public place and someone overheard it, and therefore there was no expectation of privacy. We'll hear all that shit in court.
Okay, that's fine. As long as that's where my mind goes immediately. So that's good.
I'm just making a quick little amendment to this.
Sounds good.
Will you reshare it once it's amended, please?
Yeah, I don't know how the formatting will be, but
okay.
As long as you guys don't care.
No. As long as
So
I can read it.
I have the fee for marriage will be to be recognized by the state is $25,000. The fee for a divorce is the same. The state shall certify a marriage after all of the recipient's requirements have been met. The state similarly reserves the right to delay or decline marriage between two individuals if a court case is on the docket concerning one or both of the individuals. Wait, hold on. We decided the 21 days would just be enough, right?
Yeah, because active investigation.
Yeah, because a judge is going to check on all that stuff anyway.
So it doesn't even need to be in there. I'll just train the judges on it.
Okay. The state now we'll write the state similarly reserves the right to what's the word? Fucking
deny.
Oh no, I'm just gonna remove this. Hang on. Hold on. Just give me a minute to finish. I can't think of
Alright.
it.
Yeah,
Very fun.
Quick, everyone starts saying random words.
I
Makes it
Mom.
so difficult.
I feel like I'm being the fly in the ointment guy over here.
You're fine, Malcolm. It's literally your job.
If what happens if two people get married and they both have already adopted a child under the previous legislation? Does that mean that
it's
the
per person, so not per couple. So
Yeah, it is per
Yeah, I think
person.
that's fair
it
enough.
would be fine.
okay, so they would be automatically like
That means their
ingratiated to
kids
the
can't
family?
make out anymore.
Yeah,
Oh
true.
no.
Not in front of me.
Okay, so
yeah.
the final blurb that I wrote is in its entirety will be the fee for marriage will recognize the state, blah blah blah. The state will certify a marriage after all these requirements have been met.
Not
For 21 days
acknowledged.
after the marriage has been approved by the state, spousal privilege does not apply to either individual.
I
Were there
need to start my phone for a
sure?
moment.
Were there any other concerns that I missed? Question mark.
I'm good.
You have in there the filing fee and the divorce fee.
Yeah.
It's like
Previous
previously
existing
married
what now?
people, married people would have to get remarried under the court.
Yeah.
Yeah, all marriages are not recognized unless they've been adjudicated under the new system. And adoptions. You're all orphans.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a disqualifier for this?
For marriage?
Well, okay. Meaning two people get married while there's a docket posting, so the other doesn't have to testify against the other. Does that disqualify them?
But the judge would just deny him in that case.
Okay.
Yeah, the judge
Okay.
has discretion, and I'll train the judges on what to look for.
Understood.
Yeah, perfect.
Should I include in this a line about judges having discretion when it comes to actually deciding whether or not two individuals are fit to be married?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, it should only be. It should only be. Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be like subjective personal discretion. It should be like, the judge should
Going
be the
on
person
downstairs,
tasked with examining if there are any legal matters that would prevent the marriage, such as ongoing investigations.
And then there is the limit that you can only be married to one person at a time.
Like I know what's going on downstairs, but
Yeah,
what
that's
is going
good.
on
But,
downstairs?
One, polygamy shouldn't be allowed around here anyway. Two, that would be an issue if yeah, privilege with everyone would be crazy.
I know people that would do it.
Oh yeah.
Why is that being rung so often?
That is a really good question.
Verdict, maybe?
Contempt?
Maybe.
Even then, that's a lot of times.
I wrote, the judge examining the potential marriage reserves the right to decline the individual's ability to be married in the eyes of the state if they are if there are pressing legal and judicial reasons to do so. Is that fine?
Perfect. Yeah, as long as it's not discretionary. I don't want judges being like, I don't like your kind. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, yeah. I hope not.
Was there anything else?
Can you just reshare it one more time just so you can see the updated version?
Sounds good. Hopefully the formatting doesn't suck. It does, but I'll clean up a little bit.
Is anyone still having that issue where someone shares like a note or something with them and they can't scroll all the way to the bottom on their phone, or has that been?
That's fixed. That's fixed.
Yeah, I was,
Okay,
I was okay with it.
All right.
The best way to avoid any problems with shared documents is go to the place where you would have that document on your phone if you were the owner.
Shared it.
And then accept the document. That prevents
Okay.
all issues.
Yeah, I was having issues getting invoices.
So I just
for
go to my
repairs,
documents
but-
and then I hit accept and then it opens perfectly every time.
Got it.
I think this is good.
What? Good. So in the same vein of this, let's go ahead and outlaw polygamy. I think that's an easy one.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that hasn't been, honestly.
Yeah.
Could just add it as a in this, can you?
Okay, so wait, is there any nays to the marriage legislation?
Nice. Good.
Cool.
We could add it in here, but we could just make it illegal. Where do you think, Craig? Do you think we should add it in this, or do you think we should add it in?
I think we should add it in this.
Okay.
Yes,
because you know it's kind of like the shit sandwich idea. We sneak it in here.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea.
You want to toss it in at the bottom there or something when you go to add it to the MDT?
Yeah, I'll find a spot for it.
I think you should put it in the middle so maybe people don't read it. And
It's
try
gonna
to
be in the
follow.
middle. It's gonna be.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's the shit sandwich.
like
That's how it works.
Perfect.
So keeping in theme with the other two heavy proposals, the pardoning and the One Child Act, I did have something written up for expungement. The issue is that it is the process by which is something that we probably all haven't been considering this week. Therefore, when I were to present something like this, it would turn into a long discussion of us kind of figuring out how to do it. So instead, I just want everyone to be thinking about what their ideal expungement process looks like.
So I'll just to stop you real quick. I got confirmation that the two new sections being added to the MDT, which is state announcements and city council documents, they may not be there yet. It might be a reset. So I am going to tsunami. Jesus fucking Christ.
I assumed you meant. I assumed you meant
reset of the MDT.
Yeah.
I've been in this room for too fucking long. So essentially, I am going to sit down and create your staff profiles at some point, either after this meeting or later tonight, and then what we will all have the capacity to do is upload documents to the city council documents section, which will only be viewable by us. So that way you could, for example, Max, throw up your draft on expungements. And then utilizing the functionality of the MDT, we can all make edits. So someone could just claim a color and then write in that color their comments, whatever. And that'll allow for more, functional communication without having to all be in the same room.
Or just have like bar line at the bottom, and then people could spitball their general opinions on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of it, yeah.
So I'll work on getting all that organized later today.
Yeah, so I guess that's something expungement we could discuss throughout the week. Then is probably much better.
Exactly.
Yeah. So think about pardons and how we kind of came to a consensus following that vote that failed 3-5. That we want to see some sort of group decision after a mayor nominates somebody for pardon. We do not know how we want that to happen because there are certain concerns about conflictions in terms of people who may have been prosecuting or are privy to certain details of the case by virtue of their employment with the DOJ. So we need to think about a way to formulate a group process to issue pardons that have the ability to seal the crimes that they would be getting pardoned for. It would be the duty of the mayor to present the person that would be getting pardoned to the whatever group is going to be created to take this on.
No, not yet.
To kind of advocate for them in a sensible manner, not just like, hey, this guy, I'm going to pardon this guy for whatever. Like essentially presenting their case for why this person should be pardoned.
Yeah, that sounds great.
The precise voting group on that, that's what we need to be thinking.
Hell, you write that shit up, I'd vote for it.
Okay. I'm gonna have what I'm trying to say. Sorry, Alex, I'm gonna let you talk in a second. What I want is everyone to be kind of thinking about what that group of people that would vote on that particular person in that particular scenario would look like. So when we meet up next week, we can spitball it with more clarity, I guess. Sorry, Alex, go on.
Was the Marriage Act a unanimous yes?
Yeah.
None opposed.
Are we still instituting crimes that are not pardonable?
We have not even discussed that.
Okay.
That's something we could do like in the moment after we get rid
Meeting
get
has been
through the hard
going on
part,
as
right?
long as I've been
But
streaming.
also be
Shit.
thinking about
Minus
that
5
as well
minutes.
when
That's
we meet.
part of expungements also.
Got it.
Because we're talking about
So
what
about 4
sticks on your
hours.
record after an expungement.
Okay.
Because there are certain crimes in the past that terrorism, treason, etc., that stuck on your record even through an expungement. However, that being said, personally, I'm open to arguments either way, because the whole reason why those crimes stuck on your record was because expungements were fucking handed out like candy. So if expungements are much harder to get and more scrutinized and more time gated, for example, then I might not agree that that heinous crimes could always stay on someone's thing. In fact,
not right now.
5 or 6 years ago, I was thinking about passing an amendment to the legislation
They keep
that
yapping.
said that if it had been over 9 months or something since the offense, that the crime could be expunged. So I'm open to discussion either way. So I don't want to give any illusion that I think it necessarily needs to be a thing.
Even I got an expungement.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh my
Marriage
god.
Act.
I got expunged because the government collapsed, guys.
Mine was only for jaywalking, but I didn't want it on my record anymore.
Mutual combat laws.
Let me just say,
animal carcass law.
first of all, thank you, Michael, for being here. I know it's been hard.
Yeah, are you alive? God
Yeah.
damn it!
Are you
Like
okay?
fucking...
Sorry there, Michael.
Yeah, we're about at the 4
I'm
hour
still
mark
breathing,
right now.
kind of.
It's once a
Doing
week.
great.
You can
Well,
manage.
We believe in you.
Thank you, Alex, for taking notes. It's a very important job. Thank you, Crane, for your wisdom, and thank you everyone who provided their opinions and insight. This is a very good inaugural council meeting. I think it.
Hey,
proves
hold
that
on.
What?
Where's the old yeller?
Well, I'm gonna revise that one for next
Present your ideas, coward. You lily-livered son of a bitch.
No.
10 toes, motherfucker. I listen to rap music.
We're doing that shit
Stand
next.
on business, asshole.
We're doing that shit next week. We've been here for 4 hours. I don't. We got stuff to think about, homework to do.
All right.
He'll throw that shit in the MDT, I'm sure.
Crane, thank you for updating the MDT with all the new shit that we did decide to do.
Yeah, I'll work with Alex and I'll put everything in. So whatever didn't get drafted, I think the only things assigned were Max, you're going to revise and put into city council docs the things that we didn't vote on. Malton is going to do the first crack on which one, Malton?
I'm just gonna call it council ethics.
Yeah, right. The the civilian oversight board.
No. Disclosures too. The council.
Disclosures. Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Civilian oversight board. I could also do based off of what.
And
we
then
talked about.
I'll handle
Yeah.
stuff that Alex has in her notes.
I need to talk to you after that, Nakota. By the way.
Okay.
Well, good shit, everyone.
Right.
I think this
4 hours,
proves
baby.
that we are able to work together and that the people voted correctly.
I think so.
Good
Got
work.
a lot done. Good shit.
Sick. Meeting adjourned.
All right, let's get out of here.
Bedtime.
Yeah, good
Somebody
night,
carry
Michael.
Michael out.
Sweet dreams, my dear. Sweet dreams.
You going to the Royal Rumble?
I'm gonna sleep in my office.
Did you still want to see that meeting room
No,
while you go
that's-
downstairs?
I'm gonna-
Because it's going to be in passing.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll pass by it on the way, so
All right.
it'll take like 2 seconds.
Yep. I feel like the idea of having like everything kind of looked over before we go into the next meeting is a good thing.
Yeah, I will say it does get hard to keep track of notes when y'all start yapping about stuff. You know, like I understand it's debating, but holy shit.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of the debates part, so I'm just trying to get like key points.
Yeah. I'm a serial yapper, so I ain't got nothing to complain about.
Yeah, you're the worst defender by far.
I know.
I was in the waiting room.
Yeah. Look, we got 2 drink machines here.
Got 4.
4. Oh, well, yeah, I
You
guess
got
so.
a water and a sprunk and a cola.
Yeah,
Alright,
these things are filled.
No, I see your point.
Yeah. Just need like a little snackies machine.
Yeah. Yes. We just got done with the meeting. Yes.
Holy.
The speed limit increased. You're welcome. You should care. Well, you should care because now the fines are also higher, so.
Thank you. Satan's less dick tips and may he find our little brother.
That's double-edged sword, I'd say.
We appreciate the kindness and that you.
Well, it's worse for
Oh,
you.
fuck.
Unholy flames, dispensing
Worse for you,
eternal
everyone else.
damnation to those
What the
that
fuck
would
am I hearing?
face us.
And granting us your powers and protection, man.
Yes,
and I'll get those
man.
other 2 fingers for you soon, man.
Oh, these are my new judicial hires. You want to meet them out?
Yes, man.
Sure.
Let's say it again.
Blessed be good Lord Satan.
Hey, you guys here for the interview?
Oh, hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's going on? Come on over.
Oh, did you get my call from my assistant,
Yeah,
Hermie, man?
I did.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, you Kermingle, man.
Oh, wow.
All right, gentlemen. So,
Oh, what's going on? Good looking.
Alex, why don't you fellas introduce yourself?
Oh, what's going on, Alex? I'm Dingle fan.
Wow,
brother
wow, wee, wow.
Of the one and only Fingaldan and the long reigning and recently deceased Judge Ingledan.
Judge
Ingle!
Just
say
Judge
Ingledan.
Oh yeah, Murphy, come meet your new colleagues.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, so these are like new
Congratulations on your
judges.
job.
Somebody just say
Oh,
Judge
no, man. I'm here
Ingledan.
to support my little bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
man,
yeah,
I want to
yeah,
be
Dingle.
a judge. This is just my brother. He's here to, we just linked
Not
up.
nice to say
Long,
he's willing to
crazy
fund my
story, we
experiments
haven't
now.
seen each other in years. He just showed
Oh
up,
my
and I was
God.
like, "Whoa, what's going on, bro?"
Yeah, Dingle
Oh,
here.
yeah,
I
I
think
came to get a new ID, man. What's
it's a
up?
promising legal
Looking
mind,
tight.
Murphy. We might give him a chance.
Yeah, after I figured this, after a long history of fighting in many wars, and always coming up just that short. After the Sanguine War, seeing my good brother Judge Ingle go down in such a tragic
Judge
way,
Ingle, man!
I figured that I would need to carry on his legacy because he was truly ahead of his time in all of his ideas and decisions.
Who the hell's Finkel
It was a
Dan?
good war. I made a lot of good money off of that war.
Oh, you made money, man?
Yeah.
Me too, man. I
Came
I
out of
bought a
retirement,
lot of
made a
those
bunch of money.
organs. And
Yeah, I'm a
flipped
war
them.
hero, man.
I was flipping organs like crazy, man.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
on the front lines, and I defended.
Judge Ingo's body too.
Yeah, I saw him go down, and I just went into a blind rampage, and then I just, I got locked up for life, and I figured that it's time. Judge Ingo wouldn't have wanted this, even though he probably would have. So I gotta, carry on in his footsteps, bring justice to the world in the only way I know how.
By Satan's power and the law.
Yes, man.
Well, I'm a
Satan's
big
law.
believer in religious freedom, so
Yes,
go
man.
Satan.
Hail Satan.
Yeah,
Dingle,
man.
why don't you show me your ID there?
Sure thing, man.
Whip it out, little bro.
Here's
And
my
then,
ID that
go
I
ahead and
have,
check
man.
your email there, Dingle. I need some more info. God damn, you're older than I am, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's pretty old,
Of
bro.
course we are, little man.
Looking pretty good for your age, though.
No, that's the power of Satan and about 100 years of medical technology.
What kind of skin products?
Blood and placenta.
I'll have to look into that.
You don't got a
That's
record,
what
do
we
you,
got.
Dingle?
No, not since the war, man.
Not since we went
All
in
right.
there and burned all those fucking files.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man.
But nobody
Fuck
got to know about
computers,
that.
man.
Nobody's got to know about that.
And he does not have a criminal record.
Yeah, I got rid of one of my marriages like that actually. And Labar just delete all the files.
Oh, you killed her?
No. No,
Oh, why not, man? It's still a problem.
It's okay. It's outside
I just had my
statute.
friend Dennis Labar, you know, just get rid of any record of the marriage. Easy peasy.
Yeah, man.
That's the way to
It's
fucking
either
do
that
it.
or you break into the police station while the economy's in shambles and no one's doing anything. And the people are running crazy on the streets. And so, you know, you're just picking up the homeless people and killing them and taking their organs and then reselling them to third world countries and wars.
As you do.
You just got to take advantage, man. It's a pro quo quo.
Yeah, I mean, that is a legal sounding term.
Could be, man. I don't know. I'm a doctor.
Doctors have Latin phrases
oh, no.
too that they use.
Some of y'all might not be used to the fucking Fingal Dan bits.
Oh, the only Latin I say is usually in a ritual. And typically to bring back my brother Vingo. But he hasn't been back. So, you know, I've been down there, South America, harvesting fingers so I can pay back my debt to Satan.
In my mouse?
I only need 2 more, baby.
So, like, do you have to collect fingers till you have
Already.
like 2 full hands? Is that kind of like how it works?
No, I needed 1,000 fingers total. I have
That's a
998.
lot.
Well, Vingo broke the contract, and Satan's making me pay for it.
Yeah, he's not an
Vingo's
easy guy to
asshole.
please. It's pretty.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like notorious throughout history. When you make a deal with the devil, you know, be careful what you wish for.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm his right-hand man.
Miss Treasurer, you want to come meet our new judge hire over here?
Okay.
Hey,
This
what's
is,
going on, man?
Dingle
It's me,
fan.
Dingle the fan, brother of
Judge
the late.
Dingle
That's my little brother, man.
Wow.
Oh, Judge Dingle. Oh, God.
Oh, he's a war hero, man. Every
Oh,
time.
sorry.
We lose every time, man. What's
Every
that, 4
fucking
now?
time. It never ends up well. Oh, man.
Well, it's nice
4
to
in a
meet
row,
you.
baby.
Nice to meet you too, man. Look to do a lot of good for the good family and the good this country. Yeah.
You're a treasurer, man. You do research funding, man. I need some money.
You got any treasure? You got like
you got treasure?
You got like a
Treasurer
treasure
is the one
chest?
who denies you money, not the one who gives you money.
You know, back in the day, we
You're
used
like
to
the
sail the
IRS
ocean
then.
blue, and we used to be looking for lost treasure chests and back in the ocean.
Yeah, our captain was that dude with the big beard.
Yes, man. What was his name? It was shit, man. I can't
I don't know.
remember.
It was
There
like
was a
this
couple
big-
of different boats that
this
I
big
was
dark
on
beard,
sailing
and we're
across
like,
the
"Hey, it's
Caribbean.
you, Captain Beard.
Captain Beardman, yes, man. I remember now. It's so clear to me.
Yeah, man. We didn't stand a chance against the Spanish.
You guys must have a lot of war stories. You should
Oh,
talk
yeah.
to Ursula about making a documentary.
Yeah.
Last time any of us kind of filmed anything was Fingal Dan when he made his porn.
Oh.
You guys ever seen that?
He's not too bad. I think he performed
I
pretty
can't
well.
say that I
man.
have.
I'm in a porno too.
They called it Finger Dan 11.
Yeah, man.
All right, Dingle. I've given you the ability to sign in over there.
Oh, cool.
We're just going to work on getting you access to the email server, and we'll be all good.
All right, sounds good to me, man.
Just check your email real quick.
Oh shit! So you're serious? So you're actually hiring?
Oh, I'm serious as all
Why would he
hell.
be,
Oh,
man?
yeah.
What the hell?
You think I would joke about this, Murphy? It's a serious matter.
I'm carrying on my brother's legacy, man.
All right.
See, this guy over here knows how to respect his damn elders. Thank you, young man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Quit crying over there. It's fine. It's
Jesus.
Dingle fan. It's no big deal.
He's professional. You look like he just came off 18.
Yeah, it's true.
Maybe tennis. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really not
it's
really
more
golf
of a
shoes.
tennis thing.
Oh yeah, I used to practice for Wimbledon. They called me Wimbledon. I used to hit the old pave all the time. You know, I was
Oh,
pretty.
yeah.
I was a pretty talented tennis player. I might
I
say. I
gave
know
him
my way around a
steroids.
racket. without causing one. Am I right there, fellas?
Yeah.
Ladies?
Could I get
yeah.
could I get a substitution on my court case on Tuesday? I would like Dingle Fan to be my judge.
You can
Judge
sit on
shopping.
it.
I could sit in and learn a thing or two. You know, I don't want to jump in and start making a fool of myself.
Yeah, baby.
I'm down. I'm down for anything, man. I'm here to help this world.
Good.
The way
Good.
Judge Ingo would want.
He was a brave man,
Bravest of all of us.
a very flawed man, but aren't we all?
No, not really.
He was the best of us.
Definitely better than Fingal, that fucking coward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
Are you
put out a
actually,
missing persons report for Fingo Dan.
Are you actually in the government email server, Dingle?
No. The answer is no, and it's always probably going to
What?
You need to be.
What do you mean, man? Which one is that?
Dude,
Which one is that, man?
The main one.
yeah, the main one, man.
I think I'm in that one, man.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I think so.
You know, the one where announcements are made and stuff?
Yeah, my cousin used to be a cop, man.
Oh, okay, perfect. So you'll get tagged shortly, and yeah, man. You'll get tagged shortly, man.
Not at all, lady.
Okay. You'll get tagged shortly, and then you'll have access
he
to
stopped
the judge
being doctor
discussion
very
section.
early on.
And you'll
'Cause the
also
hospital
have
fucking
access
sucked.
to the area where bench trials will be requested. So if you see an
good.
alert go off, you can go ahead and take it.
Cool.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, man, you got it.
All right.
Perfect.
That was
I need a
easy.
fucking break because I was just in a 4-hour meeting.
All right. I'm gonna call
Alex,
my
I'm
assistant and give him an
guessing-
earful because he's supposed to bring us all down some food.
Yeah, that Kermingo Dan, that fat asshole.
that fat fuck Kermingo.
Oh Lord. Alex, I assume you're gonna pass me those notes at some point via email.
They're rough, but yeah.
Whatever they are is better than my memory at this point.
True.
All right, I need a break. I'll be back in a little bit to set up the city council permissions and all that.
Okay, I have that.
Thank
thing
you both.
as well for you.
What
No
thing?
problem. Thanks, man.
The contract, the thing that we discussed.
Oh yeah, if you could, thanks guys. If you could just email that to me, I need to get out of here.
What's going on, lady?
Here,
All right, get some rest, Your Honor.
Just
How's it
got out of a
going?
4-hour meeting.
Wow, that
Great.
sounds epic style.
Yeah, it was
A
wonderful.
$4 meeting, man.
No, 4-hour meeting.
Oh,
Could've-
it's like
could've
$1
made
an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably should ask for a pay raise. I don't think that's really gonna cut it.
I don't think they do pay raises like that.
$4 an hour. So you gotta,
He's a
surely you
judge,
got
man.
like
He
you got
tells
like
you what to
benefits
do.
and stuff. Yeah, man, you're kind of. What you do around here, lady?
No, the meeting took place over a course of time of 4 hours.
I've never eaten time before. Hey, asshole, what are you
A
doing, man?
4-course meal for time.
No.
Dude, listen here.
It's
My
4
brother's
hours
gonna
long.
give you a fucking.
Did you get any
earful,
time?
man.
Did you ask for some time back?
You
for,
better
like,
get down
seconds?
to this court hall immediately. A mouthful? What are you
No,
offering?
I'll never get
man?
that time back ever.
Already flexing the judge
How much?
position. Court ordered to come down here now.
Yeah, you give him
You
that
can't do
court
that
order.
through the phone, man.
Uh,
Yeah,
Let me-
man.
let me
Get down
talk
to
to
this
my
damn court
assistant.
hall. Come on,
Let me
Carmingo.
talk to my
you
assistant,
fat
man.
bastard.
I gotta find
Alright.
my assistant.
true. Now I kind of want an assistant.
Yeah, my assistant has been
I just-
subject
I
to
just
some
get
pretty
Hey,
nasty
Domingo, you
rumors.
fat fuck! You better get down here to the courtroom. That's just a judge order. It's a court order. You got to get your ass down here. Oh, you bet your damn ass I am. Yes, I am, man. You better get your ass down here before I put out a warrant
How do
for
we
your
put out a
goddamn
warrant,
arrest.
man?
All right.
Lay down
my,
the law.
My assistant says no balls, so we got to put out Carmingle. Then how do we do that, sir?
What?
I'm a
How
doctor,
do you put out
man.
what?
I don't know.
We got to put out a warrant for this guy's arrest, man. He ain't bringing us our food, that fat fuck. He's probably trying to eat it all himself.
What are you
All
looking
right,
at, man? You got
well,
games on there?
You're
No, I
gonna
don't
need to
got
get
games on
an
there.
officer to place a warrant.
Oh, perfect.
You can issue contempt in a courtroom, but beyond
Oh,
that, you
perfect.
need law enforcement to place an arrest warrant. But if they're violating a court order, then you can have
Guys,
the
we should go to a
officer do-
court. We should go to a courtroom and we should issue a court order that he has to come down here.
Yeah, okay.
All right, man. You better get down here. Or you're fucked.
Where's the
Right.
courtroom?
It's upstairs.
Courtroom's
Yeah.
on the second floor and
It's a
the
lot of
third
walking.
floor.
It's a lot of walking. That's what I'm saying.
You got
You
an
got like
elevator, man.
you got like
No,
one of
it's
those
broken.
things for the elderly where they can like ride up the side of the rail.
No one would, but the hospital's got these.
Yeah,
Whoa,
you need a
man!
cane.
I don't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
think I don't think you want me to hold a cane that's gonna bring out a side of me you never want to see.
Oh, okay.
Well, I kind of want to see
Do
it.
I look like I need a cane?
Yeah, look at it. He takes collagens, man. He's got good joints.
Flexible, baby.
Oh,
Wow.
holy
Oh, is that
crap.
someone just shoot a gun?
Oh, the
That was some
football.
Terry Bradshaw right there, man. Remember him?
Yeah,
Not
I'm
seen
the
that.
one who
he's,
gave him the
he's
steroids.
that drunk guy from TV.
Oh yeah, he's on the telly now.
Yeah, he gets drunk on TV.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
it's
met him
pretty
back in the
obvious.
day. You know, we used to met him at a bar down in Pittsburgh one year. Good guy, good guy. I think
Yeah,
he
seems
might
like a
have
nice guy.
brain damage, but you know, that's how it goes.
A lot of them do. You know,
Yeah,
those
I helped
former
hide
athletes.
the whole CTE thing from the NFL for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
Those
Yeah, we
players
tried to
gotta
cover
keep
it up
playing,
by just
baby.
saying that, you know, they were just really emotional because of the national anthem.
Yeah.
But like, how does that last the rest of your life?
It's not my problem, man. I was making a lot of money.
It says also in here, the management and
What's
Well,
the
there's
point
a lot
of
of
being
money
a
in doing
doctor?
it.
100% ownership interest in the property.
Sports medicine is very, very lucrative.
Oh yeah, man.
Because you're not just a doctor. You're like someone
Doc,
who
you
protects a very
fucking
sizable
charged me
investment
for a
people.
thing my character wasn't even made. My character wasn't even
This
made
is
yet.
this is the
buzzwords to
this is a handbook that was given to
when that shit happened.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Are you like part of the mayor council by any chance, or like the
No, I'm not part
the
of the city
law?
council.
Oh, okay.
But
That's
I
fine.
could maybe potentially answer a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's any sort of update on when business proposals are gonna be happening.
Not anytime soon. There's no guideline for business things yet.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, thank you anyway.
Yep. Have a good one.
Shit, we're talking
too.
about, you know, how are we going to regulate and decide who gets to, you know, run a restaurant and how much money we're going to charge
is
them.
in the possession of Siobhan Fitzpatrick. So she's had that for years,
What the hell?
according to her anyway. So if you want my soul, you'd have to talk to her about that, I think.
Yeah, we can bring it up.
I don't like buying used though. I don't know. I'll think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
Well,
all right. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be.
How do we
God
start
rest
ordering
his soul, Judge Jingle
executions?
Dan. It looks like he said a good word for us.
yeah, man. You will be missed.
Oh, rest in peace, R.I.P. Alrighty.
Real one.
Where the hell's Carmingle, man? We need some of our freaking.
Yeah, man. See ya, Murphy, man. Keep it tight.
All right. See
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
man.
good luck
I'm
on
sure
your
I'll
career.
have a lot of questions. I'll talk to you about them at some point.
Huh.
Well, now what do you do?
That's a great question.
Hmm.
You can be like my cousin, wink, wink, and not do anything.
Hmm. Yeah, you should be able to clock in.
All right, clocked in.
Hmm.
Hey, man.
You got a cousin, man?
They got a back room somewhere?
You want to go to the courtroom and take pictures?
Oh, you can say go there and
Send him on a
farm your
postcard?
paycheck, but yeah, we can go take
We
pictures.
could go farm the paycheck too. Hey, you want to come farm paychecks with us, Alex?
Yeah, give me a little.
All right, we'll be walking around our new domain.
All right. No, this is my domain. First floor, at least.
All right.
Hmm.
Thanks, guys. We're gonna be walking around exploring.
All right, see you, Dingle. So I'm gonna take an hour, so I'll be back. First thing is I gotta work on the MDT stuff, and then I'll work on implementing the stuff we voted in.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys are both gonna be around, but I'll be back in about an hour.
Okay, yeah, that's if I'm not, then you know, like you can just
Yeah, I'll shoot you an email.
shoot me an email, and then you know we can
I'm
always
just
get
going
together on
to-
another date and sit down and discuss it. Anything that we need to.
All right, thanks guys. Appreciate you, Alex. I know that was not super fun.
No, it's all good.
All right, see y'all around. I'm going to my elevator.
Have a good night, Crane.
Enjoy your rest.
Let's see. We'll polish these notes up a little bit. No, the Dans are all relatives. Bloodline relatives. All right. TLDR. Get on my seat. Okay. TLDR. Let's get this shit. You know what? I'll even adjust the opacity for you guys just a little bit. Okay. So, speed limit changed from 35, 55, 75 to 55. 55, 75, 90. Unanimous yes. Panic button in government, buildings, and restaurants. Interested, you vote.
Right here. It's kind of sketchy. It doesn't look like it would lead to something, but my God, it does. It's like a little hole in the wall.
Okay. You know what? What if I open? What if I? How would you split view again? I can hear Gigi crying in the background. I can't remember how to do split view right now. Oops. Split to the right. Okay, here we go. This will make it a little bit easier for TLDRs. Dude, how many times am I gonna spell this word?
No, I take out a lot of long ones. Random people. Literally just call up random people in the yellow pages that you know and then just beg them for money. No. Timo, let me go and tell you this. Beggars can't be choosers, and I found that out in life that I can't choose what I want. Okay? I found out what comes my way, and I'm gonna accept it. Pretty sure that's what that means.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta talk to Alex.
Hey, Max! Supreme Overlord!
Hey, Alex. Fuck you, bro.
Hi.
I gotta hang up.
Do you have a full list of everything that we passed and how we did it?
I'm TLDRing a list.
Do you have my phone number?
Yeah.
Can you text me to me when you're done so that I can make a state announcement about it?
Okay. You want like the things that have been actually passed?
The things that passed.
Okay. All right. Let me clean up this list a little bit then, because that's what I'm working on right now.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah,
Alrighty.
you have my phone number, right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
The Supreme Overlord, they're ready to be chopped off.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'll talk to you later, Bobby. I got some shit I gotta do.
Is it good news?
Maybe for your testicles.
No. I think that was bad news. What was all passed? What was all passed?
I'm learn about it later.
How long is later? In the next 30 minutes?
Something like that when I get this list done.
Yeah, you get the...
I mean, you got your speed limit thing noted in the meeting itself. You can wait on the rest.
Anything about pardons? Anything listed about a pardon? Anything at all?
No.
No?
No.
You was in that meeting, wasn't you?
Yeah.
They talk about pardons?
Maybe.
God! Oh! I bet it was Crane, wasn't it? Crane said something.
Good. Glad you keep your nutsack. That's good to know.
Okay. God damn it. Okay, things that were actually passed. I'm just gonna things that were actually passed right now. Animal carcass.
Bartenders in here, man. What the hell's going on? Well, where's the bar?
Okay.
I don't know, man. You should really stop reading because it's bad for your eyesight. That's how you go cross-eyed.
Hmm. And the Marriage Act was.
Well, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so Marriage Act, mutual combat
hey,
law.
lady, what's going on?
Writing up stuff that needs to
Hello,
be sent to
beautiful.
the mayor.
Oh, cool. We just met him. I think he was trying to be bred, though. I don't know what that's all about.
No, that's his name, Thoroughbred.
Yeah, he's keeping that shit tight, man.
Yeah, keeping it real tight. You want us to loosen it up for him?
Yeah, real tight. Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, man.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
Oh, just hanging out. Just first day on the job, you know?
Yeah, first day on the job. Yeah. First day on the job. Yeah.
Yes, man. You work here too?
Yeah. I'm a agriculture landscaping department.
Agriculture,
Do not work here, Bobby
landscaping.
Yeah, agricultural landscaping department.
You
don't
cut the
work here?
grass?
He does not work here.
Yeah, I cut the grass.
Oh, you cut the grass? Oh, that's pretty neat, I guess. I mean, we saw a nice picture what this place used to look like, so maybe take a step back on the grass cutting. Let the trees grow in a little bit.
Want me to?
Thank you, Welder.
You ever seen what this place used to look like?
I'm never gonna not stop cutting the fucking grass. Okay?
Well, maybe let it grow out a little bit so we can get some positive.
I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, do I have to give you a judicial order to stop cutting the damn grass? Because I will.
Yeah,
No,
man.
you fucking won't.
He's the judge, man.
I'm a judge, man.
What's your name?
The Honorable Judge Dingle Fan.
Why is that lady crying over there?
Because I told her to
Probably 'cause
stop
you're here.
trimming the trees. And you're ugly as shit, man.
I'm ugly.
Yes, man. I like the Satan horns though.
I like
you,
the
you
horns
talked
though,
to Satan
man.
lately?
You're rocking them.
Yeah, man. I got locked up in prison, man, like 5 years. Yeah, I got locked up for like 5 years. Yeah,
Oh
I did
wow, that's
5
cool.
years. Yeah, I know, pretty
It
bad.
was like 6 days.
Back in the day, I served 180
No, wait,
years.
it was
man.
5. It was 5. Good for
We
you.
were
I
on
know.
a hold until trial. Those are days, Bobby.
No, those are years. Same thing. So
Tomato,
yeah,
tomato,
yeah,
as they
yeah.
say.
Yeah, 180
Hello.
years.
We are
yeah.
alleged terrorists.
Yeah,
Oh,
alleged.
nice. You guys are alleged terrorists, but I'm a former actual
Been there,
terrorist
done
turned
that,
judge,
man.
reformed, man.
Okay.
Reformed, man. I mean, how'd you do your terrorism, man? Like, maybe we could use some tips.
You ever heard of the Sanguine War?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I killed like 117 police officers, man. And I
made a lot of money
piled them
from all
all
those
up into a
orgies.
little bonfire,
Holy
and they
shit.
started dancing on top of them.
Are you human?
Got a lot of lungs,
Ish.
baby.
Yeah, I got
Dude,
locked up for devil's
I can't fucking type.
tattoo.
Hail Satan, man.
Hell, Satan, baby.
No, I'm a cat. No, I'm a Catholic. I can't do
Can't fucking type. I can't fucking type. I can't fucking type. Whatever. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Uh. Okay. Yes.
Oh.
Hi, I just got out of a 4-hour meeting, and now now there's Dingle Fan's a judge.
Dingle Fan is back?
Yeah, he's a judge.
Wait, which one's Dingle?
The main character one.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
How? How Dingle of all of them?
Because Jingle died in the Sanguine War.
How Jingle? Wait, Jingle died?
Yeah. He died in the war crimes.
War crimes? Damn it. I was going to say what's poppin'. I was wondering how that meeting went. Anything cool?
4 hours. You're safe for a little while longer.
All right,
as far as your
cool.
adoption goes. Adoption's going to be a 25K charge. Marriage is also going to be a charge.
Ooh, okay.
And adoption fraud is going to be a thing.
Adoption fraud?
Yeah.
Adoption fraud.
Oh, and also somewhere down the line, you'll need a CDL to drive the big truck.
Ooh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. I was wondering. Do you know if the tax changes went through finally?
Yeah, they went in not too long ago.
Ooh, okay, cool. That's I actually kind of like the
brandishing thing was about people having a knife out, being like, "Oh, I'm not threatening anyone," and then I don't know. This one kind of got like a messy
I'm kind of curious as to when Dingle fans first tried to.
So I lost track of this one, admittedly. Sorry, what? I'm working on a lot of notes right now.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll let you go.
They
Then.
have
I was
to
just wondering
remarry.
when Dingle fans' first court case was going to be.
I have no idea. He's at the courthouse right now with his other brother. I don't remember which his name is. Kringle? No, not Kringle. I can't remember which one's which.
Yeah, you kind of learn after time. All right, I'll let you get back to your notes.
Yeah, and then like him and Bobby Charles are arguing right in front of me while I'm trying to like Max is like, "Hey, I need these notes so I can put out a state announcement," and I'm like, "Okay, let me polish them really quick."
All right, I'll let you get to it. It sounds like hell. Good luck.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Uh.
I don't see any fruit out here. That son of a bitch lied to us.
Uh. Hello.
Hey, I'm
This is still
sorry.
only me. Actually,
I
Glorion's around. Maybe see if he can do it.
okay. I will check in with him. Yep. All right.
Okay,
Thank you so
sorry.
much.
I the meeting took 4
Hey.
hours and I'm still doing my notes.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
I'll check to see if Mary's there because I see her car over here, but I don't know if someone just parked it up.
I have no idea, but yeah, you can try calling for
Okay.
her, I guess.
All right. Thank you so much, Alex.
All right,
All right.
bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. This sounds about right as far as I'm skimming through. Uh, huh.
Real tight. Wonder if they got any clothing garments that I could wear.
No, so they wanted 8 people voted in by popular vote, and then they were going to interview down to 4. They were going to pick 4 candidates from the 8 people voted in. Hmm. Hmm. Nope. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, every candidate still has to be background checked, but like. Mhm. Okay. Lionel.
Hey Alex, how you doing?
Hey, do you still need help?
So what I need to know is, do we have any engine and body parts in the house?
Let me check.
Because there's none in the car, and we've been out for an hour or two.
I will check. I will make some.
That would be amazing. Okay, one sec.
The answer is no. We're out of materials at the moment, so I'm hoping Mary's around. Hmm.
Rough, because we are almost out of stuff in the van. Like, we are out of those two parts, but we are almost out of the rest. Hey, hey Kenzo, that's yours right there. Those are the parts.
Yeah, it's gonna be a no for now. Is Mary around?
I haven't heard from her. I've been trying to reach out. I haven't gotten anything. I see her car parked in the driveway, but that's pretty much it.
Okay. I don't actually see her car here.
Okay. There was a white car parked in the driveway. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay.
I'll try and keep you updated as best as I can.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries. Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a good night. Bye.
No, can't save the day. There's no day to be saved.
Either them fools is tripping or I am.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing alright.
I like your tattooing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if she didn't handle her business, it's not my problem. If you decolon me, it's not my problem. I said that very early on that it's not gonna be my fucking problem. I'm not working Mosley's. Mosley's is not Alex's problem. She made that very clear. She doesn't mind helping every once in a while, but I'm not gonna go out of my yes. They have to get legally married. Real. So if Mary didn't go out and get materials, it's not Alex's problem. She's not gonna go out of her way and pay out of pocket for materials for a shop that she doesn't even work at. Jesus Christ. Anyone else up? Don't know, don't care, not Alex's problem. It's not. I. Sounds rough, but. Nothing to do with Mosley's. Oh, as far as guild, Glorion is around. Only you guys saw, if you guys only saw the pain of 2.0 auto shops, it was bad. I know this. I owned one. And I can guarantee you guys never saw it early 2.0 either. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Patrick.
Hi, Alex.
I'm sorry.
The way I found out that it wasn't just because you put your shirt off. Let me get a shirt off. That's like
No.
Yeah, I usually have my shirt off. Yeah.
Self-transport.
Today it's like kind of awkward.
Helicopter really high up.
Mainly saw Fastlane when Sun Moon was running it. Yeah, I was long out of there by then. What you working today, Patrick?
Say that again?
What you working?
I'm selling donuts in the cafeteria.
Oh, okay.
I've been doing that for a while.
How much are the donuts?
It's $8 per, plus $1 extra if you want sprinkles on it, and $40 for half a dozen.
$40 for half a dozen?
Yep.
Does that come with sprinkles?
I charge extra dollar on each of them if you want some. So if you were to put sprinkles on the half a dozen, it would be 46. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do it. Let's go
All
get
right,
these
come on in.
donuts.
Yeah, come on in. It's surprisingly an actual good business.
Oh, nice.
I started doing this like at the food stand in Legion Square, and I thought it would last like 2 days. Here I am 3 weeks later. Like, let me get those ready. Get those sprinkles all over them. Here we go. Alright. 2 of each sounds good?
Yeah.
Alright, here's the first 2.
Alright.
Here's the next 2.
Alright.
And here's a final 2 to complete the half a dozen.
Ooh. Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed these donuts.
Whoa.
Whoa! Getting excited there.
Yeah, I dropped my cash. Oh god, I think I did drop. Did I give you that?
You give me $46. That's it.
Did I give you a tip on X? Because I was trying to put it on here.
Oh.
In the jar.
I did not see it. Uh-oh. Or you think it might be somewhere on the floor? Uh-oh.
Did it end up back here?
I don't see it.
It's alright. I'll just tip again.
Okay.
But I'll do it right this time.
We put it on this counter right here just to be safe. This place is a little wonky, I think.
Oh yeah, it might have been. Oh.
It might be under the table now, literally. Never to be seen again.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Oh dear. Oh, did you put more in there and send them there?
Whatever, just take a tip.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one, Patrick.
Thank you too, Alex.
I need these donuts. I was just in a 4-hour meeting, so.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. The whole city council meeting.
Oh.
Yeah. It went
I'm gonna
on
read
for
that announcement.
4 hours. But hey, you get to drive faster now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 55 miles is the speed limit now.
Wait, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Yep. 55 city limits, 75 on county roads, 90 on highways.
Oh, hell yeah. Is that like actually official everywhere now?
Yeah, this
like,
is...
was that actually announced somewhere?
Mm-hmm. It was announced via state announcement.
Oh, I just missed it. I just woke up too late then.
Yeah, and
So
tax
the only state
changes
announcement I
went
see is
in.
the one that I just saw right now.
But yeah, it's updated as per legislation as well.
Oh, hell yeah. I can finally speed up.
Huh. Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
people will stop complaining I'm driving too slow now. This is actually good news. I love that.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, I'll catch you later. I gotta run back to City Hall, I think.
All right.
All right, bye-bye. Hello.
Hello.
The fuck is Moon typing to me? Oh, okay, I see. He's rewording his state announcement. I see. Okay, okay. I was like, what the fuck is he typing? No, there was no talks about weapon licenses. It was mainly discussed that once illegal guns start showing up, that's when weapon licenses will coming out. So avoid the problem of people like buying guns for their friends, having a civ buy guns for their friends. And then, Yeah, all married individuals are entreated to formalize their marriage in the coming days as the judge is empowered and educated must be done. So yeah, a lot of these things need to be drafted still, which Crane will do tonight. But, yeah, so... Yeah, it's essentially... They're waiting until unregistered guns come into the market, which means, you know, people will suddenly probably, like, find gun blueprints somewhere down the line and start selling that shit. Once that shit's starting to be sold, civ guns will be available for purchase so they can defend themselves against the upcoming menace of guns. Because right now it's only stolen PD weapons that are in circulation. And it's probably coming slightly soonish, being as like gun serials are now a thing. I could say, probably. Because I don't think until like a couple days ago these changes were a thing. Two hours of that was roughly Max's shit. I called it the max power hour, but it turned out being power hours. I hope my note-taking skills improve over the weeks. Unless they just get Ursula to do it, and then that kind of sucks for me because I was kind of having fun doing it, but...
Yeah.
Hi, is that state announcement clear?
No, not really.
About the marriage thing. I mean, a lot of this shit still has to be drafted, but the proposed price of this is it's gonna be 25 grand, so you better start saving up.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 25 grand to get your marriage.
I have to pay 25 grand to get married again?
Listen, let me speak. So there are currently no records of any marriage being recognized by the state because all the records are gone, demolished, destroyed, etc. And yes, it will be a 25 grand thing to have your marriage recognized by the state. However, there is benefits to it, which was proposed Hold on. Opens my notes back up. Also, polygamy is getting outlawed. So it's 25K to get married. Divorces are 25K as well. The rough draft was the fee for marriage is 25 grand. Divorce is the same. State shall certify these marriages have been met for 21 days after the marriage has been approved by the state. Spousal privilege does not apply to either individual, which means you can't testify against your partner.
Who the fuck is everybody?
What do you mean? What do you mean, who the fuck is everybody?
Oh no, sorry, I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah, so you would never have to testify against, what's his name?
Luciano?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I think some things are going to be drafted up furthermore because, divorce things are not, set in stone yet. Hey! Slow it down.
Hey, what's up? What?
Can you slow it down? Stop running.
What do you mean?
Alex,
know
I
what
have
I
to
mean.
like call you tomorrow or something. I'm cooked and I'm dealing with a lot of bullshit right now.
Okay, sounds good. And were you,
Alright.
were you also in big meeting?
I'm not gonna have a lot of those anymore, so I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay, bye, love you.
Love you.
Hello. Ah!
Fuck you running, huh?
I'm not running!
Grabs you by the collar.
Ah! I wasn't running.
You're running my city hall, huh?
I'm not running.
You want me to grab your partner too? I'll do it.
No, don't
Partner?
grab him.
I'm not his partner.
You're not his
Just
partner?
some guy.
Just some guy?
It's just some guy? Yeah, grab him. He was running.
No, don't grab me.
He was
No.
running.
I was not.
He was running.
He was running.
If my name isn't...
Go on.
Sorry, I lost my voice. If my name isn't Starshine, I was not running.
I don't think your name's Starshine.
What are you, a Pokemon?
My name is absolutely Starshine. Please don't make fun of it.
Show me your ID. I can legally ask you that since you're wearing a mask in City Hall.
Okay, well, my first name is Aaron, but my name is Starshine.
It's not even Aaron. It's Aaron.
Yeah, it's Aaron.
It's one A. Yes, one Aaron. That's what my friends used to call me. Are you?
One Aaron.
Are you forcing? Are you getting kicked out, sir?
No. Yeah, I guess yes.
This is what happens to runners. They get
I didn't
escorted.
run.
What are your
You
names?
were running. You jumped.
Okay, I did jump, but I didn't run.
You were running. You were jumping. I saw it. I witnessed it all, Glorion.
Witness this.
I'm the OG. People know me. Everybody
Bitch
fucking
be
knows me.
yapping.
He really do be
Shut
yapping,
the
huh?
fuck up, Hazel. Nobody
Yapping.
cares.
Why are you like
that a problem?
this? Alex is our friend. They're fine.
You be yapping way too
You
much.
finally from City Hall work?
I mean, you saw all the state announcements, no?
Yeah. Oh, is that you?
No, that wasn't me, but that was my TLDR that Max adjusted.
Nice.
Does that mean I can't go the speed limit anymore, or I can't speed?
55. Also, wait, hold on. Roll down your window. Real quick. Okay. Behind the window, it takes... Oh, man. Yeah, you look way different behind the window.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Why?
Your skin tone was changing.
Why the fuck does everyone say that?
Yeah.
You're looking real Caucasian lately, Hazel.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Also,
You know-
under the whole adoption thing, that might apply to people claiming to be brothers and sisters, by the way. So, Hazel, I hope you're ready to pony up 25 grand if you want to keep calling yourself a sibling.
I'll be willing to do that for Fifi.
Yeah.
I'd be willing
I
to do
mean,
that.
Glorion might have to as well, because that shit's gonna be 25 grand as well. Is that car really worth it, Glorion?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Alex. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I'd save $7 grand.
You want to be next?
Good afternoon, madam.
Hello.
Yes, yes. No, I'm not running.
All right, don't let me catch you.
What's your name, by the way?
Alex.
Well, Alex, it's nice to meet you. As I said, my name's Starshine. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Bjorn, wonderful news. You might be safe if you still want to be adopted by your shitty dad.
Ooh, okay. Let me call you back in a little bit. I'm middle of slanging with Barry.
Okay, but I had important news. Okay.
I'm about to hand off to a customer. I might get
Okay.
shot.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Hello, Alex. Wonderful weather we're having, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rainy outside and you're wearing socks and slides.
Yeah, I can't afford shoes. That's why I'm doing this work.
Must be miserable, huh?
It's pretty wet, but that's okay. I look pretty good in them anyway. Are you like a attorney or something?
I am the ultimate power in this domain.
Are you the mayor?
No.
Oh, that would be crazy if this is how I met the mayor. What is who are you? What do you do?
Head clerk. First floor is my domain.
Oh, okay, head clerk. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. Maybe I'll have to get a job as a clerk sometime. Do you interview?
We do, but not currently. Not for these
okay.
times right now, at least.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, I'm not the best reader anyway. Maybe I wouldn't be the best. That's why I have to wear this hard hat to keep me safe.
Okay.
Yeah. Not because I run in halls and hit my head, but just because, you know,
Oh yeah, in
general
case you
danger.
tumble down the stairs. Got it. You might
Yeah,
trip on one of your slides.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, nothing
Ooh,
about running.
You are crazy if this is your setup right now.
Oh yeah, it works pretty nice. Do you like it?
I mean, holy.
Haven't gotten robbed yet.
And you left that shit unlocked too, with the doors wide open?
Well, normally I have a partner, but my partner's busy right now, so I just kind of figured.
Wow, okay.
You want to be my partner sometime?
No, I hate group sex.
Oh, okay. Well, can I get your number anyway so I have a head of clerk on my ring?
Yeah, 1 second.
You're not Alexander River, are you?
No. Yeah, let's see here. Phone number is 420.
Got it.
769.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, 420.
420 769 3666.
That can't be. I just called it.
Yeah, my phone's bugging. I can't even show my phone number right now.
Okay, well, I believe you. I just gave you a call, so you have my number. I'll give you a text also. Nice to meet you, Alex.
Have a good one. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, take care.
I have 2 phones, so it's like weird.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, later.
Bye. Yeah, Glorion doesn't know what the fuck he's in for, which is great. I legitimately think that he is in a spot where he is thinking once he has the car, that's that. What playlist am I even listening to? Wasn't my playlist. Yeah, I mean, cars can explode for being fucked around with. Like, if people are not driving their cars properly and it's getting smashed to shit on a regular, and people are just repair kitting it, that car will explode. I was watching Rose's stream last night. Rose, the streamer, she's playing a cadet cop, and her car fucking exploded. Her cop car fucking exploded because it had a red engine light. I love Rose. I've been sad that she was gone for like the majority of 3.0. I've known her since 1.0. I mean, like, the people that I've known since like 1.0 is like very small. Like, there's the I've known and then I've known of. Yeah. But yeah, she has been around since 1.0. I've known Boba since 1.0. I've known Nikita since 1.0. I've known Airborne since 1.0. Known McLovin since the end of 1.0. Right there. A weird ramp right here. Yeah, yeah. Admittedly, it was a bad day to not get materials. Hello.
Yo, just finished. What up? What's that good news?
Legal children don't abide by that thing, so you only have to kill one person.
I only have to kill Alfie?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good news then.
Yeah. Also, it's 25 grand.
Holy!
Yup. Yup.
We just saw a big Italian meeting or something. That same spot where we saw them all the other day. Me and Barry had a little slanging down there, and there was a ton of them there right now.
Yeah. Sounds like there was some drama that happened.
What kind of drama?
I don't know, but you know, I was talking to Eve about my meeting. She's like, "Well, I'm not gonna be at any of these meetings anymore." I'm like, "Oh."
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them down there. They're having a big meeting.
Yeah.
Almost ran over a couple. I went flying through there, thought it was just a, whatever, and then I realized there's a bunch of Italians here. Almost smushed them.
Yeah. So, hey, on the bright side, I don't think that football game ever happened.
Oh, why not? They canceled it?
Well, it sounded like they're just, I mean, from what you're telling me and what Eve's telling me, they were just in a meeting all day today.
Oh, they must be too busy. We love that. That might save my business.
Yeah, you might be saved for like a week.
Hell yeah, there's a lot of good news. Another week would be all I need, probably.
Yeah.
By then, I'll have a football in every hand.
I mean, shit, you sell enough footballs, you have enough to pay for your adoption.
True. My dad better pay for that.
Oh, God.
So the new adoption law, you can only have one kid.
It's not passed yet.
It's $25,000
Yeah,
to adopt.
it's not passed yet, though.
But it's not passed yet,
Yeah,
Alex says.
and then there's gonna be like an incest law, because all these
An
people
incest law?
Yeah, because all these people be out here kissing their sisters on the lips and stuff.
Wait, what do you get? What's the punishment for that?
There was like a fine and jail time. It didn't really. It's gonna be discussed next week.
Oh, wait till they see that tape of Aaron and Sis.
Yeah, who apparently is exempt or something. I don't fucking know.
Gross.
Cause Sis is Max's son.
Yeah, I know.
I think Sis might get a special exception or something. I don't know.
Max became mayor so his son could commit incest.
Yeah, now Glorian has to decide if he's gonna spend $25K to get adopted or not, because Fiona doesn't have that type of money.
Yeah, but that's if she even chooses him.
Yeah.
She got a lot of options right now.
Yeah, that stuff's gonna be drafted. It's gonna be talked about next week. However, the Marriage Act is going to be a thing. I have to pay $25 to get my marriage recognized by the state.
Wait, how much?
25 grand.
Holy cow, that's expensive.
Yeah.
We do another Barry? Okay.
Because everybody who is previously married has to be married by the state now. And stuff. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Like a whole
Vinewood
thing.
Barbershop. Okay. All right, I'll call you back in a little bit. We about to do some more slanging.
Okay. All right.
We got work to do. We about to get into
Yeah,
some
I
big
know. I
schmoney.
was just in a meeting for 4 hours and everybody's busy. You know, Glorians are in group stacks. And you guys are slanging.
The barber, like next to the clothing store up there, to the left, kind of. I'll call you back in a little bit, okay?
All right. I'll catch you
All
later.
right, bye.
Man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That meeting cooked me, bro. It's been 2 hours and I'm still on like, what the fuck is going on mode. At a certain angle, no, it's because it is pink. It's like purple. It's got purple flames. Hey, what's up?
So are you hiding from something?
No, I'm just, my brain's all frazzled from the 4-hour meeting.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just figured since I'll be around the city hall clocked in, if people ask questions and things like that, it's just gonna be everything that was in the announcement.
So the only thing that's actually properly went in today is the speed limit changes.
Yeah, I saw that.
So everything else has to be drafted and probably will be drafted tonight.
And is it correct? So I cannot see the announcements. I mean, I can see them, but when I open it, it's blank. So I've reset my MDT. I used to be able to see the announcements, but now I can't. Since I've gotten this job, so I don't know if that's something that's intended, which is completely fine. But if it's not, then we just can't read it.
You mean when you like tap on them? Yeah, they are completely blank.
Okay, so it's intended that way. Okay,
Yeah.
because I was at MRPD, I could read them, but now I can't. So I can't help really
just,
people with that.
I mean, same thing with like reports. You know, like you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, we
see
shouldn't
them,
even
but
be. We
yeah,
shouldn't
you
even.
shouldn't-
We shouldn't even be.
But you
seeing
can't actually
that.
even see that. Yeah.
Understood.
It was.
That's completely fine.
The best we could do.
Yeah.
As
No.
far as-
Yeah. I gotcha. It's yeah, and then the warrants too. You can just see their name, picture, but that's it. It's like.
Yeah, because even without like people come in here all the time and just check the warrants, and they're not actually. That's not actually supposed to be happening. So just some stuff changing. It's just in due time.
Oh yeah, no worries. Figured I would just check in since I just clocked in today to see that. All right. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, it's like a fucking can't show in first person. Can't get a good angle. It's like purple flames. I try like. Hey Adam, what's up?
You know, chilling. I'm at the hospital looking at a lot of dead people.
Oh, okay.
There's one doctor and she's real slow.
Oh, geez. You're not working as a doctor right now? Yeah, see?
No, they're making everybody wear pants, and
oh, you don't want to wear
that's
pants?
upsetting.
Pants like a purple
I think I
flame.
want to wear shorts. I want to have my calves out, let my puppies breathe. You know?
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to call and say, I hope you have a wonderful day. And if you're looking for your grandpa to adopt you, I don't know if he's around or if you know who that is, but it's you're gonna have to like give him some money soon. Not right now.
Wait, what? Why would my grandpa want to adopt me?
So he can legally be your grandpa? Because he's kind of like illegal your grandpa right now, but it's not an actual thing yet. It's a whole thing. Anyways, I just wanted to, tell you, hey, I hope you're having a good day.
I'm having a freaking good day. Thank you. I really hope that you're having a good day too.
Thanks.
You know what?
Thanks, Adam.
I'm gonna give you a wisdom from the
Okay.
words of Adam.
All right. Let's hear it.
In life, there are things that you have to cherish. And
Since I have you
sometimes
here,
that's the people
in
who
the
have come
past,
into your
we
life.
were not
Give me 1
required to. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, continue on.
Sometimes there are things in life you need to cherish. And a lot of the times that's the people who enter your life and make it a better place. And I don't really know you that well. In fact, I don't know you at all. But if I did, I will probably say that you're great and thank you.
Aw, thank you, Adam. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I'll
it.
miss you.
I'll miss you too, Adam. You have a good one,
No,
right?
not like past tense, like I'll miss you. Like present tense.
Oh,
Currently,
yeah. I
currently
miss you too,
missing
bud.
Miss you so much.
Miss you so fucking much.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good night.
Sorry about that. What's up?
No, you're completely fine. So in the past, we had like an area of communication for the clerks. If there was like a need for announcements between us, there was no requirement when I had first started to like stay here at the desk. There was at first, but then we were able to issue licenses like at the farmers market and things. Obviously, we don't have that yet. So I just really want to know what you want from us, and then also if it's fine to put signs in the city hall, or if you don't want that, you think it looks messy, that's completely fine too.
I mean, sometimes if there's like court cases going on, I'll put a sign saying like, "Oh, it's on the 2nd floor or 3rd floor." I don't mind having a sign next to Sharon or anything like that if you want to like do the ID quiz thing. Otherwise, you don't have to do that. And then otherwise, what other signs did you have in mind?
Like just call us in the yellow pages, because I'm not, if we're not standing there, some people might not know. Like if you would like a license, please call the county clerk.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, your yellow page ad is up to you. I try and just use my.
Oh yeah, no,
second
not the
phone for that.
ad, the sign, like
Oh,
inside,
yeah.
like to let people know they could call us to like help them if we're not here.
Yeah, that's totally up to you. Like I might not be around at all times, but
Oh yeah,
you know,
no. Yeah, if you're clocked in, I'm not saying
Yeah, I have
for
no problem with
you.
that.
I'm not saying for you to do that. I'm just
Oh,
asking
no,
because
no,
some
I
people
know.
don't want signs, and some people don't want, it to be like all signed out. You know what I mean? Like some people might not want that like that.
Well, yeah, no, I think it should be fine because, like, say if you put a sign, like, right out front, right? I don't think you'd be able to see it behind the desk. So I think that's probably fine.
Yeah. It's like, oh, available in the yellow pages if you need any questions, if you have any questions, kind of thing.
Yeah, let me just test this out real quick. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Sweet. Okay.
And then as far as like a communication channel goes for right now, we don't have one, but maybe in the future, but I'm not 100% certain.
Alrighty. Good. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. Oh yeah, and then as far as like being restricted to here, I don't
Pardon?
really. As far as being like restricted to here, I don't really see that as a big issue if you like go out and do stuff, and because like all the lawyers are doing it all the time, judges are doing it all the time. They clock in, they go about their business. So
Yeah, that's pretty
I don't mind
normal.
if
In the beginning, in the beginning they restricted us to the desk, but
Uh-huh.
then they were like, "Oh no, there's no way," because they couldn't keep clerks.
Yeah, as long as like you're not clocking in and doing like
Oh
some
yeah,
other job,
100%.
because
Like
that's
as long as you're
definitely an
answering your
issue,
phone,
and-
right?
Yeah, or you're like actually spending some time at City Hall. That's all I care about at the end of the day is if people are actually spending time at City Hall.
So you don't want us doing other jobs like tow or anything?
Not when I clocked in, no.
Okay. In the past, people did that all the time, so I'm just making sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to minimize that double dipping
That's
thing because
completely
that's going
fine.
to be a huge
Yeah.
issue.
It's like it's also just like a unfair advantage, right? Like because you're just making like double pay and stuff, which is fine. 'Cause I don't like doing those jobs anyways, or if I do them, I'll do them on my own time.
Yeah. Definite no on the double dipping part.
Sweet. Sounds good to me.
But if I don't care if you're like clocked in and riding with somebody, but as long as you're not like
Yeah, because then you're receiving an extra paycheck.
yeah.
I completely get.
Yeah, I'm kind of
get
holding
that.
off until something like that happens
I was
because I'd like
surprised in
to
the past
avoid
when
that.
lawyers, clerks, everyone used to do it. I mean, I was like, whoa, that's it's a little crazy.
Yeah.
It was also because it was like slow.
And then yeah, I think that's essentially it so far. I do have to draft up like some things too. I've just been busy.
Okay. If you want to name the old documents, I can give them to you, but that's completely up to you if you want to start from scratch.
I might start from scratch and then like refer to them later for ideas.
Sounds good.
Okay, well, that meeting kind of completely frazzled my brain.
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm gonna
no.
go call it a day probably.
Brain mush. Have a good day.
All right, see you later. Yeah, I think group messaging is a I felt like that was a thing that they mentioned in the trailer, no? No, the Kanashiro meeting happens way too it's 11 for me, but like it's just like with schedules varying, it's very hard to wake up in time for those meetings. And last week when I tried doing it, I think it was no. Yeah, it was the previous week because everybody was playing Power World over the weekend. That shit sucked. That shit sucked because I was waiting in queue for like 40 minutes. Yeah, I think phones are also that's what I've heard is phones are potentially being rewritten. I'm not 100% certain though. I genuinely hope all these city council meetings aren't fucking 4 hours long though, because that was not expected time-wise. Any responses to anything interesting happening on Twitter? Jesus Christ, that's horrifying. Doesn't look like there's been any responses as far as union. Wait, hold on. You telling me Barry Benson was the name of the fucking bee in the fucking Bee movie? Walnut needs to stop fucking doing this. Because he keeps posting that because there is no there's no text limit on Twitter. Hmm.
Hey, how's it going?
Oops. Yes, hello. I am City Hall worker. Can confirm it was a real number. Yeah, text messages scuff out sometimes. Which is like the problem of having two phones.
Vete a la mierda.
Fuck it. Puts back real phone number. Takes out SIM card of the work phone, restarts phone. This is why it's such a pain in the ass, dude. I genuinely hope I can have two phones equipped one day. I want two phones. One for work and one for my life. God damn it, this actually did. Dual wielding, burners had no SIM. Yeah. Burners were coded into that. And I just texted this guy from my real phone number. Fuck. About to get a fucking main phone. I'm about to get a new main phone number, dude. Alright. I'm done. Thank you, Ramzoid, for the 14 months. I am done streaming for today because I don't know what the I don't know what the fuck to do because everybody's grinding and I just done my grind. Did my note taking. Something I gotta try and improve on, I guess.